Stargate book presents Universal Secrets of Telecosmic Power. Unlock the mysteries of psychic control and create miracles of riches, love, success, health, and happiness in your life by Norvell. Digitally narrated using the voice of Edward Herman. Preface. The power of cosmic telepathy can open your way to a successful future. Do you want to know the 11 vital essentials that can turn you into a winner every time? Would you like to be an artist, writer, composer, dancer, or own your own business? Do you long to travel but always find yourself short of time and money? Are you dissatisfied with your life and only wish you could find your perfect destiny? Then this is the book for you. Just memorize the appropriate telecosmograms provided here. Project your message every day, and before long your special dreams will be fulfilled through your new knowledge of the. How this book will help you achieve everything that you desire in life. 1. You will learn how to use the mysterious cosmic power which you can summon to do your bidding. You can direct this cosmic power to bring you various sums of money from $1,000 to $100,000. You can direct it to bring you a home, land, jewels, a car, your own business, and it will direct you to the fulfillment of these desires. The beginning of power will be revealed to you in the very first chapter of this amazing book. 2. The 11 vital essentials for successful living are revealed through the use of telecosmic power. You can program your higher mind centers, just as a modern computer is programmed, and it will guide you to fame, power, love, happiness, travel to foreign countries, and the development of gifts and talents that you did not know you possessed. These vital essentials for successful living are explored fully in Chapter 2. 3. Are you striving to achieve life's highest goals? No matter what your goal may be, you will learn how to use telecosmic power to put you instantly in touch with the exact destiny you have programmed. Geniuses throughout history have used telecosmic power to achieve greatness. You can duplicate that greatness and have the exact life experience you desire. This information is given in detail in Chapter 3. 4. Can man control his destiny? Can you conquer fate? You can use telecosmic power to avoid most of life's problems and have perpetual good luck. You will be shown how to avoid mental programming of war, sickness, age, poverty, and misery, and learn how to build telecosmic power to bring you peace of mind, a healthy, strong body, your right work, with adequate income, love, happiness with your true soulmate, and the joy and fulfillment that can come when you project the right telecosmograms to your higher mind. This information is given fully in Chapter 4. 5. You will learn how to use telecosmic power to overcome life's misfortunes. You can project the great destiny you desire by learning how to produce the events in your life that make a pattern of success, health, and happiness. Learn of the 5 telecosmic commands given in the Bible, which can shape your destiny in any direction you desire. Discover how the Duchess of Windsor used telecosmic power to take a king off a throne. See how Elizabeth Taylor, Greta Garbo, and Maria Callas, whom I met on Aristotle Onassis yacht in Piraeus, Greece, all are under the dynamic control of telecosmic power. You can change your life by using the same mysterious power they used. See Chapter 5 for this priceless telecosmic secret. 6. Do you long to become a great artist? To invent something that can make you a million? Write a great novel? Make thousands by composing a popular song? Learn how a secretary turned into a TV writer when she learned how to use telecosmic power? Discover the mastermind that can make you a true genius. This vital information is revealed in Chapter 6. 7. Telecosmic power can guide you to the making of a fortune. You will learn how to use this power to reveal secrets that have made many men millionaires. You will acquire the golden Midas touch that can turn your creative ideas into a veritable flood tide of gold that can make you independently rich the rest of your life. Study the 7 telecosmograms that can release a golden flood tide of power to make you rich. Discover the secret of telecosmographs, which you can project to the cosmic intelligence to bring you the house you want, the work you desire, the trips to foreign countries, and all the other things you have longed for all your life. Learn how a singer went around the world on a cruise ship without a penny. See how a woman used telecosmic power to win an entire set of furniture for her home. Chapter 7 reveals the methods used. 8. You can tap higher psychic and clairvoyant forces in the universe by using telecosmic power. There is a power in the universe which can guide you to do the right things, to avoid making mistakes, to warn you of danger. A man in San Diego projected a new job in Florida with an increase of $1,800 a year in salary. A widow, past 50, projected a soulmate and won him in a most mysterious manner. A man in Hollywood, California, needed $3,500. He dreamed of winning the daily double at the next day's races and won that amount. Miracles can happen to you through the use of this same telecosmic power these people used. This is shown in Chapter 8. 9. You can use the art of telecosmic duplication to turn your thought forms into the realities you want in your everyday life. Learn how to build your own cosmic blueprint of destiny and project it to the cosmic intelligence. You will be guided to the fulfillment of your every dream. A couple projected their dream home and got it without effort. Learn of the 7 facets of God's perfect dream you can achieve. All this instruction you will find in Chapter 9. 10. Discover the amazing power of telecosmic alchemy and how to use it to perform miracles in your life. You can use this power to heal the sick, to increase your own income, control the minds of others for good, and to perform miracles in every department of your life. Learn about the forces of black and white magic, how witchcraft works, and why curses and blessings are a scientific reality. This vital knowledge is covered fully in Chapter 10. 11. Can you be guided through mystical dream symbols? Are you able to shape the events of your life? There is a dynamic universal language which speaks to you in symbols that shapes many events in your life. Learn how this hidden language can program your entire future destiny. Use telecosmographs to release hidden, creative energy so you may rise to the great heights you desire. Use this secret language of symbols to guide you to romantic fulfillment, to wealth, fame, and prestige. This instruction you will discover in Chapter 11. 12. You can use telecosmic power to release the 10 basic desires that shape your life in patterns of success. A woman changed her social life by programming herself to greater joy. A young girl of 21 was lonely and neglected until she learned how to use desire to win the attentions of a young man who proposed marriage. Learn how to program certain telecosmograms into your higher mind, which can bring you all the good things of life with little effort on your part. A 39-year-old man was a failure until he learned this system of mental programming. He went into a new business and was soon making $5,000 a month. A woman used this telecosmic power of desire and went into her own business and soon was making $2,000 a month. Desire is the secret key used by many rich people to achieve great things. You will discover the 10 basic desires for complete fulfillment in Chapter 12. 13. How you may tap the cosmic telebank of universal riches and become as rich as you wish to be. Do you long to have a carefree life and not have to worry anymore about money? Do you envy people who go to Europe every summer? Who have a new car, new home, and fine furnishings? You can start the flow of riches from the same cosmic telebank that these people have learned to use. The universe is filled with treasures. A woman got $65,000 suddenly from a source she never expected when she invoked this cosmic power. Howard Hughes uses the secret telecosmic law of the double return. Learn what this is in all its details and use the money chant that can bring you riches. This is all revealed in Chapter 13. 14. You can use telecosmic power to bring you vital good health, long life, and youthful energy. Sickness is caused by short-circuiting the telecosmic power of your brain and body cells. Now scientists in the laboratories are using what they call biofeedback and alpha brainwave therapy with meditation to help re-establish health in sick persons. You can release this healing power through meditation. Telecosmic power flows through your body when you use certain keywords and telecosmograms to program health in your subconscious mind. A woman learned how to overcome migraine headaches through this method. A man controlled his weight by using this telecosmic power. People have stopped smoking in 2 weeks, and others have dissolved warts and even tumors by using this mysterious healing power. See Chapter 14 for the full information on how to use this power for miracle healing. 15. Telecosmic power reveals the method by which you and your subconscious mind can become a winning cosmic team in the great game of life. Learn the 22 dynamic keywords and telecosmograms that can unlock tremendous reserves of power in your conscious and subconscious minds. You can find lost objects. You can magnetize members of the opposite sex. You can win money in contests or in lotteries. You can become a super salesman. You can attract happiness in love and marriage. These things and more are possible through telecosmic power. Study Chapter 15 to learn these 22 dynamic keywords that can dramatically change and improve your life for the better. Norvell. Introduction. There is a miracle working power in the universe which you may tap, and it can bring you the fulfillment of your every dream. This cosmic power is a universal intelligence that flows in invisible wavelengths among all the elements of creation. Just as wavelengths exist which bring us radio and television sounds and pictures, so too, this cosmic intelligence works throughout the universe, producing its miracles of creation. I have named this cosmic intelligence telecosmic power, from the two words tele, from telepathy, and cosmic, from the Greek word cosmos, meaning the totality of the universe. This telecosmic power speaks to the slumbering earth in the springtime, and each seed stirs with creative energy. All creation blooms with beauty and fragrance. The telecosmic command to the sleeping seed is, awaken, and through a miraculous telepathic communication between God and His creation, all life springs into instant awareness. This telecosmic power speaks to the acorn and says, draw cosmic life and energy from the soil and become a giant oak tree. Upon receiving this telecosmic command, the acorn instantly becomes a center of magnetism, drawing to itself all the chemicals it needs to become an oak tree. The caterpillar crawling in the dust hears the telecosmic command which says, stop crawling in the dust of your mortality and become a golden-winged butterfly. And instantly, the crawling creature obeys this imperious cosmic command. It lies down to mortal sleep in its earth-blown cocoon and awakens in the springtime, a glorious flying creature, bedecked in splendid colors like an iridescent cosmic jewel. This universal secret of telecosmic power works in all of nature to evolve it to its ultimate perfection. It also works for you when you once learn how to invoke the telecosmic power that can bring you the destiny you desire. How I discovered telecosmic power. I spent 25 years doing research in psychic phenomena, including all its branches: mental telepathy, clairvoyance, clairaudience, precognition, telekinesis, teleport, automatic writing and speaking, and intuition. In all these experiments with literally thousands of people who came to my lectures in world-famous Carnegie Hall, I discovered that this higher cosmic intelligence can be programmed to transmit amazing information to any person who wants to use it. By training people to use telecosmic power, I saw them literally perform miracles in their lives. They were able to request money, houses, land, jewels, cars, and other material things, and this telecosmic power guided them to the achievement of the things they asked for. Telecosmic power was used by these people to command the rich and famous in high places to help them achieve their high goals, and they responded instantly. Telecosmic power was used by others to help them solve their problems, to overcome fear and worry, to heal sick bodies and make them well. Still others used telecosmic power to guide them to fame and fortune. As the advisor to the Hollywood stars for many years, I saw unknown clerks, elevator operators, lumberjacks, and waiters suddenly become movie stars. Out of 17 of the richest men and women in Hollywood, worth from $50 to $100 million, 7 of them received my secret of telecosmic power early in their careers. Now, for the first time in book form, I am releasing this universal secret of telecosmic power, so you may invoke its aid to help you achieve your high goals in life. See how it has worked its miracles for some of my students. A woman needed $1,000 desperately to keep her from losing her business. I showed her how to use telecosmic power to reach a rich uncle who lived in Indianapolis. Within 24 hours, her uncle wired her the $1,000 she needed. There was no communication between them physically. She merely tuned in on universal wavelengths of mind and was able to project a telecosmogram to this uncle who instantly responded. Another woman in our lecture work in New York saw a beautiful jewel she wanted in a store window. She projected a telecosmogram that she wanted this gem. Within a few days, a man she knew bought the jewel for her. When he presented it to her, he said, "When I saw this in the window, I kept seeing your face before me, and I had to get it for you." Later, this same woman married this man. She had projected to this higher power the mental image of her perfect soulmate, and this man proposed to her shortly after presenting her with his gift. A farmer who came to New York City from Iowa to take my course of lessons returned to his farm later and used telecosmic power to perform a miracle. He and his brother wanted to buy 10 acres of land adjoining their farm, but the family that owned it had refused for years to sell any of their land. This man began to use telecosmic power, as he had learned it from me, and within 2 weeks this family put the 10 acres on the market, and they were able to buy it. You can use telecosmic power to work miracles. Telecosmic power can work miracles for your life also. This cosmic intelligence is waiting for your commands. When you learn a few simple words, called telecosmograms, and project them to this higher cosmic intelligence, you will attract with effortless ease what you have subconsciously programmed. You can program your higher mind centers, just as we do a modern computer, with anything you want telecosmic power to bring you, and it will carry out your commands automatically. It cannot refuse your requests, for it is an automatic intelligence that works for anyone who knows how to use it. Study this book carefully. Use the telecosmograms and telecosmographs given here for a period of weeks, repeating the telecosmograms silently, as many 2 or 3 times a day as you can. When you have programmed entire telecosmogram into your subconscious and superconscious minds by reading it 2 or 3 times, you can merely repeat the short 2-word telecosmogram and will instantly release the entire command that you have programmed into your higher mind. Whenever you want to repeat the entire telecosmogram, you merely say the 2 words that are the keys to the particular command you have programmed, and it will begin to work for you with effortless ease. Now you are ready to embark on one of the greatest mystical experiences of your life. Use this book as a source of inspiration and instruction to guide you to the use of the right telecosmograms for health, happiness, prosperity, riches and abundance, love, fulfillment, money and property, gifts and talents, friends and social recognition. Norvell. Chapter 1. How to release telecosmic power to bring you everything you desire. A secret and mysterious cosmic power exists in the universe which you may tap, and it will bring you everything that you desire in life. Telecosmic power is the mysterious intelligence that flows throughout the universe, working under cosmic laws. It molds and shapes the entire universe, and you have the power to imprint your own mental commands on this invisible protoplasm and create anything that you desire. For the first time in history, science has proved the existence of subtle wavelengths that issue from man's higher mind centers. These thought forms can be projected out in space to contact other minds and influence them to do their bidding. You can tune your mind like a radio or television set to receive thoughts and inspirations from other minds. You can also program these higher mind centers with certain words and phrases which I call telecosmograms, and these are relayed to the higher cosmic mind, which can bring you the things you ask for. Not only are mental telepathy and psychic phenomena now provable in the laboratory, but scientists have discovered that when your thought forms contact the invisible universal intelligence, they are able to imprint it with your desires and bring all your dreams into fulfillment. This telecosmic power extends beyond the limited range of man's own conscious mind. It flows in a vast tidal wave of cosmic intelligence to everything that exists in the universe. Telecosmic power flows through the soil and magnetizes the seed, causing it to attract the elements it needs for its perfect growth. Telecosmic power flows through a chicken's egg and causes it to know perfectly how to create feathers, eyes, lungs, beak, and skin from a tiny microscopic cell that is cosmically programmed with the picture of a perfect baby chick. This same telecosmic power even sets a cosmic time clock that tells the chick to be born within 21 days. The miracles performed by telecosmic power. This telecosmic power permeates all time and space. It works more readily for you when you summon its mighty force than it does for a flower or a baby chick. In this chapter, we shall learn how you may tap the universal secret of telecosmic power and command it to bring you everything that you desire for your complete life experience. Here are some of the miracles that telecosmic power will perform for you. 1. You can direct this universal force to bring you money from unexpected sources, and it will, suddenly and without effort on your part, produce sums of money anywhere from $100 to $1,000, depending on your needs. With more use of telecosmic power, it can bring you large sums such as $10,000 to $100,000, as it has to many of my students who have used this miracle power. 2. You can command telecosmic power to bring you your true soulmate, and no matter how many times you have been disappointed in love, the person you choose for love and marriage will come to you, as though hypnotized. 3. You can direct telecosmic power to heal you of an illness that may not yield to medical knowledge, and this power will begin to heal your body perfectly. 4. With telecosmic power, you can break negative habits such as smoking, drinking, gambling, or other destructive habits. 5. You can tune in on another person's thought waves and know if he is honest and what his thoughts are in regard to you. 6. You can reach out with telecosmic power and contact the minds of wealthy and important persons and bid them to give you work to help you advance your interests and even to give you large sums of money. 7. With telecosmic power, you can attract houses, lands, stocks, jewels, cars, and other possessions which you will never lose. 8. You will have the power to sway the minds of your friends and magnetize them with your mind, so they will form a charmed circle of close friendship that will remain forever. 9. Telecosmic power improves your memory and gives you the ability to retain facts, names, and dates, and summon them up at will. 10. Besides all these material and physical things, telecosmic power can bring you peace of mind and peace of soul, so that you can live in a troubled world, free of all anxieties and pressures, in perfect serenity. So you will have greater faith in this miracle power which you are now going to invoke in your life. Let us examine some of the miracles that telecosmic power performs and which you see in your own life. Your brain and your body have been genetically programmed so that you are different from every other human being. Telecosmic power printed in the invisible genes of your brain and body, a cosmic blueprint that was passed on to you by your human mother and father. This higher intelligence programmed the color hair, eyes, and skin you would have. It determined how tall you would be. It structured the nervous system, the heart, the brain, and other body organs, so they would function perfectly. In other words, it created the miracle which you are. You can use this same telecosmic power to program your destiny, to release thought forms that go out and shape your brain children from the invisible protoplasm that fills all space. See how this telecosmic power creates millions of trees, flowers, fruits, and vegetables from the same invisible protoplasm. It has created billions of stars, sent them spinning out in space, and directs them to revolve in their orbits under the great law of magnetism or gravity. You possess this same power of magnetism in your mind. You can direct telecosmic power to produce anything you desire, and it must obey your commands. A woman projected telecosmic power for a husband. A woman, 40 years of age, learned about this telecosmic power. She wanted to marry again, as her husband had been killed in an accident. Everyone told her no man would marry a 40-year-old woman. This woman began to project telecosmic commands, which I call telecosmograms, to her higher mind, so that she would attract her true soulmate. One day, she went into an optometrist's shop to buy a pair of sunglasses. The doctor who waited on her was a tall, handsome man. Just the ideal she had pictured and projected as being the type she would like to marry. As though he were hypnotized, this doctor came instantly under this woman's magnetic spell. He took her name and address for his records. And as the woman left the shop, she projected the telecosmogram. "You will call me in 3 days." Exactly on the 3rd day, this doctor telephoned her, asked for a date, and told her that in his 20 years of practice, he had never once become intimate with a client. Within 3 months, this man, who was a bachelor, proposed marriage. How telecosmic power works for you. This same telecosmic power will work for you when you once learn how to project telecosmograms to the higher mind that rules the universe. This power, working through your own subconscious and superconscious minds, can bring you anything that you desire when you once invoke the telecosmic power. Regimen for using telecosmic power. 1. To begin the flow of telecosmic power in your own life, you must use keywords and sentences, which I have named telecosmograms. These keywords flash a message to your subconscious mind of the things you want it to do for you. The subconscious mind is then programmed to contact the higher cosmic mind, which is everywhere in the universe, and unites its power with this universal intelligence to shape the things you have asked for. First, decide what it is that you want this higher power to bring you. Then sit quietly in meditation and use the telecosmogram one unite. You do not need to memorize the following telecosmogram that you are now going to flash to the higher cosmic mind. All you need do is remember the 2 words, 7 unite, and whenever you want to use this power, you will repeat the words I unite 7 times, releasing the following telecosmograms to your higher mind and the cosmic intelligence which rules the universe. 1. Unite. My conscious mind now unites perfectly with the subconscious and superconscious minds that perform miracles for me. I unite my mind with the cosmic intelligence that rules the universe. I invoke its aid now to bring me instant guidance. I wish to have my right work, my right income, the perfect love and marriage, the larger sums of money to achieve financial independence. I wish to have my problems solved and to create the perfect destiny which I desire. 2. After you have read the above telecosmograms over at least 7 times, they will become deeply imprinted on your subconscious and superconscious minds. You have now become programmed to the keywords I unite, just as a computer is programmed with certain data. You are now programmed so that whenever you punch the key of your mental computer with the keywords I unite, they will instantly trigger the automatic action of your higher mind centers. Your superconscious mind will then flash the entire mental programming to the higher cosmic intelligence that rules the universe. Your telecosmograms are then put into the vast computer-like cosmic system that produces everything in the universe. It begins, through a kind of telepathic communication, to guide you to do the things that will bring you the fulfillment of your every wish. How a woman overcame marital problems with the telecosmogram I unite. A woman had been married 5 years when she and her husband began to have violent disagreements and his ardor cooled. She loved her husband and did not want to low him. She learned in our classes about projecting telecosmic power, so she instantly began to project the keywords unite with the telecosmogram. Unity shall prevail in my life. Confusion shall end. I shall have harmony in my home, my work, and my environment. Every time she thought of it, she kept repeating the keywords I unite. This instantly triggered the telecosmograms she had put into her subconscious mind about unity in her home. The 3rd day, when she served her husband breakfast, he remarked that she looked different. She smiled, with the secret knowledge of what that difference was. When he left for work, he kissed her, something he had not done for weeks. All during the next few days, she kept repeating the keywords I unite, and she told me it even worked like magic in the office where she worked with several people who were always quarreling. She began to speak in a calmer tone of voice. Her co-workers began to respond with more unity and restraint. The confusion and discord seemed to end mysteriously. She and her husband began to have better relations, and to this day they are happily married. Use the keywords I unite whenever you want telecosmic power to bring you peace of mind, better relations with your mate, your children, your co-workers. Use it when you feel that your subconscious mind is not bringing you the happiness and prosperity you desire. 3. If it is something physical or material that you want telecosmic power to bring you, use the keywords one receive. Read the following telecosmogram 7 times, and then repeat the keywords I receive several times a day. The following telecosmogram will be automatically released in your life. I wish to receive from telecosmic power the sum of $1,000 so I may pay my bills. I wish to receive more money in my work or from unexpected sources at once, so I may have freedom from financial worries and burdens. A woman who came to our classes reported to me that she decided to test telecosmic power with a small sum first. She projected the key words I received with the above telecosmogram. The next night, she was on her way home from work when she was caught in a heavy rainstorm that flooded the streets. She stood at the curb waiting for a cab when she looked down into the street, and there she saw something green that looked like money floating in the water. She reached down and picked it up. It was a $50 billion. The next day, a letter came that contained a check for $50. Her $100 had come to her mysteriously in 2 days. She then had more faith in the power and asked that her husband, who was a recording artist, would have a successful record. In 2 weeks' time, he had a contract with a big record company and recorded a song that became a hit. 4. If you wish to receive recognition in your work, if you want to advance your interests, or to earn more money, use the following 3 telecosmograms. I progress. I advance. I earn. Use these keywords to trigger the following telecosmograms. I progress. I am eager to progress in my work, to win promotion and bigger pay. I wish to be in work where I shall be independent, to earn $50,000 a year or more, in work that is pleasant as well as profitable. I advance. I ask that my interests be advanced, that I be shown how I can rise to the highest levels of income in a future business that will bring me a new home, a beautiful Cadillac, and the furnishings I shall require for the new home. 1. Earn. I wish to find a new line of work where I shall earn $50,000 a year, that this work shall take me traveling and bring me before the public in some way, through sales or representing some big firm. A young woman in our work in California, who was only 26 years of age, learned about telecosmic power. She began to use the above 3 keywords and telecosmograms. She was working in an office as a typist and did not like her work and the small salary she received. Within 2 weeks, by using the above keywords at least 20 times a day, she was guided to a large cosmetic firm that needed representatives to go through the country demonstrating the product before large groups of women. This young woman got the job and kept projecting her telecosmograms every night, just before retiring, and several times a day. She reported to me that the first year in her new work she earned $25,000. The second year, it soared to $50,000. Then she decided that with this success, she would really test her telecosmic power. She projected the telecosmogram that she wanted the following things. 1. To live in a beautiful home in the Hollywood Hills. 2. A pink Cadillac. 3. Her soulmate. Within a few weeks' time, she was guided to a mansion in the Hollywood Hills, in a section where homes were priced from $100,000 to $250,000. She found the exact house she wanted, but it was priced at $125,000, too much for her present bank balance. She projected the telecosmogram that she would get it for $95,000 with a smaller down payment. When she met the sales representative of the property, he fell under her spell and agreed to let her have the house for $95,000 with the exact down payment she could afford. She moved in, and within a few weeks she had the exact furniture she had projected, and in her driveway was the pink Cadillac she had asked for. Now this young lady is well on her way to the $100,000 a year income she is projecting through telecosmic power. Her soulmate has not yet arrived, but with her beautiful background and her newly awakened powers, this should come to her in a short space of time. 5. When you have practiced using telecosmic power for a few days, keep track of the things that you want it to produce for you. Then sit quietly in meditation and write them down on a piece of paper. This becomes your worksheet. Read this paper over every morning when you cosmic arise, and every night just before going to sleep. Put on that paper the things you want in your future. Do not be afraid to ask for big, seemingly impossible things. Telecosmic power can release a miracle force in your life that can attract anything you desire. Label this page you are going to use. My Cosmic to project the telecosmograms given here on your worksheet. Use the keywords I desire. This will unlock the hidden power of your subconscious mind and communicate your messages direct to the cosmic intelligence which creates all things. They are then set into motion in the cosmic computer that works throughout the realm of nature, bringing you the requests on your cosmic worksheet. I desire my right work and the release of the mental gifts and talents that will fit me for that work. I wish to become a writer, or here insert whatever it is you would like as a mental gift. An artist, a composer, an inventor, a lawyer, a doctor, a scientist, a teacher, a politician, a business industrialist, an actor, singer or dancer, an explorer, a photographer, and so on. I desire a beautiful home or apartment for my family and myself. It shall be tastefully decorated and in a peaceful, quiet neighborhood. I wish to own my home and be able to meet all payments successfully. I desire a car, name the make and model and color, and ask that it be materialized easily and in the next 2 months. 1. Desire an education for my children in a university where they shall be prepared to become a success in their future careers. 1. Desire peace of mind and happiness in my home, my office and work. 1. Desire my true romance and soul mate so I may become fulfilled in love and marriage and have my own family. I desire beautiful clothes, jewelry, and other possessions. Here name these articles you desire. I desire that I shall take a trip to Europe for my vacation this year, and that the extra money will come from an unexpected source to pay all expenses. I desire intellectual growth and wisdom, to read the right books, to study the courses in evening school that will most benefit me and prepare me for my glorious new life adventure. 6. Whenever you want to trigger your mental and cosmic computer to bring you the things you have written on your cosmic worksheet, punch the mental key with the words, I desire. As you have already programmed the entire list of things you desire in your subconscious mind by writing them down and reading them over, you are automatically programmed to this list of events. Now all you need to do each day is to read this list over twice a day, or more if you have time. Then several times a day use the mental keywords, I desire. Say this to yourself at least 10 times a day. A young man who made out his cosmic worksheet in Los Angeles had written down that he wanted to become motion picture producer. The only difficulty, he told me one day at one of my lectures, was that he didn't have a cent in the bank and didn't know how to get money. He ushered for me at my lectures to earn extra money and exposed himself to the telecosmic power we use in our work. Within 3 months' time, this young man obtained the rights to a novel called The Cup and the Sword for $500. As he had no money, he gave the author a contract to pay later. He took this novel to Universal Studios and they bought it, making him the producer of the picture named This Earth Is Mine, with Rock Hudson as the star. In fact, he had already programmed the fact that he wanted Rock Hudson and Gene Simmons to star in his first picture. 7. In using your cosmic worksheet to program your higher mind with the keywords I desire, you can scratch out the various things that come to you, and each week prepare a new worksheet, putting down other things you want telecosmic power to do for you. Obviously, for larger sums like $50,000 or $100,000, it may take longer than for smaller sums or events. But do not doubt that this power can work miracles for you, as it has for thousands of other people who have used it. A young man in our lecture work in New York City put down $100,000 on his worksheet and had a dream one night of a winning combination of numbers for the lottery. When the numbers were drawn, he won the $100,000. Another woman put down that she wanted $100,000 through a lottery. After I told this story at a lecture, she drew the winning number for $5,000. It was only 1/20th of what she asked for, but she gave thanks and kept on using her cosmic worksheet for other sums, and they may come in hundreds or even thousands over a period of time. Still, another member of our lecture work wrote down she wanted a color TV set. The one she had priced was nearly $1,000. She didn't have that much in the bank, but she projected the keywords "I desire" and her telecosmogram of the RCA TV set she desired. In 2 weeks' time, a friend who owned a TV color set of that make moved and gave her the TV set for $100. In other chapters, I shall give literally dozens of keywords and telecosmograms which you may use for specific purposes. If you do not find the ones you need for your special desires, you can invent your own and write them down, using the keywords that you will find in other chapters of this book. Vital points to remember in Chapter 1. 1. There is a mysterious power that exists in the universe which you may tap to bring you anything that you desire. 2. Scientists have proved invisible wavelengths exist which issue from man's mind centers. You can learn how to project these through telecosmic power and influence others to do your bidding. 3. How telecosmic power works in nature to produce its miracles of life and growth. 4. The 10 great things that telecosmic power will bring you when you use the right keywords and telecosmograms. 5. How you are genetically programmed by telecosmic power to a certain type of brain and body that is different from all other human beings. 6. How a woman used telecosmic power to attract her true soulmate, even though she was 40 years of age. 7. How to use the keywords "I unite" to bring perfect unison between your conscious, subconscious, and superconscious minds and the cosmic intelligence which carries out your commands. 8. How a woman was able to use telecosmic power to bring unity into her marriage and her office by using the telecosmic keywords "I unite." 9. How you can use the keywords "I receive" when you want to receive money from unexpected sources. 10. How a woman tested this power by asking for $100. She found a $50 billion floating in the gutter in a rainstorm and received the other $50 the next day in the mail. 11. The 3 keywords "I progress," "1 advance," and "I earn" that you can begin to use immediately to bring you progress in business, advances in your work, and more money earning power. 12. A young woman, only 26 years of age, asked telecosmic power to bring her a salary of $50,000 a year, a mansion in the Hollywood Hills, new furnishings for the home, and a pink Cadillac. In 1 year, she earned $25,000, the second year $50,000, and she put a down payment on a mansion and had the pink Cadillac. 13. How to create your cosmic worksheet to use every day with the keywords "I desire." 14. A young man used the keywords "1 desire" with the telecosmogram that he would become a producer. In a year, he produced his first picture for Universal Studios. 15. 2 people, using telecosmic power, projected they would win the New York lottery. One won $100,000, the other $5,000. Chapter 2. How to project the 11 elements of success through telecosmic power. What are your secret dreams and desires? What would you like to have more than anything else in the world? It is vitally important that you know exactly what you want telecosmic power to bring. When you and your subconscious minds are fully agreed on the things you want, you can use the right telecosmograms to flash the message to your higher mind centers. Then you will receive telepathic guidance to the things you want. In this chapter, we shall explore the 11 elements of success and show you the method by which you can achieve them through the use of telecosmic power. 1. Your right work. In every person, there is an instinctive urge to create something good through his thoughts and labor. This creative effort becomes the compelling motivation that drives man to goal fulfillment. When you are in work that you dislike, it is an affront to your higher mind. Your subconscious and superconscious minds are actually spiritual twins to your conscious mind, and they share your every life experience. If you do work that is beneath your mental potentials, you rob your spiritual twins of their rightful heritage of success and abundance. Program in your subconscious mind the keywords desire and the telecosmogram. I shall attract my right work which I shall enjoy, and I shall be a great success in my chosen field. If you are in work that does not suit you now, keep on programming the keywords I desire and renewing the telecosmogram each day until it is indelibly written on your subconscious mind. Then, mysteriously, automatically, with little effort on your part, your higher mind will guide you to the exact type of work you are best suited to. A young man who used telecosmic power to change his work. A young man of 28 came to me once for guidance as to his right work. He worked in his father's butcher shop, but hated his job. He told me how he had always wanted to be a landscape gardener. I gave him this regime for programming his right work through the use of telecosmic power, with the keywords I desire and the telecosmogram. I want to find my right work in the field of landscape gardening. This young man reported to me a few weeks later. He said a man bought a large supply of meat from his father's shop. The delivery man was sick that day, so the young man decided to deliver it himself. The man he delivered it to had a large nursery and landscape gardening business on Long Island. He hired 10 men to work for him on big estates for rich clients. Through this contact, the young butcher was offered a job as a landscape gardener. He now is programming that one day he will own a similar business and become a big success. 2. Money or adequate rewards and remuneration. You can use telecosmic power to increase your income. You can program sums of money from $1,000 to $1 million. You must have faith in this power of your higher mind to bring you the money you feel you deserve. Start programming your mind first with smaller sums of money like $100 and $500 before graduating to larger sums. This helps build your confidence in the power that can bring you the larger sums of money. Use the keywords I desire with the following telecosmogram. 1. Desire the sum of $500 for immediate expenses, and the larger sums of $1,000 and $5,000 for travel and luxuries. I also program the sum of $100,000 for future financial security for my family and myself. This telecosmic power often works in a mysterious way to bring money from unexpected sources. A young woman needed money desperately. Her father had died, and she and her mother were left penniless. She began to project the telecosmograms for immediate money. Something impelled her to telephone her uncle, who lived in a distant city. He told her that his brother, some years before, had left a package with him, which he was to send his family if he should die. When the girl received the package, she found stock certificates her father had bought for a few cents a share years before. She took them to a stockbroker and found they were for an oil company in Canada. They had discovered an oil field that made the stocks now worth $47,000. 3. Love fulfillment, marriage and the rearing of a family, surely one of life's greatest treasures, is love fulfillment and the rearing of a family. This priceless privilege brings into focus the divine emotion of love on all planes of creative expression. You can program love fulfillment into your subconscious mind with the key words I desire, and the telecosmograms that we shall later learn how to release to the higher mind centers. No matter who it is, love happiness is vitally important to perfect living. Love happiness, however, is not limited to the young, nor to procreative love alone. After your family has been reared and you are past the age where physical love and procreative love matter, there is still the expression of love on other planes of creativity. Some of the world's greatest art, music, poetry, literature, invention, scientific discoveries, and industrial achievement have been inspired by this noble emotion. You can attract your true soul mate through telecosmic power. You can attract friends and win their love and esteem. You can use the keywords "I desire" to trigger reactions in your higher mind that automatically direct you to the type of love expression you need to fit your particular age bracket. 4. Friends and social reciprocity. No man lives for himself alone. Perfect living requires that you have the right type of friends. Every person has an innate desire to be wanted, admired, respected, and enjoyed by his friends. The telecosmic power recognizes your need for friendship and can intuitively guide you to the right places where you may meet people who have similar interests to yourself. A young woman of 20 had trouble making friends. She felt inferior and insecure socially. When she learned how to project telecosmograms using the keywords "I desire" for the right type of friends, she was impelled to join an amateur dramatic group in her neighborhood. She became so engrossed in the joys of her newfound avocation that she completely lost herself in her work. Soon she was attracting young men and women friends who had the same interests, and her life was changed from one of loneliness to glorious fulfillment. The qualities to program telecosmically into your subconscious mind for attracting friends are sharing your good with others, joyous radiance, optimism, a desire to make others happy, tolerance of others' faults, the ability to praise people rather than criticize them, a happy smile instead of a perpetual frown. Emerson said it in one sentence: to have a friend, be a friend. 5. Creative gifts and talents. Have you dreamed of being able to paint beautiful pictures, write poetry or stories, compose songs, or invent some useful object? Deep within every human psyche is the creative urge to give expression to some form of beauty. Many times, your work may not be satisfactory, and for some reason you may not want to change it, owing to retirement benefits or pensions. But you have a deep soul urge to release some higher creative gifts and talents. Telecosmic power can reveal to you what higher octaves of creativity your mind is capable of releasing. By using the keywords "I desire" and the telecosmograms that you will learn soon, you can release a steady flow of creative power that can bring you satisfaction and enjoyment. A man who used telecosmic power to change his life was a house painter. He liked his work, but it did not give him the creative satisfaction he desired. After hearing one lecture on how he could program new creative gifts through telecosmic power, he began to use the keywords "one desire" with the telecosmograms that he could become an artist. He was soon painting original oil paintings that won favorable criticism in a one-man show. He sold every one of his paintings, and from that time his hobby became a source of extra income as well as soul satisfaction to him. A woman worked in a television studio as a reception clerk in Hollywood, California. She learned about telecosmic power and decided she should be in front of the cameras, not behind them. She took a short course in acting with a noted coach, and within 2 months' time, she was playing the second lead in a daytime serial that brought her in a big income, as well as satisfying her innate desire to use higher creative gifts and talents. 6. Health and youthful energy. Perfect living is never possible without this greatest of all life's treasures: good health and the youthful vitality to make life a joy instead of a pain-filled, sick experience. The physical body responds to the promptings of your higher subconscious mind when it is programmed with the telecosmograms that are triggered with the words "I desire." 7. Peace of mind and peace of soul. Many millionaires do not have peace of mind and peace of soul. They often spend all their time, like Hetty Green, the famous miser worth $100 million, in accumulating material riches, but they are mentally and spiritually impoverished. In recent years, 5 multimillionaires in America committed suicide because they did not know how to program peace of mind and peace of soul. You can have money and all the good things of life and still have peace of mind and peace of soul if you use telecosmic power to elevate your mind to higher levels of creative and spiritual action. You will program into your higher cosmic mind centers the desire for peace. You will live under the mental, moral, ethical, and spiritual laws that program your mind to honesty, goodness, morality, charity, faith, and prayer. 8. Intellectual riches. Many people live one-dimensional lives in which their work and making money take precedence over everything else. These people often miss out on the greatest treasures in the universe, the beauty of art and music, the priceless riches of great and inspiring thoughts from the minds of geniuses in literature and poetry, the ability to perceive and appreciate the beauty in nature, the changing of seasons, the blooming of flowers, the incandescent glory of a sunrise or sunset, the wonder of a moonlit night, with the billions of stars testifying to the cosmic splendor that has been created for your enjoyment. Man is more than an eating, drinking, sleeping animal. He partakes of a spark of divinity, which we call the soul. It is this soul awareness that you can program through telecosmic power, and you will add to the expanded dimensions of consciousness that will give you the intellectual capacity to enjoy the perfect living you will program. 9. Self-development. Perfect living should include the constant evolvement of yourself as an individual through a self-development program that you can institute through telecosmic power. Each day, you should program into your subconscious mind telecosmograms of wisdom and knowledge from the immortals. You should refine your manners, polish your personality, work on achieving a better voice, more perfect diction, a more magnetic and commanding presence. You should add great thoughts to your mental storehouse of riches so you can weather the storms of life. Self-development should be a constant growth and expansion, which you can trigger with the keywords "I desire" and the telecosmograms, which you will find at the end of this chapter. A young lady who was a maid for a very rich woman on Park Avenue in New York City came into my lectures in Carnegie Hall and for the first time learned of how she could use telecosmic power to improve her lot in life. She had faith that she could become something more than an overworked, underpaid maid, as this was back in 1942 when salaries were not very high for that type of work. This girl began to use the telecosmic power, triggered by the keywords "I desire," every night just before going to bed. She did this for 1 week when suddenly she was walking by a high school she had passed many times, and she saw a sign that said, "Adult Classes Evenings." She made inquiries and found out she could enroll in any one of dozens of courses and improve herself. Without knowing why, she chose typing. She soon became a rapid typist, although she could see no possible use she would have for it in the future. When she had completed her course, her subconscious mind guided her through telecosmic power to look in the newspaper under personals, and there she saw an ad asking for a young woman who could typewrite to be traveling companion and social secretary to a very famous woman author. She applied and got the excellent job, and gave thanks to her spiritual twin for the telecosmic guidance to perfect living. 10. Happiness and pleasure. Perfect living should include as one of its goals pleasurable experiences that bring one radiant and perpetual happiness. Man was not born into misery and discontent. We create our own unhappiness when we fight against the natural, inborn cosmic urge to be joyous creatures of light, peace, and beauty. You can use telecosmic power to align your higher psychic mind centers with patterns of daily experiences that bring you happiness and furnish you with pleasurable experiences. To program this state of consciousness, use the keywords "I desire" with the telecosmograms that you will read later, and then daily program into your mind, sent in the happy remembrances of past events that gave you pleasure. Avoid dwelling on the negative experiences of life. Stop reviewing the past disappointments and defeats and discouragements. Each night, before going to sleep, program your mind with the most joyous experiences of the past. The first Christmas when you discovered Santa Claus, your first visit to a circus, your first remembrance of snow, the first visit to the seashore. All these memories are indelibly etched upon the sensitive subconscious mind, which is tuned to joy. And by recreating these past soul's remembrances, you will create the magnetic attraction once more to other happy life experiences. 11. Spiritual riches and love of God. Telecosmic power works through a higher spiritual channel, which man calls God. This intelligence knows how to create your destiny perfectly. You trusted your life to this invisible power when you embarked upon this mystical journey through time and space. When your soul is attuned to the higher wavelengths of spiritual power, you will receive automatic guidance to your every move in life. Nothing will be too early or too late. You will prosper and succeed beyond your wildest dreams. For your higher superconscious mind, the so-called God mind, relays to your subconscious mind and your conscious mind all the information they need to keep you functioning as a healthy, happy, and creative human being. You can use the keywords "I desire" with the telecosmograms we shall now study, and you will automatically communicate with the highest available source of spiritual intelligence and energy that man may tap. How to program the "I desire" telecosmograms into your subconscious mind for successful living. I desire. Say this key telecosmogram 7 times until you feel a strong emotional reaction of desire within your mind and body. Desire is an emotion which awakens the slumbering giant of mental power within your subconscious mind. It is the magic genie that will carry out your every wish and command. Preface the following telecosmograms with this powerful subconscious motivator, and you will then let it unlock all channels for achieving the things you desire. I desire. I now program my subconscious and superconscious minds with the 11 essentials for successful living. 1. My right work. 2. Money or adequate rewards and remuneration. 3. Love fulfillment, marriage and rearing of a family. 4. Friends and social reciprocity. 5. Creative gifts and talents. 6. Health and youthful energy. 7. Peace of mind and peace of soul. 8. Intellectual riches. 9. Self-development. 10. Happiness and pleasure. 11. Spiritual riches and love of God. I ask my higher mind to guide me to the fulfillment of each of the above essentials for successful living. I wish to discover my hidden potentials of greatness and to rise above mediocrity into the realms of great achievement. Desire now becomes the cosmic emotion that elevates my consciousness and causes my subconscious mind to rise to new heights of greatness. In order to trigger any of the above 11 elements for successful living, which have now been programmed into your subconscious mind, read the above telecosmogram at least 7 times. Then, when you want to release its potent power from your subconscious mind, sit quietly and meditate on the keywords, I desire, and all the related thoughts you have programmed into the computer of your higher mind will be automatically released. Review of points in Chapter 2. 1. The 11 elements of success that can be achieved through telecosmic power. 2. How to program your right work through telecosmic power and be guided into the exact profession or vocation to which you are suited by temperament and talent. 3. How a young man changed his work when he wanted to be something other than a butcher and went into landscape gardening. 4. How to program telecosmograms that can bring you anywhere from $1,000 to $1 million. 5. How a young woman programmed her subconscious for money and received $47,000 from a most unexpected source. 6. How you can use telecosmic power for love fulfillment, marriage, and the rearing of your own family. 7. How to use telecosmic power to attract friends and the right social life. 8. How you can create gifts and talents through telecosmic power and become an artist, writer, composer, inventor, or business success. 9. How a woman used telecosmic power to become an actress on TV and became a great success. 10. Health and youthful vitality can be programmed through telecosmic power to remove pain, sickness, and accidents. 11. How you may find peace of mind and peace of soul by using the higher cosmic mind centers to program your life. 12. How to use the power of your higher mind to bring you the intellectual riches that give you a strong memory, a vivid imagination, and wisdom to live your life intelligently. 13. The mental gifts you desire can be yours. You can use telecosmic power through the keywords I desire to show you how to develop into a magnetic and powerful personality that commands respect and attention. 14. How a young woman received a well-paying job with a famous author and traveled around the world through the use of telecosmic programming. 15. Happiness in your daily life experiences may be brought about through the use of the key words "I desire" and certain telecosmograms which you can use daily to keep you joyous. 16. Spiritual riches, a love of God, and devotion to Him can be brought about when you program your higher mind centers with the spiritual telecosmograms that bring you into attunement with His cosmic intelligence. Chapter 3. Achieve life's greatest goals through the telecosmic dream of perfection. Hidden within your higher mind centers is God's perfect dream for your future life. This dream is one of ultimate perfection for all forms of creation. You have been given the power to achieve every dream and desire that God has put into your mind, heart, and soul. Do you long for love, happiness? You can achieve it. Do you dream of being independently rich? It is possible for you to become successful and rich. Do you want friends, a business of your own, gifts and talents? These things can be achieved through the use of telecosmic power that will cause you to reach your highest goals in life. You can invoke the supreme power of telecosmic forces to elevate your consciousness to the super realms of great achievement that has always been attained by the immortals. The secret telecosmogram that you can flash to your subconscious and superconscious minds when you aspire to great achievement is I achieve. You have the power to rise above your own limited situations in life and grow wings of the imagination, which can help you rise above poverty, lack, limitation, sickness, sadness, suffering, misery, loneliness, and discontent. The secret telecosmogram that geniuses have always used to rise above the ignorance and limitations of their times was encompassed in the words, I achieve. Pericles, who conceived the magnificent blueprint for and built the Parthenon in ancient Athens, Greece, was inspired by this desire to achieve a building so perfect that it has been called one of the world's most perfect creations for over 2,500 years. Michelangelo, considered one of the greatest geniuses who ever lived, undoubtedly tapped telecosmic power in his desire to achieve perfection in his sculptures and his masterpieces. When he was 74, he came out of retirement to paint his heroic masterpiece in the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican at Rome. He lay on a scaffold for 12 to 14 hours a day, painting on the chapel's ceiling his gigantic masterpiece of the creation of the universe by God. In that scene, he shows Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and the gigantic figure of God reaching out through the cosmos, touching the finger of Adam, inspiring him with creative life. This desire to achieve greatness is in every human being when he is touched by the finger of God. Through telecosmic power, the cosmic mind can touch and inspire your creative imagination and arouse the latent desire within your mind to make of your life a magnificent masterpiece. There's an angel in that stone. A story is told of Michelangelo that as he walked one day past an artist's studio, he found a discarded weather-stained piece of marble in his backyard. The great artist took the heavy marble up onto his shoulders and was struggling toward his studio with it. An artist friend of his passed him on the street and said, "Michelangelo, what in heaven's name are you planning to do with that weather-stained old piece of marble?" The great genius, with a flash of creative fire in his eyes, replied, "There's an angel in that stone, and I must get it out." With that dream of perfect achievement, Michelangelo carved from that weather-stained, discarded block of marble one of the most delicate and perfect statues of an angel that the world has ever seen. The angel that slumbers within your soul. An angel slumbers within your own immortal soul. Telecosmic power is the keen chisel that can carve from the obdurate block or marble, which is your life, the most delicate, beautiful, and perfect statue, which shall become an imperishable memorial to your greatness. Great artists, musicians, composers, inventors, scientists, reformers, mystics, seers, and prophets have all had this magnificent dream imprisoned within their souls, and their life mission was to release the slumbering angel of beauty, glory, and ultimate perfection. Beethoven and Chopin used this telecosmic power to create their soaring musical compositions. Rembrandt, Raphael, and Titian caught the dream supreme of cosmic beauty in their glorious artistic achievements. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle comprehended the mystery of telecosmic power in their brilliant philosophies. Shakespeare, Byron, Keats, and Shelley measured telecosmic rhythm and cadence in iridescent jewels of poetry and literature that have set high standards for generations. Washington and Lincoln used telecosmic power to weld a young nation into bonds of unity and freedom. Pasteur and Newton each unlocked telecosmic power within their higher subconscious minds that told them secrets of the invisible world, in their discoveries of germs and the power of gravity or magnetism that holds our Earth and Moon in space by an invisible hand, causing them to spin around the sun. Einstein and Edison both used this creative intelligence to achieve their great discoveries through telecosmic power. But genius is not limited to the distant past. In our own age, telecosmic power is still being channeled and used to create greatness. In modern music, Bacharach, Berlin, and Gershwin have brought our age the pulse beat of the modern generations. In drama, Tennessee Williams, Edward Albee, and Arthur Miller have produced great works through the telecosmogram, I Achieve. The telecosmic dream of perfection. In our modern age, William Faulkner, Thomas Wolfe, and other great authors have created literature that will survive. A former student of telecosmic power rebuilt the London Bridge. A man came into our lecture work in Los Angeles and absorbed the principles of telecosmic power. He had desire to achieve something great. He asked his higher mind to give him a creative idea that would bring pleasure to millions of people. One day, on a trip to London, he observed the London Bridge. This triggered some kind of subconscious reaction that fitted his desire to achieve. He made inquiries and found that the famous historic bridge was being torn down. He offered to buy it and transport it intact to his hometown of Havasu City, in Arizona, on the banks of the Colorado River, where he had it completely restored as a sightseeing spectacle. Now each year, hundreds of thousands of tourists are able to see and walk upon the historic London Bridge. This idea that came through telecosmic power has not only brought this man enduring fame, but has made him a fortune. How to use the telecosmograms of I Achieve to attain life's highest goals. 1. Sit quietly and concentrate your mind on the telecosmogram I Achieve. Let it flow into your subconscious mind with several repetitions of these keywords. You will feel a gentle flow of power that vibrates through your higher mind centers. 2. After you have triggered your subconscious mind with these keywords, read the following telecosmograms, which you will now feed into your higher mind centers. Then, after reading them, let them go, knowing they are indelibly imprinted on your sensitive subconscious and superconscious minds, ready for instant action when triggered with the keywords I Achieve. I Achieve. My higher mind centers are now programmed with the awareness that I am striving for life's highest goals. I am no longer content with an ordinary destiny. I wish to achieve the greatest, create the most beautiful, and aspire to the highest goals possible of attainment. I am now inspired by the lofty ideals that have motivated geniuses of the past. I duplicate their deeds. I emulate their patterns of thoughts. My mind becomes the receiving center for high and noble thoughts. I long for fame and success. I desire recognition, money, and other rewards from life. I wish for popularity and the respect of my friends. I want to own my own business, do something creative and outstanding. I wish to live in a beautiful home that is tastefully and comfortably furnished. I long for money in the bank with which to meet all my needs. I desire travel, cultural benefits, and new experiences that will give me a broader outlook on life. I desire intellectual achievement that will bring my fullest mental potentials into full focus. 3. When you have fed the above list of telecosmograms into your subconscious mind, triggered by the keywords I Achieve, select the particular field in which you wish to excel, and then consciously project the following telecosmographs, which are cosmic thought forms of the various fields of endeavor in which you wish to excel. I wish to achieve success as an artist. 4. Sit quietly and let your mind absorb the full import of the key achievement you desire. Visualize, as you close your eyes, the most beautiful landscapes and seascapes you have ever seen. Let your mind dwell on scenes from nature, towering mountain ranges in the distance, with a purple haze softening their outlines against a cerulean blue sky. Soft, lazy white clouds sailing in the skies above, and vast expanses of land between the mountain ranges. Mentally stand beside the ocean's edge at sunset and see the silhouettes of fishing boats in the distance. See the flaming incandescent crimson and gold staining the western horizon, and the deep blue water extending out to infinity. As you mentally absorb the joy and beauty of all creation, you are automatically triggering your subconscious mind with an intense desire to capture this flaming beauty and recreate it for the entire world to share with you and enjoy. How a housewife used telecosmic powers to become a great artist. A woman of 50, who came to my lectures in Los Angeles, told me she was a widow, without children, living alone on a pension she had earned as a public school teacher. She said, "I do not need more money, nor do I want to marry again. I had a wonderful husband, and that memory is sufficient. But," she added wistfully, "I have a sense of loneliness, not knowing what to do with my life, where to go from here." This lady lived at the beach, in a little home near the water, and her house was surrounded by beautiful eucalyptus trees. She was comfortable, but felt a sense of uselessness, which often overtakes people who have no future goal to achieve. Her appearance was neat, with subdued clothing, but showing a sense of the artistic and creative. Something made me suggest that she take up painting as a hobby. She instantly grasped at the idea. "It's strange that you should say that. A friend of mine is taking an art course and has been urging I do the same thing, but I did not feel I had any talent." Then I told her if she really wished to develop a talent for painting, or anything else, she should begin at once to program her subconscious mind with the telecosmogram I achieve, or I create. I gave her the particular cosmic programming I thought she needed, and asked her to report to me regularly on her progress. I won't dwell at length on this woman's amazing achievements in art, but suffice it to say she did enroll in the course in landscape painting. She kept at it for 2 years, coming regularly to my classes from time to time. She soon was painting charming scenes of eucalyptus trees, with glimpses of the shimmering Viridian Sea shining through the branches, little beach houses with gardens and the sea forming a beautiful background. She joined a women's art group the next year, had her first chance to be exhibited, and won praise from all the other members. Within 3 years, this woman became one of Southern California's most outstanding woman artists, with orders for more canvases than she could paint. She truly achieved the high goals she humbly set out to attain. I wish to become a successful composer. 5. If you love beautiful music and wish to make a success in this highly competitive field, first select the field in which you wish to achieve success. Is it to be the classical field of concert or opera? Is it to be musical comedy for stage, TV, or screen? Do you wish to go into the rock and roll field and write for popular recording artists? Do you long to write ballads with a love theme? When you have selected the field of music you wish to enter, be certain first that you have an adequate musical background, and if you do not have, you can enroll in classes in music and composition in evening high schools, or in special schools to be found in most good-sized towns and cities. A young pianist achieved his great dream. In my many years of lecturing at Carnegie Hall, I often had young beginning pianists who appeared with my programs. There was one young man who played at our lectures and classes. He began to project telecosmograms that he would achieve great success as a composer. He worked part-time in a health food store, but he did not make enough to care for his wife and 2 children, so he needed a bigger income, as well as to express his desire to achieve the creation of beauty for others. One day, Ted Mossman, for that was his name, got an inspiration to write a beautiful ballad called "Till the End of Time." It became a bestseller of his time, and from that one song, he received an offer from Hollywood to write movie themes for the studios. He moved to a beautiful home in the San Fernando Valley and achieved the perfect living that he programmed into his subconscious mind. 1. Create. I instruct my higher mind to program a career for me in which I shall become a famous composer of popular songs. I absorb all beautiful sounds in nature. I attune my mind to glorious music of every type. I respond to the sounds of nature, the sighing of the wind through the treetops, the splashing of waves as they gently kiss the sands at the seashore. I am in tune with the falling rains that wash clean the face of all the earth and cause flowers to bloom. I am aware of the magic sounds of crickets at eventide, which proclaim the end of day, and in the bright aura of sunrise, I am attuned to the songs of meadowlarks and nightingales, as they echo the joys of a newborn day. Telecosmograms to use for becoming an actor, singer, dancer, or public speaker. All the creative arts are allied, and by using the key words I achieve or I create, you can usually set into motion the tremendous creative intelligence of your subconscious mind to release whatever form of creative talent you desire. 1. Achieve or I create. I now project to my subconscious mind the desire to create high and inspiring ideas to project through my voice, my personality, and my thoughts. I wish to charm and enchant people through my magnetism. I wish to sway public opinion through my thoughts and ideals. I desire to entertain, instruct, inspire, uplift, and ennoble millions of people through my own creative efforts. I project the rhythm, motion, and grace of my body, my voice, and my presence in patterns of light and beauty, bringing relaxation, enjoyment, and inspiration to audiences all over the world. I choose the medium of the public stage, TV, motion pictures, radio, and concert halls to project my talents for public acclaim. I emulate the highest standards in my field, and I perfect myself so I shall be worthy of the rich rewards that are commensurate with the effort expended. I recall a beautiful, red-haired young actress who was under contract to RKO Studios in the days when I was the advisor to the movie stars of Hollywood. We were being photographed together for a movie magazine, and later we had lunch in the commissary. She was a little downcast as we ate, for she told me she had just received notice her contract was being terminated that day. I told her not to worry, for I would give her my famous magic circle and show her how to become a great success. After about an hour, in which I programmed her higher mind with telecosmic power, showing her how to release magnetism from her higher mind centers, she seemed to feel better at once. When I was getting ready to go, she laughed and said, "Now, Norvell, with your magic circle, I shall become a big star. And do you know what I'm going to do? Someday I'm coming back to RKO, buy the studio and fire everyone who just fired me." We both laughed at her joke, and before leaving her, I said, "Would you please give me your name? I want to keep track of your future career." The bright red head replied, "Sure. My name's Lucille Ball." Exactly 15 years later, Lucille Ball returned and bought RKO Studios for a reputed $15 million, and true to her word, she fired everyone on the lot and went on to the greatest success on TV that any star has ever known. You can literally perform miracles with telecosmic power when you release the hidden, magic power that resides in your mind. You can use the keywords I create or I achieve for any of the following professions: lawyer, doctor, designer, architect, engineer, photographer, politician, businessman, inventor, explorer, investment broker, real estate operator, aviation, electronics, industrialist. The keywords I achieve or I create will work their magic for you in any field you choose. Select the special work in which you wish to excel. Then sit quietly each day for 15 minutes, for at least 2 or 3 weeks, feeding your subconscious mind the keywords I achieve or I create, with the following telecosmograms and telecosmographs. I achieve or I create. I wish to express my creative talents in business and industry, and wish to achieve the highest goals possible of attainment. I am a channel for the reception of brilliant ideas which I shall use in my field of endeavor. I ask that my subconscious mind now release a stream of golden ideas that will be converted into monetary success, public recognition, fame, and glory. I ask that my subconscious mind release to me the creative ideas, the inventions, the business methods, the secret formulas, the skills, and other elements I shall require to make me reach the highest pinnacles of success in my chosen field. When you have triggered the automatic reactions of your higher mind centers with these telecosmograms, use the following telecosmographs to project the cosmic pictures to your higher mind centers of the actual fulfillment in your field of endeavor. Sit each day and visualize quietly your career in all its details. See your office with your nameplate on the door. Visualize the secretary sitting at the desk answering the telephone, taking orders for your goods or services. See the store you want to own, with clerks waiting on people. See the cash pouring into the cash register. Visualize yourself banking it and drawing checks for the things you want. If you want to become a lawyer, visualize yourself in court, pleading cases before a judge and jury. See yourself receiving the favorable verdict you desire for your client. If you wish to become a successful doctor or nurse or radiologist or chiropractor, or to be in any of the healing arts, project the telecosmographs of the sick people being healed, of your office being crowded with people who need your services. Visualize the hospital where you want to work, the location of your office. If you want to become an inventor of some special object, project the mental pictures of yourself discovering a new method for using some old object or creating something new. See yourself obtaining the patent. Visualize a manufacturer buying it and producing it for mass consumption. If you wish to become an explorer or traveler, get maps and brochures from travel agencies of the places you wish to go to, and see yourself making discoveries, taking films for showing on TV and in theaters. Visualize yourself writing a book about your experiences, showing your films before large audiences. How a former student of mine became a famous explorer. Some years ago, when I was lecturing in Carnegie Hall, a young man came to me for a personal interview. He wanted me to advise him on his future career. A psychic flash told me he was the type who could become a success as an explorer in foreign lands. I told him of this intuitive feeling, but he assured me that this was the furthest thing from his mind, as his background and training had not been in that direction. However, the mental seed had been planted, and he left my office, telling me he would let me know how things turned out. A few months later, I heard from him, and Louis Kotlow, for that was his name, told me that a most surprising thing had happened. He had an opportunity to go to South Africa on a safari, but not with guns for killing animals, but with cameras to do a motion picture of the primitive life of the pygmies and other tribes in the deepest jungles. Months later, Louis Kotlow returned with a fabulous motion picture in Technicolor, showing these primitive tribes, and his picture was shown in theaters throughout the country and on television. But the biggest surprise came later, when he wrote a most successful book detailing his exciting adventures in darkest Africa. Since that time, he has explored the Amazon basin in South America, New Guinea, and the Aborigines in Australia, being the first white man to bring back pictures of these fascinating little-known tribes. His subconscious mind never forgot the mental programming I had given it years before. Use a cosmic scrapbook of destiny for your telecosmographs. To make your telecosmographs more impressive, so that they will be more forcibly imprinted on your subconscious mind, paste pictures, which you cut out of newspapers and magazines, into a scrapbook of destiny. Then review these pictures each day when you do your mental work. If you wish to become a famous architect or interior decorator, cut pictures out of magazines of beautiful homes, different styles of architecture, rooms furnished in various styles and colors. If you want to design cars or other industrial objects, cut out pictures of beautiful modern cars, airplanes, and motorboats, and paste them in your scrapbook of destiny. Look at these daily, projecting these telecosmographs to your higher consciousness, with the telecosmograms that you wish to do similar work. These will then become programmed into your subconscious mind, and you will be guided to methods for achieving this desirable goal. If you want to become a stockbroker or an investment specialist, form telecosmographs of the investment field by reading the Wall Street Journal, Fortune, Forbes, or other periodicals that specialize in investment news. Learn the stories back of the lives of rich men, such as J.P. Morgan Vanderbilt Rockefeller, Paul Getty, Howard Hughes, R.S., Total Onassis W., Clement Stone, Mr. Hunt of Texas, Bernard Baruch Woolworth, and other great industrialists and businessmen. Study the lives of famous men and women who have achieved greatness in their particular fields. Try to learn of their mistakes, so you may avoid them. Emulate their thoughts, follow their guiding inspirations. Be aware of the guiding light back of their careers. A sweetheart, mother, or wife who inspired them, or the love of some person that acted as a subconscious spur to their careers. Then try to guide your own subconscious mind to duplicate the same inspiring forces to guide you to great achievement in your field. How a former student of mine became a successful publisher. A young man named Melvin Powers came to my lectures and classes in Carnegie Hall and learned of the secrets that can be achieved through telecosmic power. He began working to evolve as a writer, with the idea that one day he might become a prominent publisher. His subconscious mind led him to investigate everything in the field of publishing and writing. Finally, he was inspired to write a book called Dynamic Thinking. Then later, he was directed by his subconscious mind to start his own publishing firm, which he called Wilshire Publishing. His work succeeded, and only recently he was offered $4 million for his successful business, which he rejected. Review of points in Chapter 3. 1. God's perfect dream for your future life is hidden within your subconscious mind centers, and through telecosmic power, you may rise to the achievement of joy, love, and cosmic splendor. 2. How geniuses throughout history have used the secret of telecosmic power to achieve their great works. How you may tap the same hidden sources of power with your mind. 3. The telecosmogram I achieved that was used by Pericles, Michelangelo, Socrates, Shakespeare, Lincoln, Einstein, and other great men in history, and how you may unlock great thoughts through its use. 4. How a former student used the telecosmogram I achieved to build the London Bridge in his hometown in Arizona, and won fame and fortune through this audacious feat. 5. How to trigger your subconscious mind with the keywords I achieve, and feed into your higher mind the thoughts and inspirations that lead you to achievement. 6. How to achieve success as an artist, using the telecosmic commands to your higher mind. 7. How a housewife became a great artist through projecting telecosmograms and telecosmographs to her subconscious mind, that she would become an artist. 8. How to become a great composer through using the telecosmogram I achieve, and examples of 2 former students who made a great success in this field. 9. How to use telecosmograms to become an actor, a singer, a dancer, or public speaker, and how Lucille Ball learned of this power in her early days and used it to become one of Hollywood's brightest stars. 10. Telecosmograms to be used for those who wish to excel as doctors, lawyers, designers, architects, politicians, businessmen, manufacturers, inventors, explorers, scientists, industrialists, engineers, investment brokers, real estate operators, or any other field. 11. How a student of mine projected the subconscious telecosmogram that he would one day become a famous explorer. He achieved outstanding success in his field. 12. How to create your own cosmic scrapbook of destiny in which you put your telecosmographs for travel, for your own home, for your business and monetary success. 13. How one young man projected the telecosmogram that he would become a writer and a publisher and achieved his dream. Chapter 4. How to avoid life's problems and have perpetual good luck with telecosmic programming. What keeps man from enjoying life and having perfect living at all times? Why cannot we duplicate the joyous events we have had forever and be in a good luck cycle that never ends? The answer to the first question is, man's disturbing problems cloud his vision and keep him from enjoying the good life that is all about him. The answer to the second question is, we can, through telecosmic power, perpetually duplicate our joyous events of the past and by projecting them into the future with certain key telecosmograms and telecosmographs, we can continue swinging the pendulum of good luck, happy experiences, and beautiful remembrances forever in the direction of the perfect life we desire. There are basic problems that people have in common. Over the centuries, they have been mentally programmed to believe certain things about themselves. They become used to thinking in terms of these limitations, and each succeeding generation takes on the same burdens and perpetuates the myth that God intended man to suffer as some kind of punishment for his sins. There is only one sin. In a study of cosmic laws and spiritual phenomena, we learn that there is only one sin. This is the sin against your own higher subconscious mind, when you negate its power, diminish its glory, weaken its strength, and dim its glorious vision for your future. A woman believed in bad luck, so she had it. As an example of how negative programming works, even to create bad luck cycles, a woman once came into our work in New York City, complaining that the whole world seemed to be against her. She believed it was because she was born under an unlucky star. Some astrologer had told her she was born in the sign of Capricorn between December 21st and January 20th, and was ruled by the evil planet Saturn. She wailed at her first interview with me, "I have been cursed ever since I was born. It must be the evil influence of Saturn. My parents died when I was 5. I was put into an orphanage. Every other child was adopted by fairly well-to-do foster parents, but I remained in the orphanage for years. When I was finally adopted, it was as a maid in someone's home." Then she went on and told me of how she had been mistreated by life. She worked as a maid and never had a high school education, so could not improve her lot in life. She married when she was 19 so she could get out of working so hard. Her husband turned out to be a woman chaser and an alcoholic. She had one child and then divorced this man. Every step of the way, she told me, had been difficult and harsh, exactly what a typical Saturn person would expect from his stars. I instantly corrected this woman's thinking about the evil influences of Saturn, or having been born in the sign of Capricorn, by telling her that some of our greatest men and women have been born in Capricorn, and that Saturn, instead of being a planet of evil, could be transmuted into one of good by self-discipline and refusing to give in to life's problems. I told her some of the richest men were born in Capricorn, including Howard Hughes, Aristotle Onassis, and even President Nixon, who had overcome utter defeat at one time in his career to become President of the United States twice. I gave this woman a complete reprogramming of her subconscious mind with the key words: I negate, I declare, I adjust, I remove, and I conquer, showing her how to use them with the appropriate telecosmograms to her subconscious mind, and then asked her to report to me within 1 month's time. She began her new regime of using telecosmic power, and at the end of the month, I wish you could have seen the amazing change in this woman. She told me that after only 1 week's time, things began to change for her. When her old problems began to rise, such as difficulties with her boss, or arguments with her landlady, or misunderstandings with her son, she would trigger the automatic subconscious mind with the key words, I declare, and the entire telecosmogram that she had programmed within her subconscious would seem to flash before her eyes, as a drowning man's life is said to flash before his eyes. 1. Declare, peace in my mind and my environment. I am not subjected to the misfortunes and problems of the outer world. I withdraw within my citadel of spirit and strength and conquer my mind, my tongue, and my temper. Then, for other situations that prove troublesome, such as friction with store clerks and grocery clerks, waiters, and people in her office, she would flash to her subconscious mind the key words, I remove, and all the telecosmograms attached would bubble to the surface of her consciousness. I remove. All obstacles and obstructions are now instantly removed. I am the center of peace and calm. No outer force has power to disturb my inner tranquility. I remove friction. I remove opposition. I remove discord and anger, and dwell in a core of inner stillness in which all my problems are instantly dissolved by the light of truth and justice. She had often had trouble with office machinery, such as the copying machine and typewriter, and one day she had the usual problems arise when she had a deadline and had to have copy out at a certain time. The machine stuck, and normally she would have flown into a rage and stormed and ranted to everyone in the office. On this day, she told me, she invoked the key words "I conquer," and the telecosmograms flooded into her subconscious mind for those two words. I conquer. All persons, conditions, and objects in my environment are subject to a higher law than the material and physical. I invoke that law in this moment. I conquer my temper and tongue. I conquer time and space. I remove all obstructions and impediments and see only the perfect flow of the stream of consciousness, removing every negative force from my mind, body, and environment. Soon the machine was humming once again, and she finished her work well under the deadline. She ended her days at the office fresh and unruffled. Then this power began to work in her relationships with other people. She had never been able to get along with an aunt who was always criticizing her. She invoked the key words "I adjust with the telecosmograms." That which I cannot change, I shall adjust to. I am now in harmony with all people and direct love, understanding, and forgiveness to them. I adjust to change. I adjust to discord by holding thoughts of harmony within myself. She told me that her aunt stopped ranting and railing against her, and actually seemed more agreeable and kindly. This woman had even changed the bad luck symbols for the sign of Capricorn into good luck ones. She told me with a radiant smile, "I've even added another key word to program my subconscious mind with good luck for Saturn and Capricorn. It is I transmute, and I project the telecosmogram. I transmute the planet Saturn into good luck and happy experiences. I gain from being born under this lucky star, for I become disciplined, cautious, and fearless. It gives me power to change my life, and gives me the patience and forbearance to put up with that which I cannot change. The way to dissolve problems and have perpetual good luck with telecosmic power. 1. Romantic and marriage problems. Most romantic and marriage problems may be avoided if you learn how to anticipate them and then sidestep them. Clashes will often occur in which you want to do one thing and the love partner has an opposing desire. Invoke these key words "I cooperate" and the telecosmogram. There are two sides to everything. I recognize each person's right to his private opinion. I shall not force my opinion nor my will on my love partner. We are united in bonds of mutual love and respect for each other. I cooperate fully to establish harmony and unity in our relationship. Very often problems arise in a marriage that are not the fault of either partner. These can be due to illness, business or financial problems, or other matters which cast a shadow over the marriage. Use the key words. I dissolve and flash the telecosmograms. I dissolve. All problems that now afflict my life are here and now dissolved by the light of truth. I know that the means are at hand to overcome all negative conditions of every kind in my marriage. We are united in bonds of love, and no external force can intrude itself in our lives. This problem is now dissolving and will not return again to cloud our love happiness. How a young married couple overcame marital problems. One young couple who came to me for counseling had been married only 1 year and were constantly having quarrels. She claimed he was unjustly jealous. He claimed that she was overly possessive, never praised his efforts, and was under the control of a dominating mother. How could this couple resolve their serious differences? Neither would give in or admit he or she was in the wrong. I discussed the problem thoroughly and pointed out that they both had right on their side, and both were in the wrong in some ways. I then counseled them to stop blaming each other and to use telecosmic power, which had brought them together in the first place. This cosmic intelligence certainly must have believed they were soulmates, and they must not let any trivial matters stand in the way of their fulfillment in love and marriage. The first key words I gave them were "I trust." They were to write this down in big block letters on a piece of paper where they could both read it whenever they shaved, made up, arose in the morning, or retired at night. Then they were to trigger the following telecosmograms with these keywords. I trust. We are bound together in mutual trust, love, and respect. It is demeaning to be suspicious and jealous, and shows pettiness that is not worthy of our great love. To overcome the problem of overpossessiveness, I gave them the key words "I release," to be used with the following telecosmograms. I release. My mind is now released from all sense of possessiveness. Love must be freely given and freely taken. and I cannot hold that which is not mine. I now release my mate, having full trust that he will want to share every joyous experience with me fully. To conquer the tendency on his wife's part not to praise him and his efforts to succeed, which bothered this young man, I gave them the key words I praise with the following telecosmograms. I praise. I recognize the need for giving credit when it is deserved, and I now praise my mate for his efforts to make a success in his work. Of course, the key words in any romantic problem or marital difficulty, which both persons should use every day, are I love with the telecosmograms. I love. We are united in bonds of love, and our union is sanctioned by God and man. Together we can overcome all problems. Love requires mutual respect, tolerance, and a sense of freedom. We recognize we are, first, individuals with different tastes and opinions. In the bonds of love, we share our mutual experiences, but do not demand complete subjugation of the other's personality or life. Love conquers all things, and we are permanently united in love that will endure forever. This young couple practiced these telecosmograms for a few weeks, and then reported to me that most of their differences were responding to telecosmic power treatment, and that they were getting along better than ever before. 2. Financial problems, lack of money, wrong work, and restrictions on income. Do you suffer from constant lack of money? Do your bills keep mounting up while income dwindles? Are you constantly at a financial crisis in your life? Most people suffer from lack of money. Even millionaires often need an extra $1 or $2 million to keep them from feeling poor. I remember once at a party at my home, the noted hotel man Conrad Hilton was talking to someone nearby who was complaining that he was in desperate need of money, as he owed at that moment $30,000. Hilton laughed and said, "Is that all you owe? You're lucky. I owe $80 million right this moment. The more you owe, the richer you are." To handle financial problems, realize that your subconscious mind knows how to materialize money for your every need. You have lived up to this moment, and all your needs have been met. If you can program your higher mind to bring you a steady flow of money to fulfill your every wish, it will remove this problem from your mind forever. The key words I increase should be used to start your subconscious mind working to bring you more money. Use these key words with the following telecosmograms for money. I increase. My flow of money now obeys the impulses of my subconscious mind and begins to come to me from unexpected as well as expected sources. There is enormous wealth in the universe, and I now claim my share of money, goods, houses, lands, possessions of every kind. Money, or the equivalent of money, now flow into my pockets and into my bank accounts. I am blessed with abundance and riches to meet my every need. A young woman was having severe financial problems, owing to heavy hospital expenses that had drained her savings. Her mother was severely ill, and there seemed no way out of their extreme financial crisis. The father had died some years before, and mother and daughter were alone. This young woman came into our work and learned about how she could begin the flow of money into her life by using telecosmic power. She started programming the keywords I increase each day for 2 weeks with the above telecosmograms. She couldn't possibly see where this money would come from, but she had faith that, somehow, her mother's and her needs would be met. In exactly 1 month, they received a letter from an attorney in Indianapolis, telling them that an uncle had died leaving a will in which he had left $65,000 to his only relative, his brother. The brother happened to be this girl's father and her mother's husband. Her uncle had come from Greece 40 years ago and opened a small restaurant in Indianapolis, gradually expanding until he had a bigger place. His estate was now worth close to $200,000, and he had left his brother a sizable portion of it. The girl and her mother received the cash in a short time, and their financial problems were solved. One woman in our lecture work in New York was always trying to win contests to get extra money. She had little luck until she began to program her subconscious mind with the key words, I win, and the telecosmograms. I win. I shall have good luck in everything I attempt. I wish to win money from contests and on TV games. I program my higher mind with success in these competitive games, and I know that I am in a winning cycle. She kept projecting these telecosmograms, and with them each day, she projected the telecosmographs that she would win large sums of money and achieve financial independence. She entered a newspaper contest giving away $10,000 as first prize in a big Wheel of Fortune contest depending on lucky birth dates. The second prize was $5,000. She cut out the rules of the contest and pasted them on a wall where she could project them with telecosmographs each day that she would win the money. She projected how she would spend it, the gifts she would buy, the things that would do. When the winners were announced, she found she had won second prize. She kept up her mental programming with the keywords, "I win," and on the next TV show, she won the right to compete in a game where she had the right to choose a smaller prize or a hidden one. She chose the hidden one, and it turned out to be an automobile worth $4,000. Another person who tried this system for winning money through gambling also tried his luck in Las Vegas. He put $5.00 down on number 26 in roulette, and just before the ball fell, something told him to change it to number 28. Number 28 came up paying him $35 for each $1. He went on projecting the telecosmogram "I win" until he had accumulated the sum of $850. He told me that on 4 visits to Las Vegas, he won from $350 to $500 each time, and after that, he no longer played. He lived in Los Angeles, and the trip to Las Vegas was a short one, so he drove there several times with friends. However, let me give a warning that this system is not to be encouraged for gambling when it comes to absolute dependence on it as a source of income. It is to be used for fun, or when one can afford to risk a little money without fear of being impoverished. However, this same system of invoking the "I win" keywords and the telecosmograms for winning given above can be used for making money in the stock market or for investing in real estate or other ventures. One man invoked the keywords "I win" and had a dream that a bell was ringing. So he checked with his broker and found that a stock named Packard Bell was selling for $9.00 a share. He bought 1,000 shares of the stock and sold it at $42 a share. He tried this system with many stocks and won on most of them. A woman had been most unfortunate in love and marriage, having married and divorced 3 times. When she came into my office for a consultation, the first thing she said was, "I guess I was born to lose in life. Even love has passed me by." I gave her the magic keywords "I win" to apply to her life with suitable telecosmograms that fitted her exact needs for love and marriage. Within 3 weeks, this woman was engaged to marry a man who seemed to be her exact soulmate. Yes, these telecosmograms with "I win" can be applied to more than just making money. You are trying to win in the greatest game of all life. You can invoke these higher rules of the game and win out in business, finances, friendship, love, happiness, and even peace of mind, which makes for perfect living. 3. Problems dealing with human relationships in business, personal, and social life. It is true that many of our problems are due to people. Those who daily touch our lives in business and social life often have the power to disturb us and disrupt our lives. We react emotionally to human beings, and we can get some of our greatest joys as well as some of our worst headaches from other people. Our co-workers in business relationships often are vitally important, for we spend many hours in their presence. Many times, the way we get along with them determines our own progress and evolvement, our own happiness or misery, and can even determine our state of health. A woman who worked in a large office with a group of men and women had many sharp edges in her relationships with others. She was often distracted to the verge of tears and sought out our work to find out what she could do to find an easier way of coping with her problems in the office. After talking to this woman for only 5 minutes, discovered that she opposed everything that anyone said to be. If I agreed with her, she would take an opposite tack and say, "No, but it isn't that way, it's this way." Then I would change my treatise and say, "Yes, of course. It is." And she would instantly begin to veer in another direction. She suffered from extreme opposition to everything that others said or did. This made it difficult for her to take orders or to get along with others. Soon she had a reputation as a troublemaker in her office. When others were promoted or given advances in salary, this woman was left out of things. She had thought of making a change in her work until I showed her how she could easily program her subconscious mind to get along perfectly with others. She followed my suggestions and used 3 keywords, which put her over the hurdle of opposition and made her one of the best-liked women in her office. She won a promotion within 1 month from the time she began her mental programming. The key words for dealing with people in human relationships are "I agree." The telecosmograms to flash into your subconscious mind whenever you think or say the words "agree" are: I flow with the tide of public opinion. I do not oppose it. I am in agreement with all that is good, honorable, and honest. I now program harmony and unity in my environment. I radiate an aura of confidence, poise, inner peace, and power. Others instantly recognize that I am agreeable, pleasant, and friendly, and they will react in like manner. Another woman was always having run-ins with her friends at social gatherings. She bristled when things did not go her way. She said sharp, cutting things that instantly turned people against her. She took pride in the fact that she was honest with people. If she didn't like a woman's dress, she told her so. If she thought a person was lying, she let him know she thought so. She foisted her political opinions on others. She had decided opinions about almost everything, and she did not hesitate in expressing them. Soon people stopped inviting this woman to their homes, and she was compelled to seek assistance. This was when she first came to me. I gave this woman the key words, 1, enjoy and I harmonize, to use with the following telecosmogram. I enjoy. I am happy to be in the presence of people who are compatible and friendly, and I fully enjoy my friends and the social atmosphere they create. I see the good side of people, and I am in harmony with good and beauty and joy. I now gain pleasure from my associations with others, and I remove all sharp edges from my personality. I harmonize. People around me shall feel the sense of harmony and peace that I project. It is not important that I correct or criticize people. I now program my higher mind to harmony, joy, and peace, and I become harmonious with everyone in my environment. When this woman had programmed the above telecosmograms for only a few weeks, she became one of the most charming hostesses in Beverly Hills and Bel Air society in California, and was much sought after by others. How to take the power out of problems. Whenever a problem arises in your life, you can remove its sting, so to speak, by renaming it. Instead of saying you have a problem, which sets up all kinds of subconscious resistance owing to the centuries in which man has been baffled by enormous problems, call it a challenge or a life experience. By this method, every time you have a tendency to become annoyed and angered by the numerous rebuffs that life seems to give you, change your entire attitude and use the key words "I adjust." Then, after you have said "I adjust" a few times, you will automatically trigger the following telecosmograms and program your subconscious mind with the solution to the challenge. I adjust. I now program my mind to handle all of life's challenges competently and without causing me pain, anger, or annoyance. I know there is a solution to this disturbing challenge, and I know that the means are at hand to solve it and remove it from my life. I am confident that this challenge is now being removed and that my mind shall be able to cope with it competently and efficiently. Refuse to see the dark side of life. A man who came to me for counseling could see only the dark side of life. He never was able to enjoy the bright, happy moments that are in every person's life. He wailed, "Everything is getting worse. The war will never end in Vietnam. Our young people are rebelling. The streets are dangerous at night. We'll have a social revolution here in America. There will surely be an atomic war that will destroy all of us." This man had built such phantoms of fear and destruction in his subconscious mind that he had neglected all his good. His wife of 25 years became weary of listening to his tirade of negativity and left him. His 3 grown children stopped coming to visit him. His business was failing, and his health had dangerously deteriorated. He was actually destroying himself by building a mental atmosphere of fear, hate, and destruction. It was canceling out all the natural, bright, happy, and constructive forces of his subconscious mind. I gave this man several interviews in which I helped him program a complete new subconscious mental atmosphere, using telecosmic power and the keywords I change, and the following telecosmograms which would be triggered several times a day. I change. My entire mental attitude must be changed from negative to positive. I invoke telecosmic power to help me see only the bright side of life. Life is filled with joyous experiences. Good is on all sides. Life always banishes darkness. The shadows of fear, hate, and anxiety are now being banished by the bright light of my subconscious mind. I refuse to surrender my divine heritage of joy, love, peace of mind, riches, health, friendship, and good. I now put myself in the divine circuit of change, and I become one with my subconscious mind power for perfect living. It took this man 2 months to really change his conditions of life, but he gradually began to remove the shadows and fears from his subconscious mind. He told me later that it was like taking a mental bath when he did his telecosmograms nightly, making him feel once again whole and clean. He saw his wife and children frequently, and they saw the amazing change in his mental attitude, and they returned to him, promising to help him continue on the upward path to a perfect healing. Review of points to be remembered in Chapter 4. 1. It is possible for you to avoid life's problems, to remove negative mental programming from your subconscious mind, and actually have perpetual good luck. 2. How to stop the negative mass consciousness programming of war, poverty, sickness, premature age and death, and all the other afflictions that beset the human race. 3. How a woman believed in bad luck and attracted nothing but disaster, misery, and discontent. She changed her mental programming and began to live a joyous, beautiful life. 4. How the keywords conquer can trigger conquest of life, control of people, command of life's negative situations, and the achievement of perfect living. 5. How telecosmic power can solve romantic and marriage problems and bring greater love and more permanency in marriage. 6. How the keywords I dissolve and I cooperate can help trigger subconscious reactions that actually dissolve all marital problems and bring closer cooperation between two people. 7. How a young couple suffering from jealousy, suspicion, and being overly possessive had a complete healing of their marital problems by using the keywords I trust, I praise, and I love. 8. How to solve all financial problems, lack of money, wrong work, and restrictions on income through the keywords I increase and I accumulate. 9. A young woman and her mother received the sum of $65,000 from an uncle in Indianapolis they had never seen, when they invoked the telecosmograms triggered by the keywords I increase and I accumulate. 10. One woman in New York invoked tremendous power for attracting money through the keywords one win. She won second prize of $5,000 in a contest, and then on TV won a $4,000 car. 11. How a man using the I Win telecosmograms tried his luck on roulette and changed his bet from number 26 to number 28, on which he had placed $5. He won a large sum of money. 12. A man, using the keywords I win, had a dream of a ringing bell. He bought 1,000 shares of Packard Bell at $9 a share and sold it within a year or so for $42 a share. 13. How to solve all problems dealing with human relationships in business, personal, and social life through the telecosmograms triggered by the keywords I agree, I enjoy, and I harmonize. 14. A woman who used these keywords, after she had lost all her friends through criticism, sarcasm, and negativity, became a social leader. 15. How you can take the power out of all problems, of every kind, through the keywords I adjust, and how a man did this to win back his wife and children after he had lost them. Chapter 5. How to master fate and control your destiny through telecosmograph projections. Your future destiny is under your direct control. You can shape your stream of consciousness by using telecosmograph projections to the cosmic mind that rules the universe and bring everything into existence that you put into your higher consciousness. Do you need more money for some specific purpose? Do you require a physical healing of a sick body? Would you like to have greater love and marriage happiness? Are you struggling to find your right work? A bigger income than you now have? Do you long for fame, fortune, new adventures in living? All these things, and much more, can be yours when you once learn how to invoke the cosmic law of telecosmograph projection. Let us see how this higher power works in the realm of nature. Everything in the cosmos issues from a cosmic matrix, in which the exact image of everything in creation is formed through invisible pulsations of cosmic energy. What Einstein, in his last works at Princeton before his death, labeled cosmic spirit. These pinpoints of spiritual energy, when they cross each other, manifest in the visible universe as physical phenomena or matter. They form trees, flowers, rock formations, water, birds, insects, animals, and in the highest vibratory form of creative energy, man himself, with all his vast armamentarium of cosmic powers. The telecosmographs for all creation are in the cosmic memory bank of God. The creative forms, or telecosmographs, for all creation tie in the hidden, invisible universe in what might be called the cosmic memory bank of God. A spiritual command sends the atoms of time and space hurtling from the womb of time into crystallized forms that give us everything we need to fulfill our destinies as human beings. The first creative command in the Bible is given in the first chapter of Genesis, verses 1 to 3. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. The creative command, "Let there be light," is analogous to your mental commands to your subconscious mind to release the light of infinite intelligence to shape and mold your destiny. Your subconscious mind contains the spiritual form or cosmic matrix for everything you will ever need in your life to give you perfect living. To invoke this higher power, you must release the cosmic images or pictures, which we call telecosmographs, in the science of telecosmic power. Later in the first chapter of Genesis, this creative power began to manifest in human form, after God's creative commands brought forth living creatures after his kin. Verses 26 and 27 give this law of the cosmic matrix in which man is created. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Then the cosmic intelligence, we call God, issued 5 stupendous cosmic telecosmograms in verbs of dynamic action, which we may use when we want to invoke the same creative power that God himself used. Verses 28 and 29. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." And God said, "Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat." To a student of cosmic philosophy, these above creative commands set the magnificent stage for the evolvement of all forms of creation. In the seed or cosmic matrix, God has placed everything that man shall require for his triumphant journey through time and space. The 5 creative commands, which are really telecosmograms, given in verse 28, are: 1. To fructify. 2. To multiply. 3. To replenish. 4. To subdue. 5. To dominate or have dominion over all. The seed is the mental picture that we put into the cosmic matrix to project to the outer world. This seed possesses within its dream-like substance the telecosmograph or picture of what it is to create through the invisible cosmic protoplasm that makes up all creation. This is the first law, to fructify or to be fruitful. Man's mind is a creative channel through which he shapes the world of his choice. When you duplicate this cosmic process of creation, you can plant the seedlings of reality in your subconscious mind and let the light of cosmic intelligence nourish them, as the physical sun gives life to the seeds that are planted in the womb of Earth. How telecosmographs work to create your destiny. To understand fully how this mystical, creative cosmic mind works to project your telecosmographs to the outer world of reality, visualize a motion picture projector being like your physical brain. Running through the projector is film, upon which are printed photographs. Your mind is analogous to the film. You have imprinted telecosmographs, pictures of the events you want to be projected to the outer world as your destiny. These will externalize as the events in your life. The light that will project these telecosmographs to the screen of the outer world is the cosmic intelligence, which we call God. This light, working through your subconscious mind, is created by the intensity of your desires for successful living. How one man got $5,000 in 1 month through the projection of telecosmographs for money. A member of our lecture work in San Diego, California, wanted the sum of $10,000. He began to invoke the telecosmographs of all the things he and his wife could do with that money. I told him to write out a check made out to himself for the sum of $10,000. He was to sign the check, God, the universal banker. Then, every morning when he arose, and every night when he retired, he was to look at this check drawn on the cosmic bank. He was mentally to project the telecosmographs of the things Ho wanted to buy, the trips he would take, the future car, the house he would like to own. This $10,000 was to be a kind of down payment on all the things he desired, with more to come when he had expanded his consciousness to bigger sums. After projecting the telecosmogram one desire, with the telecosmographs of the things he wanted for only a few days, he began to receive money from unexpected sources, such as $50 and $100. These he faithfully wrote down on the back of his check, constantly projecting the full amount. Within 1 month, he had his full $5,000. Then he showed me his cosmic bookkeeping on the back of his check, showing how the money had come to him inexorably and mysteriously, until half of it was attained. I left San Diego then, but I am certain that he got the other $5,000 exactly as he did the first, by projecting his telecosmographs daily. This man's wife also had an amazing demonstration of how telecosmic power works through telecosmographs. She had for some years been collecting beautiful Indian jewelry, until she had quite a valuable collection. Then, when she learned in our classes about how to project telecosmographs for things she wanted, she began to project the picture of herself owning a small jewelry store that featured Indian jewelry made of silver and turquoise. 2 weeks after she began her telecosmographic projections, a reporter from a San Diego newspaper heard from a friend about her collection of Indian jewelry and interviewed her with photographs of her most outstanding pieces of jewelry. This appeared in the local papers. A few days later, this woman received a letter from another person who had seen the interview in the paper. She owned a jewelry store that specialized in Indian art and offered to sell it to her with nothing down and small monthly payments. This woman moved into the jewelry business, displaying her fine collection and cashing in on the publicity she had received. She ascribed this miracle to telecosmic power. How you may use telecosmographs to control your destiny and shape your future life. 1. Use the keywords, I fructify, and see your mind as the cosmic matrix in which you plant the seed you want to grow in your garden of destiny. Use the following telecosmograph. Visualize the golden sun shining earthward, sending its creative life energy to you and your mind and body. Every time you are aware of sunshine, your subconscious mind will be triggered with the following telecosmogram. I fructify. I now plant the seedlings of reality in my subconscious mind to mature the rich harvest of abundance in my garden of destiny. The telecosmograph of the golden sun now triggers in the matrix of my subconscious mind the reality of $10,000. You may trigger as big a sum as you have faith in, but you can start with smaller sums at first, until you have faith in this telecosmic power to manifest as much as you need. I now project the things that I shall do with the money I desire. As the golden sun gives creative life to earth, causing it to bloom with every good and precious gift for my use and enjoyment, so too, in this moment, the spiritual sun of creative inspiration and life will manifest for me the things that I desire to give me perfect living on every plane of consciousness. 2. Now use the second telecosmogram to project into the matrix of your subconscious mind the pictures of the things you desire. I multiply. Project the following telecosmographs. I multiply. Now my subconscious mind will be triggered to release to me every idea that can increase and multiply my good. I am aware that the golden sun releases a multiplicity of treasures for earth dwellers to use and enjoy, and I now claim my cosmic heritage of money, possessions, houses, lands, jewels, stocks, automobiles, household furnishings, silver, gold, and other riches that will bless my life with plenty. 3. If you feel that you are not receiving enough of the good things of life, and you suffer from any form of mental, physical, or material impoverishment, invoke the third telecosmogram, I replenish. In my mental matrix, I now plant the seed of joy, and my happiness is daily replenished by joyous experiences. I now plant the mental seed of love in my cosmic matrix, and I become loving, and I attract loving experiences. I now put into my mental matrix the quality of beauty, and I discover everything lovely that exists in the universe. The mantle of beauty now cloaks all life's harsh experiences, and I become a magnet, attracting beautiful objects, beautiful experiences, and people who possess beautiful souls. A young woman who came to my lectures in New York felt she was less than beautiful, and it was the regret of her life that she could not be as beautiful as Elizabeth Taylor. I pointed out to her that she could flash telecosmographs of eternal loveliness to her subconscious mind, and it would fashion her features and her expression in the mold of loveliness. I also told her that I had met some of the most so-called beautiful women in the world, and actually they did not possess beautiful features. The Duchess of Windsor, who took a king off a throne, was not a raving beauty. I spent an evening with her and the Duke of Windsor at the Balkan Grill in Vienna, and found that the Duchess was rather plain of features and did not have a perfect figure, but the light that shone through her face made her charming. This was the magnetism that caused her to be a scintillating personality. On Aristotle Onassis' yacht, the Christina, in the harbor of Piraeus, I once met 3 very famous women who were reputed beauties, and found that these 3 women had an inner, spiritual radiance that transcended their physical bodies. The 3 were Greta Garbo, Elizabeth Taylor, and Maria Callas, the noted opera star. I had given Elizabeth Taylor my famous magic circle when she was 14 years old, at the MGM studios in Hollywood, and despite the fact her face is not perfectly balanced and her features are rather irregular, she has developed an inner quality of beauty that overcomes physical dimensions. Garbo, whom I had met many years before in Hollywood, and who also possesses this inner sense of soul beauty, has not been considered a raving beauty by artists, for her mouth is too large, her nose is irregular, and her eyes are too small. But the quality that made Greta Garbo one of the screen's greatest beauties is something above and beyond the physical form. It is an inner spiritual light, an image of beauty that radiates from her soul and gives the illusion of great beauty on the screen. Maria Callas, who once weighed 200 pounds, would not ordinarily be called a beautiful woman. But all those who have ever heard her glorious voice in opera or concert must admit that she has a commanding presence and a majestic magic circle that projects in her golden voice and enchants the senses of all those who see and hear her. Yes, you can project telecosmographs of beauty, I told a certain young woman who had a social problem, and they will transform your physical self, giving you inner beauty. This young lady began to program her subconscious mind with everything beautiful she could think and see. Using the keywords I replenish, she deliberately set out to search for beauty, as a lapidary searches for precious gems. She used the telecosmograms given above for beauty. She listened to beautiful music and visualized long-stemmed roses swaying in a beautiful garden, to the whispering of the wind. When she walked, She duplicated the graceful rhythm of undulating trees that seemed to be dancing to cosmic music. She triggered her subconscious mind to make her facial expressions joyous and uplifted, as though she had a beautiful secret that caused her face to be perpetually uplifted in a radiant smile. She duplicated the most beautiful sounds in classical music, and she tried to capture the rhythm and cadence of muted violins and the murmur of distant harps. She soon was able to lower her voice to a magnetic pitch that made people hang onto her every word with bated breath. This young lady with plain features soon radiated a magical quality in her face and voice that gave the illusion of great beauty. She met a handsome young architect at a party one night, who was enchanted by her presence. They were married and now have a beautiful family and are supremely happy. 4. You can use another cosmic symbol to help you trigger your subconscious mind and give you power to control your destiny and achieve perfect living. The silvery moon is a perfect symbol to flash telecosmographs to your higher mind. Think of the moon as the secondary planet in our solar system that releases magnetism and causes the tides to ebb and flow. As it circles around the Earth and around the Sun, this lesser body reflects the light of the Sun and sails majestically and serenely through the firmament, adding beauty and romance to the long night. The moon can flash to your subconscious mind the telecosmographs of magnetic power, of inner peace and serenity, of romantic heart and soul yearning for true love. To trigger your subconscious mind with the symbol of the moon, use the 4th telecosmogram found in the Bible. To subdue. This relates to the acculturation process by which we are able to subdue the animal nature of greed, selfishness, lust, hate, jealousy, domination, and licentiousness. Magnetism flows through your higher mind centers when you control your physical nature and rise into the realm of intellect and spirit. To program telecosmograms that fit your every need, sit quietly and concentrate the power of your mind on control and conquest of yourself. Hold a pose quietly for a few moments and feel a sense of surging power within. Project the following telecosmograms. I subdue. I now project to my subconscious mind the serenity, peace, poise, and power represented by the lambent, lovely full moon. In its magnetic orbit, I now revolve. I attract people who gravitate around me with friendship and warmth. I am the recipient of divine bounties, in which my mental magnetism attracts all the good things of life. I magnetize my heart and soul with the eternal romantic image of divine love, in which I am fulfilled, joyous, and complete. To overcome anger and annoyance. To overcome anger or annoyance when someone says or does something that upsets your inner poise, quickly flash the telecosmograph of a full silvery moon and repeat 5 or 10 times the keywords I subdue. You will automatically be put into a peaceful state of mind where your temper will be controlled and you will feel peaceful and serene. To conquer feelings of inferiority. To conquer feelings of inferiority in any social situation where you may feel awkward or inadequate, quickly flash the telecosmograph of the full silvery moon, and then try to reflect its aloofness and serenity, while you say the key words, one subdue, several times. You will then be able to subdue your feelings of inadequacy, and the magnetic pull of the moon will give your subconscious mind the uplift it needs to cause you to rise above feelings of inferiority and inadequacy. How to master fate and control your destiny to become more patient with people. If you become impatient with some person who rubs you the wrong way, or someone in your family who constantly irritates you with their domination, their criticism, or other negative habits, quickly say the key words, I subdue several times to yourself, and flash the telecosmograph of the full silvery moon to your higher mind centers. You will instantly trigger reactions of patience, harmony, and love within your mind, and the person will no longer have power to disturb you. To release creative or artistic power. If you wish to create something beautiful, such as art, music, poetry, literature, or to invent some object, or get an idea for a new business project, flash the keywords one subdue to your subconscious mind and the telecosmograph of the full moon. It will trigger the creative magnetism that lies within your subconscious mind, making you a receptive channel for great ideas. 5. To use the 5th telecosmogram from the Bible, That can help you achieve conquest of life and control your destiny. Say the keywords "I dominate" and flash the telecosmographs to your subconscious mind represented by the blue skies above or the falling rain. Each time the sun is shining and the sky is blue, you will receive the subconscious stimulus. You can overcome every situation in life. You were born to rule and dominate the elements of nature. You can exercise your mental power over every situation in your life and master it. The control of your destiny is within your own hands. To master moodiness and depression. Each time it rains and you are inclined to feel moody or depressed, flash the keywords "I dominate" to your subconscious mind, and the rain becomes the telecosmograph that says to your subconscious mind, as rain is essential to the Earth's growth, so too, the minor problems and challenges of life are needed to give spiritual growth to man's soul. As the gentle rains cleanse the earth of all its gross and carnal forces, so too, you will transmute all Earth's negative forces of lack and limitation into the glittering harvest of riches and abundance, blessing all mankind. Let the falling rain flash to your subconscious mind the telecosmographs of happiness and fertility. Your mental seeds have been planted in the garden of destiny, and now they are being given the mental inspiration and stimulus that will cause them to bloom in verdant crops of joy, love, friendship, treasures, health, and abundance of every kind. Similarly, you can use symbols all around you to trigger subconscious reactions and bring you instant results. For instance, when you drive through the country and see beautiful homes, let each home be a telecosmograph sent to your subconscious mind which flashes the message. Happiness begins in the home. I now release the subconscious power that will guide me to the purchase of my own home, where I shall find eternal peace and serenity. Every time you enter through a door, let it become a telecosmograph to your subconscious mind, reminding you of the broader expansion of consciousness, which you may achieve when you trigger subconscious reaction with the keywords, "I enter." You enter into great new experiences every time you go out of a door to the outer world. In the morning, when you exit to go to your place of business, let it flash to your subconscious mind the telecosmograph of new experiences, better business prospects, more money from unexpected sources, greater sales for that day, happier experiences with your co-workers. A real estate salesman I once knew in California, who studied with me, used the telecosmograph system to flash a perpetual message to his subconscious mind that every time he saw a door or a house, he would be programmed to give the best sales talk of his life to his next client. Within 1 month, he was selling double the number of houses that other salesmen sold. A young lady in Long Beach, California, who learned how to use telecosmic power, told me there were no opportunities for her in that city, where there were many elderly, retired people. I told her to use the symbol of the door to trigger the subconscious message. I exit from this city of limitation and enter into the broader expanses of the world, where I shall attract my greater destiny. Within 2 weeks, this lady received an offer to go to San Francisco as a representative for a firm handling home products. She made the move and found the broader field of experience that she craved, made more money, and was happier than she had been in her former limited domain. A young man overcame suicidal tendencies. A young man whom I met on a plane going to Athens, Greece, told me that he was periodically depressed and often thought of ending it all. He had just broken off with his girlfriend, to whom he had been engaged to be married, when she fell in love with another young man. I gave him this system of telecosmic power to help relieve him of depression and moodiness. He especially hated the rain and was going back to his home country, Greece, where the sun shines almost the year round. I told him how to flash telecosmographs using the sun and even the rain for his complete healing. He was to visualize the sun as giving him life and energy and dissolving his problems. And when he saw rain, he was to flash the keywords, "I grow, I evolve." He kept in touch with me after reaching Athens and told me he had improved within 1 week. In his village where he went for a visit, he met a beautiful young lady and believed he could love her and marry her. Truly, the romantic sun quickly rose on his new mental horizons. Review of vital points in chapter 1. You can master fate and control your destiny by using the science of telecosmic power to flash telecosmographs, word pictures, to your subconscious mind for the immediate action. 2. How to find the cosmic matrix that God uses when He wants to create anything from a starfish deep in the sea to a human being, a tree, or a rose. 3. Let there be light. The first telecosmogram given in the Bible, which starts the whole of creation that culminates in the sun, moon, stars, and billions of other planets in the cosmic scheme of things. 4. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. God's divine promise that man is also a creator, and through telecosmic power can create in his image and likeness, mentally as well as physically. 5. The 5 creative telecosmograms given in Genesis: to fructify, to multiply, to replenish, to subdue, and to dominate all the forces of creation, and how you may apply them as telecosmograms to your own life to shape destiny. 6. How one man projected telecosmographs for $10,000 and received $5,000 in 1 month. 7. How a woman projected telecosmographs to own her own jewelry shop, and how it came about in the most mysterious manner. 8. How to trigger the subconscious telecosmic power with the keywords I fructify. 9. How to increase your income and start the flow of money, possessions, houses, lands, jewels, stocks, automobiles, silver, gold, and other riches, through the telecosmographs triggered with the keywords 1. Multiply. 10. How one young lady believed she was homely until she invoked the telecosmographs with the keywords I replenish. She suddenly blossomed and became magnetic, giving the illusion of beauty. 11. 3 magnetic women I met on Onassis yacht: Garbo, Elizabeth Taylor, and Maria Callas, the opera star, who were not beautiful, but created the illusion of beauty through telecosmic awareness of cosmic beauty. 12. How to use the symbols of the sun and moon as telecosmographs to trigger subconscious riches that benefit your life in every department. 13. How to use the telecosmogram 1 subdue to achieve peace, poise, and power so you may rise above the petty annoyances of life. 14. How you can release creative and artistic power to write, paint, design, invent, or any other creative process by using the keywords I subdue. 15. How to use the keywords I dominate to shatter the mold of negativity in your life and put you into attunement with power, joy, and radiance. 16. The keywords I dominate can be used with the symbol of a house or a door, or falling rain, to flash to your subconscious mind the dominant thought that you can control fate and be master of your destiny. Chapter 6. Discover your hidden genius that can help you build a great destiny. You possess a hidden genius within your subconscious and superconscious minds. No matter your present level of mental activity, you can increase the power of your mind through telecosmic forces to raise your IQ to the level of a genius. College students were recently tested in the laboratories with the new brainwave techniques and alpha biofeedback. These students lacked ability to concentrate, made consistently low grades in their studies, and had very poor memories. These students were put into the theta brainwave state, which means that their brain waves on the electroencephalograph measured from between 4 to 7 cycles per second. Then they were programmed subconsciously by being told to concentrate their minds on holding certain facts, words, numbers, or other information in their minds while they meditated. After a few such treatments, it was discovered that these slow-learning students suddenly could retain anything they read or heard and instantly recall it whenever they put themselves back into the state of meditation known as theta. This new breakthrough in the science of mind makes it possible now for any person to build a perfect memory, to be able to read more rapidly and retain what he has read, to be able to break negative habits, such as smoking, drinking, or dope addiction, and any one of dozens of other defects. With this programming of your subconscious and superconscious minds with telecosmic power, you may bypass the normal avenues of laborious effort required to learn something and have an instant apperception of anything you want to learn. You can master foreign languages in this way. You can increase your skill in assembling your thoughts and ideas, and become a proficient public speaker in a short time. You can use this new science to help you evolve talents that you did not know you had, such as writing great novels, painting beautiful pictures, creating magnificent poetry, inventing useful objects, or having great business ideas that could make you millions. There is no limit to telecosmic power when you once discover that you have a hidden genius within your mind, which you may summon to do all your difficult tasks and bring you perfect living. A 65-year-old man who came to our lectures in New York City planned to retire and live in Greece on his Social Security because living is comparatively reasonable there. He decided to try this method of using telecosmic power to learn the Greek language. Everyone told him he could not do it, as Greek is one of the most difficult languages to learn. Within 6 months, this man had mastered enough of the language to be able to speak conversational, everyday Greek sufficiently so he could carry on an ordinary conversation. A woman who was 35 worked as a secretary for a prolific TV writer. She turned out what are commonly known as soap operas' continuous daytime series, and the writer received a very high salary. This young woman, after learning how to raise her creative level with telecosmic power, got an idea which she turned into a TV script. She presented it to the production department of a big TV network, and it was accepted. Now, instead of being a secretary, making money for writers, she is a successful writer, receiving rewards that she never thought possible when she just sat pounding a typewriter for someone else. The mastermind that controls the universe. There is a mastermind that controls the universe. There is a master plan that has been invoked under which the billions of planets rotate in their spheres each night, held up by invisible magnetism. These stars are always in the same places every night, never too late or too early. And we can predict 1,000 years from now, where Saturn, Mars, Neptune, the Sun, and Moon will be in relation to our planet Earth. In fact, these stars in the heaven are so accurate that we set our Earth clocks by the stars. You can trust such a mastermind that has created such a cosmic miracle as life, and caused it to operate under cosmic laws that are perfect. You can duplicate the power of this mastermind in your own life through using telecosmic power to help release the slumbering genius within your subconscious mind. Telecosmic power helps program a positive attitude. Through telecosmic power, you may begin today to program your subconscious mind with positive forces. Train your mind to think of yourself as a master salesman. You are selling one of the greatest of all commodities, your mental gifts and your personality. The values that you stamp upon yourself, the magnificence of your inner dreams, the size of your concepts, these will become programmed in your subconscious mind and become the externalized actions that lead you to fame and fortune. Follow this regimen to discover and release the hidden genius that can help you build a great destiny. 1. Recognize that the mastermind power which created the universe, the billions of planets, and everything in creation works in and through you. This power has the ability to permeate your own consciousness. It is the slumbering genius within your subconscious and superconscious minds. You can release it by using the keywords recognize and the following telecosmograms. I recognize that there is a mastermind in the universe which created all things. This mastermind power works through my higher mind centers, giving me the power to create and do anything I choose. I now create the master plan in my life that encompasses great deeds, big dreams, and high concepts. I now trigger from my subconscious mind the superior intelligence that can improve my memory, give me power to overcome bad habits, and to increase my mental capacity so that I function on the high IQ level of a genius. 2. Then, when you have given your subconscious mind this recognition of its superior power, program yourself with a master plan that will encompass the things you desire in life. Use the keywords I project and the following telecosmograms for this purpose. I project the perfect master plan that will give me perfect living. I program a perfect body with vitality, energy, and good health. I will have energy to do all my life functions perfectly. I invoke the power of my subconscious mind to keep my heart beating perfectly, to give me normal blood pressure, to heal me of any disorders I may now have. to regulate my metabolism, keep my weight at normal, and to control all the automatic functions of my body perfectly. I programmed my big dream into my subconscious mind. I wish to have a business of my own. I desire large sums of money so I may have freedom from want security, cultural benefits, and leisure time to do the things I enjoy. I think large sums of money, and these come into existence through the golden ideas that my subconscious mind will release for gaining riches and abundance. A woman who was programmed to poverty, and how she changed with her master plan. A woman who came to one of my lectures complained that the clerk at the store that day had charged her $5 for some small item. She wailed, Everything is so expensive nowadays. I don't know how we'll be able to live with everything going up, up, up." Then, in talking to her further, I discovered that she had been programmed all her life to think in terms of lack, limitation, poverty, and restriction. She had been brought up by a mother who had come from a poverty-stricken section of the South, where she was conditioned to think in terms of lack and limitation. She had heard from the time she was born of how difficult life was, how poor they were, how they could never become rich, until this woman had programmed her subconscious mind with absolute poverty. She and her mother lived in a little furnished room. The younger woman worked at a small salary, and over a period of 20 years, by scrimping and saving, they had saved $3,000. I knew the only way I could help her break this negative programming was to give her the secrets of telecosmic power and help her build her own master plan for future prosperity and success. I started the process by giving her the key words I recognized with the telecosmograms that fitted her situation, in which she was to recognize there were riches in the universe and that her subconscious mind could guide her to the finding of her abundance. I also gave her the key words I increase and I enrich with the following telecosmograms, which she was to say every night for 2 weeks. I increase. My awareness of infinite riches now increases. I expand my consciousness to include the master plan which exists in the universe. Everything has been provided for my future welfare. I now draw upon the universal bank of riches and abundance, the money and other elements I need to give me security for the future. Then she was to use the key words I enrich with the following telecosmograms. My consciousness is now enriched with the concept that there is abundance in the universe, and I now magnetize my mind centers with the thought of money coming to me from many sources. I live in an unlimited universe, and all my needs shall be met. Then I gave this woman telecosmographs of money to path the message to her subconscious mind of bigger sums than she had been used to thinking. I cut out pieces of per in the 4 corners of which I wrote the sums of $1, $0, $5,000, $10,000, and $100,000. She counted these stacks of simulated money and then began to project first $1,000 and then $5,000 until she had built her confidence enough to actually visualize that one day she could attract the larger sum of $100,000. I had a money magazine that had pictures of all the high billed with the names of the men and their pictures that were on the bigger bills. These she memorized and kept flashing the telecosmographs of money, projecting the names and faces of the men on the $10 bill, and gradually the $20, the $50, the $100, until finally she graduated in her master plan to the $1,000, $10,000, and $100,000 bills. Following are the names and faces on these bills, which you should be familiar with in making out your own master plan for future riches and abundance. The $5 billion has on it the face of Lincoln. The $10 billion, the face of Alexander Hamilton. The $20 billion, Andrew Jackson's face. The $50 billion, the face of U.S. Grant. The $100 billion, Ben Franklin's face. The $1,000 billion, Daniel Webster. The $10,000 billion. This has on it the face and name of Salmon Chase, Secretary of the Treasury under Lincoln. The $100,000 billion has on it the face of Woodrow Wilson, and this big bill is used only to exchange money from one Federal Reserve Bank to another in large sums. Then, after she had accustomed herself to thinking in terms of the big dream and the master plan for her life, I had her begin to use telecosmographs to her subconscious mind for a method by which she and her mother might have a business and a big yearly income. One day, while she was knitting a colorful sweater for a Christmas gift to give to a friend, the thought was flashed to her from her subconscious mind. You love to knit and crochet. Why not open a shop for women who enjoy this hobby, selling materials and goods for that type of work? This was the answer to her request for a master plan for her future life. She told me about her sudden flash of inspiration, and I encouraged her to go ahead and do it. She took her $3,000 from her savings account, found a small shop near her home, and opened a store that specialized in everything for women who wanted to sew, crochet, and knit, even to patterns, books, and all kinds of materials such as yarns, knitting and crocheting needles, looms, and other equipment. This woman's home was a short distance from Los Angeles in Long Beach, where there are many retired older women. These people flocked to her shop, which became a kind of social center, and from the first the shop was a success. When I saw her 2 years later, when I gave a series of lectures in that city, she proudly told me that her income that year had jumped to $15,000. She and her mother had bought a simple little home and were happier than they had ever thought possible. 3. Use these 5 master techniques and keywords to help release the hidden genius that slumbers within your subconscious mind. A. I overcome. Program to your higher mind that you can and will overcome the past negative programming of lack, limitation, poverty, fear, and worry that might be short-circuiting your subconscious power and your dream of greatness. B. Make out a success chart and put it up somewhere where you can see it each day to check your progress. Monday. I overcome fear and anxiety today and am confident that my mastermind will guide me to success and riches. Use the keywords I overcome as often as possible this day. Tuesday. I invoke the power of my mastermind all day today to keep myself optimistic and cheerful, never uttering one negative word all day. Use the keywords I invoke. Wednesday. I see riches and abundance all around me today, and I attune myself to larger sums of money by knowing my mind is a money magnet that can attract everything I need to bring me success and security. The key words today are: I expand. Thursday. I release myself from all past limitations, inferiority, and restrictions that have held me in a position of poverty, mediocrity, and frustration all my life. The key words this day are: I release. Friday. I recognize the slumbering genius within my higher mind centers, and I now cooperate with this power to elevate myself to new and higher strata of creative mental and physical action. The key words today are: 1. Recognize, I cooperate, and I elevate. Saturday. This day I shall take bold action to project my big dream to the outer world of reality, knowing that fortune favors the bold. I shall dare to dream big, to do great things, and to be aware of the power I have tapped. The key words today are: I dream, I dare, I do. Sunday. This day I shall be aware of my blessings and give thanks to God for the gift of life, and pray that I shall constantly be a credit to Him. The key words today are: I pray and I believe. 4. Mastermind your life by consciously cooperating with your subconscious mind each day. Do not take any steps alone, but sit quietly and ask that your higher subconscious mind shall make your decisions and guide you to take the right action in your life. Example: a man needed a certain sum of money to pay a long overdue note. He was frantic and rushed around asking his friends and relatives to help him, but of course they did not. He came into our work and learned about telecosmic power and the mastermind principle. He decided to invoke the aid of his higher mind. He sat for 3 days, for 15 minutes a day, using the keywords I contact, and he gave the following telecosmograms to his higher mind to trigger instant reactions to his desperate need. I contact. My higher mind knows my needs and will now rush forth to assist me in raising the money I require for this specific purpose. I now contact the higher mind centers where are stored millions of ideas that can bring me wealth. I now confidently await results. At the end of the 3rd day, this man had an offer to sell a piece of land that had long been considered worthless. A decision had suddenly been made to run a road straight through his property, giving it new value. He obtained the check for the down payment, and it was more than enough to meet his emergency. Later, he made a terrific profit on this land, which he had held for many years. 5. For the following week, make up your mind that you will follow a master plan that will bring everything you do into sharp focus. If you are a salesman, decide that you will make more sales that week than in the previous week. If you need a sum of money such as $500 or $1,000, write it down on a slip of paper which you carry with you for the following week, looking at it as many times a day as you can. Program the keywords I attract and the following master plan telecosmogram. Money flows all around me. It is in perpetual motion from one pocket and one bank to another, blessing each person whose life it touches. I now attract my share. I master plan the sum of $1,000 to meet my present needs. I have faith that this money will come to me in the near future. If there is a problem in your life, disagreement with some person, marital difficulties, problems in your office or work, make a master plan to create harmony and bring you into an atmosphere of peace and serenity. You can use the keywords I soothe in the telecosmograms. This situation now yields to my master plan for peace and harmony within my environment. All problems now yield to my mastermind principle, and there is only perfect peace in my affairs. 6. If you wish to create some work of art and music, poetry, painting, literature, or obtain an idea for an invention or for business, invoke the mastermind principle and the master plan by sitting quietly, putting yourself in a confident, quiet state of mind, which is equivalent to the theta in the slower brainwave rhythm that geniuses often use to create their masterpieces. Silently flash the keywords I create 5 or 10 times to your higher subconscious mind, asking for the release of the particular type of creative action you desire. If it is a desire to paint beautiful pictures, use the keywords I create with the following telecosmogram. Creative power resides within my subconscious mind. I now tap this creative power with a desire to create a painting that reflects order, harmony, and beauty. I ask for instant recall of everything beautiful I have ever seen, and that it be projected through my hands onto this canvas or paper. I am now a channel for the reception of great concepts in art. If you have a desire to write something great in poetry or literature, a television or motion picture script, a play, or a thesis for a philosophical work, know that the higher subconscious mind knows more about the subject matter than you do. You can ask for the mastermind to come through to you with the keywords one create in the following telecosmogram. I wish to become a channel for great ideas to come through my mastermind for a novel which shall accurately reflect life and which shall be an inspiration for others. You can state poetry, drama, articles, stories, or any other form of writing. If you are desirous of obtaining new ideas for an advertising campaign for some product, this mastermind can bring it to you. How an author uses this power to write novels. An author that I know uses this method for writing his novels and plays. He wrote his first novel using the telecosmic power through his subconscious mind and the keywords I create. He sold his first novel, but it did not bring him the fortune he had programmed into his subconscious mind, for it only sold about 1,000 copies. However, he had programmed the desire that it would be made into a motion picture. He received $85,000 for the movie rights, and then was hired at a very big salary to write the movie scenario. Whenever he wants to start the flow of creative ideas, he sits at his electric typewriter, turns on the power, and says, "I create." Then he flashes the telecosmogram to his subconscious mind that his brain is being motivated by the same electric power that causes the typewriter to operate. The flow of ideas is almost instantaneous. How to use telecosmic power to paint pictures. If it is your desire to paint pictures, design costumes, create interior designs for houses or public buildings, to sculpture great works in marble or wood, or any other art form which you choose, you can use the same method by sitting before your work table for a few moments, concentrating your mind on the keywords I create, and saying the telecosmograms, or thinking them, that are given above for releasing creative power from your subconscious mind. Then flood your mind with the most beautiful telecosmographs of scenes you have witnessed in the past. This subconscious recall of beauty will help the automatic working of your subconscious mind by causing it to dig down below the surface to call up the most idealistic and beautiful creative forms which you have actually seen. A former student of mine, who used telecosmic power in his work in an advertising agency, used this method to dream up 2 TV commercials, which he sold for $10,000 each. He had programmed several weeks before that he wanted the sum of $20,000, and his subconscious released 2 new and original ideas that won him 2 separate contracts for $10,000 each. Later, this man opened his own advertising agency, and the first year received $25 million worth of orders from large companies who knew of his great work in that field. How to compose classical or popular music through telecosmic power. Mozart used this method for receiving great inspiration from his higher mind for his beautiful compositions. Tchaikovsky tells of how he composed his first major work, a musical ode to winter, when he was 25. He sat looking out of his window at the Russian landscape one cold winter day, when the world was locked in a white sheet of snow and ice, and he was so impressed by the utter desolation and awesome loneliness of the scene that he was inspired by his subconscious mind to go to the piano and compose an ode to this spectacular scene. He created a beautiful composition from this frozen beauty that still lives today as one of his greatest works. Sit quietly when you are courting the muse for music and give the creative key words, create to your subconscious mind, having read or thought the telecosmograms given above for any creative activity. Then, as you sit and concentrate the full powers of your mind on creating lovely music, let whatever your subconscious mind wants to send through flow through your consciousness, capturing it on the keyboard of the piano or whatever instrument you wish to use. Sometimes the melody will not come through at that session, but if you ask your subconscious mind to compose something special, you can go about your regular activities of the day, and suddenly a flash of inspiration will come through for you to go to the piano and prepare to receive a fully developed musical masterpiece. A young popular composer who studies these techniques in dynamic mind control in Los Angeles triggers his subconscious mind by putting on a medley of modern composers on his pickup. As he composes musical themes for motion pictures and also popular songs for TV and radio groups, this sets his mind into creative action, and the flow usually begins within from 5 to 10 minutes. If you are a singer or an actor, and you must project your voice before the public or cameras, you can use this telecosmic power to trigger your subconscious to give you the most beautiful vocal sounds you are capable of creating. You can use 2 different keywords for this type of vocal production: I create and I project. Then visualize your voice going out like a pair of loving arms, embracing those who listen to you sing or act. Maria Callas thought this inspiring and uplifting telecosmogram every time she went out to sing before vast audiences in concert and opera halls throughout the world, and she has been acclaimed as having one of the greatest voices of all time. How to use telecosmic power to be an inventor. You can use the same creative power to become a great inventor, or to discover some new ideas in creating useful objects or materials, such as nylon or plastics. Sit quietly and repeat the key words I create, and then mentally inspire your mind with the telecosmograms given above, and visualize the mastermind of an Edison, an Eli Whitney, a McCormick, or some other genius, coming through your subconscious mind to inspire you with some great new idea or invention. Review of points in Chapter 6. 1. The hidden genius that resides within your subconscious mind, and how you can summon up this awesome power to build a great destiny for you. 2. How college students who had inferior grades were programmed subconsciously to pass with high marks and were able to raise their IQs to the level of geniuses. 3. How to tap the mastermind power that controls the universe and use it to bring you perfect living. 4. How you can break the mesmeric negative programming of sickness, war, depression, poverty, hate, and fear that keeps humanity bogged down in the mire of defeat and failure. 5. How to use the keywords I recognize to help you awaken the slumbering genius that lies in your subconscious mind, ready to help you with telecosmograms that give you new awareness of your creative powers. 6. How you can use the keywords I project to release the superior power of your subconscious mind for health, for business, for romantic fulfillment, for making large sums of money, and to guide you in your every life activity. 7. A woman who had been programmed to poverty all her life rose above her limitations by using telecosmic power and made $15,000 a year in a new business. 8. How to use the keywords I increase and I enrich to build your bank account when you are having financial problems. 9. How to build your money magnet within your subconscious mind by familiarizing yourself with large sums of money and the names and faces on big bills like $1,000, $10,000, and $100,000. 10. How you can use the keywords I overcome to tap the subconscious mind power to give you dreams of great achievement. 11. The success chart that you can use to program your subconscious mind for achieving success with the keywords I release, I recognize, I cooperate, and I elevate. 12. The master plan that can help you raise certain sums of money, make more sales of your products, or solve problems that arise in your life. 13. How to use telecosmograms to create great works in art, music, writing, poetry, invention, and in getting big business ideas. 14. How to use the keywords I create to unlock golden ideas from your subconscious mind that can cause you to become a creative genius in any chosen field. 15. How great singers use this telecosmogram of I create to develop magnificent voices and enchant audiences. 16. How an author uses this telecosmic power to write his novels and motion picture scripts, and how he sold his first novel for $85,000 to motion pictures. 17. How a former student of mine used telecosmic power to get 2 ideas in advertising that brought him $20,000, and later how he opened his own advertising agency and obtained $25 million worth of contracts. 18. How great composers use this subconscious power to release their melodies for the world's enjoyment. 19. You can use telecosmic power to invent some useful object or discover some new combination of materials, such as nylon or plastic, that can make you rich. Chapter 7. 7 telecosmograms that release a flood tide of power for getting rich. Did you ever read the fable that tells about King Midas and how he was granted the golden touch, which turned everything he touched into solid gold? Have you ever wished there were some magic formula which, like the golden Midas touch, you could use to bring you a flood tide of power for getting rich? In this chapter, we shall explore the method by which you may use telecosmic power like a veritable golden Midas touch to turn your thoughts into the glittering gold of riches and abundance. Successful and rich people automatically invoke 7 telecosmograms that trigger their subconscious minds with a flood tide of creative power that drives them in the directions of riches. I have met many millionaires and a few billionaires in my lifetime, and I have carefully analyzed their minds, their careers, and the methods by which they achieved fame and fortune. In each instance, I found out they automatically used certain mental formulas and thought in certain ways that programmed them to money, recognition, and outstanding success in their chosen fields. I have condensed the lifetime philosophies and creative principles of these rich men and discovered that they all used our subconscious telecosmic power without being aware of it. Subconscious telecosmic power is back of all man's great discoveries. As you look back at the historic march of events in recorded history, you will realize that some higher mind power was back of all of man's great discoveries and achievements. Always, your subconscious mind knows more than your conscious mind. It is trying constantly to penetrate the veils of ignorance and superstition that hold back progress, and to bring into the forefront of consciousness new discoveries for man's evolutionary progress toward successful living. In applying the following 7 telecosmograms to release a golden flood tide of power for getting rich, you need not memorize all of them. Write down on a filing card each of the telecosmograms that you feel you need for immediate use. Each day, carry this filing card in your pocketbook or put it on a mirror or wall where you can read it several times a day. When its dynamic message has once been programmed into your subconscious mind, you need only think or say the key words that trigger that particular telecosmogram. It will have an immediate effect on your subconscious mind, causing it to release the particular information that you require for attracting more money or discovering new ideas that can help you in your life. The 7 telecosmograms that can release a golden flood tide of power for making you rich. 1. I desire. I now invoke the power of my subconscious mind to release a flood tide of golden ideas that can make me rich. When you have stated the above telecosmogram to your subconscious mind 7 times, sit quietly and flash the following telecosmographs to your higher mind. By invoking the words or creative commands, at the same time you project the cosmic pictures of the things you want. You create a dynamic magnetism within your higher brain centers that works like a magnet, attracting to you the persons, situations, and objects which you have projected through telecosmic power. Remember also, it is not your subconscious mind alone which is being programmed, but it is your superconscious mind which relays its messages to the cosmic mind which created all things, and which is then set into motion to bring you whatever it is you desire. This cosmic telepathy flashes signals to every part of God's universe and works like a vast system of telegraphic signals to every cell of the living universe. This is how everything in the universe operates under such perfect cosmic law. When you attune your higher mind to this cosmic mind, your telecosmograms and telecosmographs will instantly be flashed to this highest form of all intelligence, and they will be executed without question or delay. Hold these telecosmographs in your mind with the telecosmogram, I desire. Visualize yourself receiving brilliant ideas that can make you successful and rich. See yourself going into your own business. See money pouring in from many sources. Mentally go on a shopping spree and visualize all the things you are going to buy with your money. Project the picture of the house or apartment you want to live in. Cut pictures out of home-making magazines of your perfect dream home. Paste these pictures into a scrapbook of destiny. Then cut out pictures of the furnishings you want in that home and paste them in also. Each night, just before retiring, look at those photographs and project them to your subconscious mind as the ideals you wish to attract. When you see a photograph of the type of car you wish to own and drive, cut it out of the magazine and paste it in your scrapbook of destiny. Then, mentally sit in meditation and drive that car. Visit your friends, go out into the country on picnics. See yourself driving to your place of business. As you make that car a reality in your consciousness, the mental forces are already working to make it come into the dimensions of the present. If you wish to have money to travel, project the telecosmographs of the countries you wish to visit. Get travel literature from agencies that show colorful pictures of England, France, Spain, Greece, Hawaii, or any other country you want to visit. Paste these in your scrapbook of destiny. Look at these pictures every night just before going to bed. Recall them as often as you can during the day, and see yourself on the plane or boat going to these chosen foreign countries. How a singer traveled around the world. A singer who once appeared for me at one of my lectures at Carnegie Hall came to a few classes and learned the secret of telecosmic power. She told me one day, I have always wanted to travel around the world, but never had enough money. I told her to invoke the telecosmograms and telecosmographs given above, projecting herself to a luxury liner going around the world, and not to worry about how the money would come. She went to a travel agency to obtain travel folders about a luxury cruise around the world that they had advertised, which cost close to $5,000. In talking to the courteous woman in the travel agency, she revealed that she was a classical singer and that she had sung at Carnegie Hall and Town Hall, as well as with the New York City Opera Center. The woman asked her, "Have you ever thought of getting a job as an entertainer on a cruise ship going around the world?" This was the first time this idea had ever been suggested to the singer. She made inquiries and found out where she should go to see about being booked on such a cruise. The singer had her interview, and after giving an audition, showing she could sing classical as well as popular music, she was booked on the $5,000 round-the-world cruise, and she was paid for her services as well. This woman invoked this power and won an entire set of furniture. Another woman in our New York lecture group invoked the telecosmogram One Desire with the projection of the telecosmographs of new furnishings for her apartment. She lived in a rent-frozen apartment where she had been for 25 years, and she did not want to move, but she did want new furniture. She had no extra cash to buy it, so she began to invoke the I Desire telecosmograms and telecosmographs. For free entertainment evenings, she was in the habit of going to some of the free TV shows which allowed audiences to participate. One day, she entered her name on a blank that had been handed to her at the door when she entered. She signed it and dropped it into a basket. Later, during the filming of the show, her name was called, and she found she was a contestant in a giveaway type of program, where the contestants had to guess the answers to certain questions. She and 3 other people were on the stage, trying to guess the correct answers to the questions. She picked a category she was familiar with, which was geography, having once been a grammar school teacher, and she answered every one of the questions correctly. Her prize: a complete set of household furnishings: living room suite, bedroom suite, dining table, refrigerator, electric stove, chairs, and even a new color TV set. This woman is convinced that her higher mind guided her to that particular TV show on that special day to make it possible for her to attract the things she had programmed through the keywords I desire. 2. I dream. I dream the big dream, knowing that back of all creation is a blueprint or dream that has created everything in the universe. I am a part of God's dream for perfect living, and I now invoke the power of my higher mind to bring me the perfect destiny which I desire. Every time you desire something, flash the telecosmogram I dream to your subconscious mind, and it will trigger your higher mind with ideas for creative action that will project your dreams to the outer world. The first primitive man who saw a stone rolling down a mountainside and dreamed of a wheel attached to a cart changed the course of history. Science calls this one of the greatest of all inventions. The first time a man saw a bird flying and dreamed that one day man would grow wings and soar into the upper reaches of the universe, in that moment was born the modern jet plane, and with it, the further advanced dream that one day man would walk on the moon. He fulfilled his dreams, because always inherent in the dream is its fulfillment. Man's dreams have always preceded his science, invention, art, music, literature, industry, and progress. Your inner dreams are the building blocks of your destiny. Project the telecosmographs of your dreams to your subconscious mind. Sit in regular sessions where you daydream about your life. See the perfect romance or marriage that you desire. Project the ideal type of work you want to be in. See the dream house, complete in every detail, including the location, number of rooms, garden, and even the entertaining of your friends. Project the dream of the perfect healthy body, with youth and vitality and long life. Dream of the day you will be magnetic, charming, and popular, surrounded by a circle of loving friends. Use the I Dare telecosmogram to achieve greatness. 3. I dare. I dare to explore the new frontiers of adventure and excitement that beckon me in the future. I now program a great destiny, made up of exciting new experiences, in which I shall carry out all my secret plans and ambitions. I shall have the courage to try the impossible, to achieve great deeds, to project brilliant ideas that can revolutionize the world. The man who dreams something into existence, and then dares to follow through with his dream, is called a genius by humanity. Think of the daring of man to split the atom and release its awesome powers. The daring it took for the Wright brothers to enter their flimsy flying machine and prove that man could fly. The daring of Churchill and Eisenhower to believe that their invasion of the European continent would prove successful in winning the war against Hitler. Project the following telecosmographs with the key words, I dare. Visualize yourself daring to try your hand in a new job where you are in charge of a business or the manager of an office. Instead of being afraid to try something new, make up your mind that you are intelligent enough to be at the top of your profession. See yourself singing or speaking before large groups of people, if this is your desire. Mentally appear on the concert stage and hear the applause of your audience. Make up a speech and deliver it before a large audience. If you want to be an actor, project the telecosmograph of yourself appearing before TV cameras or on the stage, or in motion pictures. Go through the scenes that you will play. Mentally see your name on the screen, on theater marquees. See yourself being written up in Time and Newsweek. A young actor, to whom I gave this secret of telecosmic power when he was a beginning player at MGM Studios a few years ago, was named Roger Moore. He began to project that he would be a success as an actor. He made several pictures in Hollywood, but they were not very successful. He kept projecting telecosmographs that he would one day be a big success on TV and in motion pictures. He was later guided to go back to his native England, where he became the star in the successful TV series The Saint, that ran for several years. His career received a new impetus, and he was soon reported in the magazines he had carefully projected his name would appear in: Life, Newsweek, and Time, as well as hundreds of others. Project the I Do telecosmogram for instant action. 4. I do. I aspire to great heights in my future destiny. I do the things that will automatically bring me success, riches, and recognition. I do overcome the negative programmings that have held me back in life, and I now project my dream of achievement to the world of reality, knowing that it will come true. The telecosmograms for I do stir up vortices of atomic action within your brain centers, causing you to be inspired to do the things you have daydreamed about. As action is the first law in the universe, you will create dynamic patterns of action within your higher brain centers through the use of this telecosmogram. Use the following telecosmographs to add impetus to your keywords I do. See yourself doing the things you have always thought about, but which you kept putting off. Go for that interview for the better job and be confident you will be hired. Write the 5 letters to prospective employers and be sure that one of them will engage you. I knew one young man who graduated from a course in business administration and used these telecosmograms to win a big position. He wrote 5 letters to heads of big corporations, giving his qualifications and stating that his salary would be $15,000 a year as a junior executive. When he was given a position with one of the firms, the head of the company told him that the fact he had thought himself worth $15,000 a year for a beginning salary impressed him. He said, "Any young fellow just out of college who believes he is worth that much money must have something to give." Project your mind to the new location where you want to move. Perhaps you are not satisfied with your present work or home and think you should live in Arizona, California, or Florida to avoid the cold of the eastern or midwestern states. Program your subconscious mind with the telecosmographs of the action you want to take. Invoke the I do keywords, and they will automatically trigger the dynamic action that will put you in your right place. How a man and his wife moved to Florida. A man and his wife were very unhappy in the cold, northeastern city where they lived. They learned about telecosmic power and began to invoke the telecosmographs for doing what they wanted to achieve: perfect living. They cut pictures of sunny Florida out of magazines and travel literature. They projected a little white cottage beside a sunlit lagoon. They saw the husband working in a nearby business. They projected a small car that would be economical to keep up. I received a letter from this couple from a city in Florida, with a photograph enclosed of the little white cottage, the waving palm trees and blue skies, beside the little lagoon of which they dreamed. The husband, true to their mental projection, was working in a factory nearby, and parked at the curb in front of their dream home was the little Volkswagen they had projected. Use the verbs of action, I am, to create new activity. 5. I am. I now program my higher subconscious mind with my true identity and value. I am created to know successful living on all planes of consciousness. I am perfect. I am illumined mentally and spiritually. I am worthy of the best life has to offer. I am in attunement with riches and abundance, and now attract to myself success, money, fame, recognition, friends, love, happiness, perfect health, and peace of mind. The keywords I am trigger from your subconscious mind, an automatic response of everything that you really are. Feed the above telecosmograms into your subconscious mind each day, until they become a part of the automatic response mechanism of your higher mind, creating the true value that you now believe you are worth to the world and to yourself. Instead of negatively programming yourself with the I am not statements, change them to the I am statements. I am happy. I am successful. I am rich. I am talented. I am on the way to great achievements. I am healthy, young, and vital. I am loving and kind. I am important. I am great. When you have fed all of the above telecosmograms into your subconscious mind, sit quietly for a few moments each day and program these telecosmographs to your higher mind. Experience the emotion of happiness. Call up all the happy memories that make up the beautiful mosaic of your past and relive them in your mind. Project to your subconscious mind the success patterns of what you think success for you should be. See the fame and recognition that you desire coming to you. Mentally see yourself living like a rich person, going to the best hotels, dining in beautiful restaurants, living in a fine home, furnished magnificently, joining the clubs and associating with the social set you have mentally chosen. Project the telecosmographs of the talents you want to develop: writing, painting, inventing, composing, carrying out big business ventures. Picture your body being healthy and strong, and yourself living as long as you wish. Envision yourself surrounded by loved ones and winning and holding the love of your friends. Hold the mental picture of others claiming your talents are great and that you are important in your field. Use the telecosmogram I discover to lead to great achievement. 6. I discover. I now program into my higher mind that I shall discover and unfold new and original creative forms that can help the world and benefit me. I discover my own latent powers of mind. I project creative intelligence to my life and shape it in the image of success, riches, and fulfillment. I discover the hidden secrets for making money that rich men have used throughout the ages. I discover the golden Midas touch that will cause me to release the golden nuggets of thought and convert them into money and its material and physical equivalents. When you use the keywords one discovered to trigger the above telecosmograms to your subconscious mind, you will set into motion all the automatic mechanisms of invention, chemical formulas, new discoveries in science, original products, and combinations of old materials that produce something new and original, like plastic or nylon. Program the keywords I discover with the following telecosmographs to your higher mind for immediate action in building your own personal fortune. See yourself discovering something new that will add to the comfort or advancement of the world. Visualize yourself inventing some useful object or refining and improving an old one, and you will make $1 million. Project the mental picture that you will open a chain store that will give something useful to the public. Colonel Sanders projected this telecosmograph with his Southern Fried Chicken, and he has made millions. Release this telecosmogram for money and possessions. 7. One claim. I now program into my subconscious mind that the universe and all therein are mine by divine right. I now claim all the good things of life. I claim the natural resources of the world, where true riches reside. I claim the public parks as my own estates. I claim the riches of all the art galleries and museums as being created especially for my use and enjoyment. I claim all the public libraries, wherein is stored the wisdom of the ages, and which is intended for my enrichment intellectually. I claim the public transportation systems of buses, subways, trains, and trolley cars, knowing they were created for me to use. I claim the theaters, motion pictures, houses, TV, and radio programs, where I may turn a switch and receive millions of dollars worth of entertainment in one single evening. I claim my inheritance from the Divine Father, who created all these things for my own personal use and enjoyment. I give thanks for all these free blessings and gifts which enrich me as much as though I were a potentate of the Far East. Project for your telecosmographs to go with the above telecosmograms the following pictures. See yourself staking out a claim on the gold, silver, jewels, and other precious gifts that are in the universe. See yourself wearing the finest clothes, living in the best surroundings, enjoying the finest foods, riding in the costliest automobiles. Project yourself on airplane flights to glamorous foreign lands. See yourself associating with international figures in a social set which you mentally choose as being the right one for you. A lawyer, who had been losing many of his civil lawsuits, was wondering what was wrong with him. He came to a few of our lectures and learned about telecosmic power. He began to project the key words I claim with the mental telecosmographs. I shall win my next half-dozen cases. I shall receive awards that are just. I shall make more money this year than for the past 2 years. As he projected these telecosmographs, his subconscious mind began to work them out satisfactorily for him. He won his next 6 cases and was awarded $100,000 in an accident negligence case for his client. Within 1 year, his income soared unbelievably, and he was on his way to perfect living. An aging movie actress whom I had advised when she was young had been neglected by Hollywood for some years. She sought me out again to find out why, in her middle age, she should have had such a decline of fortune. I projected telecosmographs that this former star would receive calls from producers immediately for new roles in TV and motion pictures. She used the key words I claim, flashing the telecosmographs. I see myself before the cameras. I will receive a contract for a leading role in TV that will last for some time. Within 2 weeks, this actress received a call from a producer for a leading character role in a motion picture that won her an Academy nomination. 1 month later, she was cast in a leading character role in a TV series, which is still running. She is now comfortably rich and no longer fears the future. A young man who came into our work in Los Angeles was broke and had no work. He began using telecosmic power and soon attracted a job selling fine curtains to middle-class homes. He needed a car and projected that he wanted nothing less than a Mercedes. A new Mercedes in America can run anywhere from $6,000 to $15,000. He claimed every Mercedes he saw on the streets, and finally one day, someone told him about a Mercedes that was for sale. It belonged to a famous singing group who were buying another car, and it was being sold for only $750. When this young man looked at the car, he saw that it had been shabbily treated, but being mechanically inclined, as motors were his hobby, he bought the car for a small down payment, put it into first-class condition, and is now riding in a beautiful, repainted Mercedes that gives him a prosperity consciousness. Review of points in Chapter 7. 1. The golden Midas touch that can turn everything you touch into the shimmering gold of success, fame, and riches. 2. How to release creative power to bring you riches, fame, and recognition by using the keywords desire and the telecosmograms and telecosmographs, which can trigger immediate action for money. 3. How a singer used these telecosmograms to bring her a trip around the world, for which she was paid. 4. How another woman using telecosmic power programmed a complete new set of furniture, a color TV set, and other objects which came to her absolutely free. 5. How to use the telecosmogram One Dream to stir your own inner dream into creative action and cause it to externalize in the success you desire. 6. I Dare is the dynamic key that opens the doors to the storehouses of universal riches. Most people are afraid to dare try for high goals and great riches. 7. How Roger Moore used this system to dare for the biggest rewards in his acting career and won the role of the saint on TV. 8. A man and his wife, using the I Dare projection, were able to transport themselves to a new home and a new life in sunny Florida, where they found work, a beautiful home beside a blue lagoon, and the car of their choice. 9. How to program your subconscious mind with the key words I am, releasing your subconscious mind power to inherit a kingdom and achieve perfect living. 10. How to change the negative programming of I have not and I am not to I have and I am, releasing power to achieve that which you desire. 11. How the great financiers, businessmen, and creative minds of the past and present Use the mental programming for riches through the keywords I discover. 12. When you have programmed all the riches and other elements you desire, use the keywords I claim to stake your claim on gold, silver, jewels, houses, lands, clothing, furnishings, cars, refrigerators, parks, public transportation, libraries, art galleries, museums, and multi-million-dollar programs on TV and radio, which are yours absolutely free. Chapter 8. How to tap your psychic centers to achieve intuitive guidance. There is a higher intuitive mind within your own mind, which gives you the ability to transmit thoughts or receive thoughts from the minds of others on invisible wavelengths, very much as your radio and television sets are able to receive programs beamed out from a sending station. You can open these higher psychic centers through telecosmic power and be intuitively guided to perfect living. In this chapter, we shall explore the method for doing this. You can command and control the forces of life. You have been given the telepathic power to command and control the invisible cosmic forces of life. You can direct these forces to guide you in the making of decisions. You have the power to prefabricate your future destiny with the psychic visions and mental programming of exactly what you want in your future. The invisible cosmic intelligence, receiving pulsations from your higher superconscious mind, is able to shape the events of your life in the exact pattern that you have predetermined. 1. How to use telecosmic power to give you intuitive guidance. To reach out and motivate other people with your higher psychic centers and control them, use the following method. Sit quietly in a room where you will not be disturbed for at least half an hour to an hour for this exercise. Use the telecosmic motivators that begin with the keywords. You will project the telecosmograms given below, or make up some of your own to fit your exact needs. See the person's face that you want to project these telecosmograms to, or if you desire aid from people you do not know. Project them to the cosmic mind, knowing they will be relayed to the right source, or the person who will come into your path of life to help you. If the person's name is known to you, say the name to yourself, and then add the following telecosmograms that suit your particular needs. To command a person's attention. A. You will communicate with me. I have a matter of vital importance that I wish to discuss with you. Write me or telephone me as quickly as possible. To get promoted on your job. B. You will follow my directions and carry out the actions that I desire. These are for your own benefit as well as my own. You will give me the job I desire. You will give me an advance in salary, as you know I am underpaid. You will make me the manager of my department. Of course, you will select the psychic motivator that fits your needs. If it is not given in this list, then make up your own. To win a person's love or friendship. C. You will be attracted to me magnetically for our mutual good. You will find me compatible, agreeable in every respect, and you will seek me out, knowing that our relationship will be mutually beneficial. To become a super salesman. D. You will buy my services or goods. You need what I have to sell. You will trust me, knowing that I have good intentions to serve you, and that my product is the best to be obtained. You will give me a larger or dare for my product. To win and hold someone's love. E. You will love me. If it is someone in whom you wish to arouse the emotion of love and affection. You are my true soulmate. This I know, and I want you to respond with love and feel that I am the right person for you romantically. We shall share common interests. We shall enjoy our life experiences in marriage. We shall rear a family and find the supreme satisfaction that can come through the divine emotion of love. To gain rewards for services rendered. F. You will reward me. I require money and other equivalents of money for my services, and I feel that I am worthy of assistance. You will give recognition to my worth, and you will benefit from your association with me. To achieve riches and success. G. You will help me achieve success and riches. You are in a position of power, and can aid me in the achievement of my life goal. You will seek me out, give me an offer to be associated with you in your business enterprises, and you will trust me to deliver the quality of service that you and your organization require. I dedicate myself to honest effort, integrity, and loyalty to you. To win and influence your friends. H. You will share your friendship with me. I am desirous of being your intimate friend. I feel that we have much in common, and I feel that this relationship will ripen into a lifetime association that will be mutually beneficial. A student of mine in New York City used telecosmic motivator B and sent out the telecosmogram that her boss would give her a $10 a week raise in salary. He called her into his office after she had been sending out these commands for only a week, and like a man in a daze said, "I am giving you a $10 a week raise in salary." She had been there 5 years without a raise. A man in San Diego who used telecosmic motivators F and G sent out his message every morning when he went to work and every evening when he retired at night. He projected the thought to his head boss that he should be rewarded more adequately than he was at present. He also projected the telecosmograph that he would be transferred to their branch office in Fort Lauderdale at an increase in salary, and that he be made the manager of that branch. Within 1 month, this man was selected above all the other employees to manage the branch office in Fort Lauderdale at an increase in salary of $1,800 per year. A used car salesman in Los Angeles, who studied this science with me, used telecosmic motivator D, repeating it every morning before he went to his work, and as many times a day as he could think of it. He doubled his usual sales within 1 month and ascribed it to the fact that somehow he reached into his prospective customers' subconscious minds with his confident, positive approach that he was going to sell them a car. Later, this man opened his own used car lot and now operates 3 such lots, all of them successfully. A lonely widow, who was past the age of romance, so she thought, came into our work and learned about telecosmic power. She wanted companionship more than passionate love, so she began to use telecosmic motivator E, projecting her thoughts to a widower who often played bridge with her at a club. He asked her to go to a senior citizens ball with him one night, and on the way home in the car he proposed marriage. They are now happily married and living together in his beautiful home on the outskirts of Los Angeles. 2. How to receive cosmic thought forms to benefit you. To receive telecosmic thought forms from the minds of others, sit quietly by yourself for at least a half an hour a day until you have developed this power. Visualize that your third eye, which is located in the forefront of the brain and is known as the pineal gland, is opening and receiving the projections of thoughts from the minds of others. Use the key words "I receive." Then focus your mind on the face of the person you wish to tune in on. Say the person's name quietly a few times. Then think to yourself, "I wish to receive psychic communication with you." Your mind will now attune itself to my wavelength, and you will communicate your thoughts to me. While you sit and are in a highly sensitive state, you can ask this other person questions. What do you really think of me? Do you love me? Are you being sincere? Have you done something wrong that I should know about? Are you cheating on me in love or marriage? A woman used telecosmic power to find out her husband was cheating on her. A woman student of mine used telecosmic power to probe her husband's mind to find out if he was cheating on her. She projected a steady stream of telecosmic motivators at night while she lay in the double bed beside her husband. The first 2 nights, nothing happened. He turned over and went to sleep as usual. On the 3rd night, Ho seemed restless as she kept up her mental probing with the command, "You will confess to me if you have been untrue. I will forgive you. I still love you, but I must know if you are true to me." After she had said these words to herself about 5 times, her husband turned towards her, took her in his arms and kissed her, and said, "Darling, there's something I want to confess to you. I have been having a thing with the girl in the office. She means nothing to me. It's you I really love, and if you forgive me, I promise it won't happen again." Of course, she forgave him, and they went on to build a more solid relationship than ever before. 3. To use telecosmic power to ask for sums of money from comic intelligence. You may have a financial problem that requires a certain sum of money, and you do not know where to turn. Perhaps a bank will not give you a loan. Friends or relatives may be unable or unwilling to help you. How can you use telecosmic power to solve such a financial problem? You can project telecosmic commands to the higher mind by using the keywords "I need" and the following telecosmograms. I need the sum of $1,000 or more. Project the amount you feel you actually need to solve the problem. I now appeal to the cosmic mind to bring me this sum of money. I have faith that I shall be guided to my source of supply. After you have projected these telecosmograms for money at least 7 times, do not sit any longer, but go about your regular activities. Later, your subconscious mind, having relayed this message to your higher superconscious mind, will give you a definite psychic impulse to do something that will put you in line for the money. See how this works for others who have studied this telecosmic power for projecting definite sums of money. A man sent out an appeal for $2,000. He had no idea where he would obtain that amount of money, but he let it go out into the cosmic spaces through his telecosmic request to his psychic mind centers. Within 1 week, a man came into his office whom he bad befriended 2 years before with a sum of money. This man had opened a business and was making big money. He dumped $2,000 in bills onto the man's desk and said, "This is your share of my profits for the past few weeks. There'll be more later, for I have never stopped being grateful for your help in going into my own business." This man kept getting a return on his money for many months because of telecosmic power, which guided the other man to return and show his gratitude. A woman needed $1,000 to pay for corrective surgery on her son's crippled leg. She had lost her husband and was alone. Her relatives were all poor, and no friends could be called on to help her. She sent out the telecosmic motivator "I need" with the request for the $1,000. A few days later, a friend of hers told her, "You know that operation your son needs? Well, I have a surgeon friend who usually gets $1,000 or more for that type of operation. He said to tell you to come in and see him. He thinks he can do the surgery free." This woman went to the doctor's office and found out that he did a certain number of operations every week for charity. He agreed to do the surgery, and the woman had her $1,000 equivalent in a perfect operation that permitted her son to walk normally once again. A student of mine in Hollywood, California, needed $3,500 for a certain business debt. There was no way for him to get it. He was not a gambling man, but one night he had a vivid dream in which he saw a horse race, with number 1 coming in on the first and second races in what is known as a daily double. He borrowed $100 to go out and play number 1. When he got to the betting window, he hesitated and only bet $20. His 2 horses came in first and second, and he won exactly $3,500. If he had bet the entire $100, he would have made many thousands more. You may not know where the money will come from, but your superconscious mind, working under the impetus of cosmic mind, knows where everything is in the universe and knows how to put you in attunement with money or other things of value whenever you need it. 4. To attune your mind to the cosmic mind for inspiration to create something great. Telepathy can be used for more than mind-to-mind communication. It can be used to attune your mind to the cosmic mind that can relay inspiration for you to do great things. If you wish to use telecosmic power through your higher psychic centers to create something worthwhile, you can use the 6 following keywords with the telecosmograms given below, and they will help open your higher psychic centers, bringing through the inspiration and the creative intelligence that can cause you to write, compose, invent, discover, or perfect some new business product or technique. I discover. I create. I invent. I compose. I write. I perfect. I discover. I ask my higher mind to give me the ability to discover new combinations of elements that will bring me a fortune. I wish to discover natural resources, gold, oil, uranium, or other products, which will benefit humanity and myself. I create. I project creative patterns in art or other forms that will project beauty and usefulness. I am a creative channel that can now bring forth perfection. 1. Invent. I wish to create useful objects that will make life easier for others. I want to invent something new and original that can make me a fortune. I compose. I now ask my higher psychic mind to use me as an instrument to compose beautiful and inspiring music. I wish to create something enduring for the good of the world that millions will enjoy. I write. I invoke my higher creative mind centers with the power of expression through the written word. I ask for high inspiration so I may project beautiful words and inspiring ideas that will help others. 1. Perfect. I wish to have the gift of creating ultimate perfection, to evolve nature's products to higher levels of perfection, to idealize life, and to bring beauty, peace, good, joy, and richness to the world. 5. How to use telecosmic psychic power to find lost objects. When you have lost some object, do not look around frantically, for your subconscious mind knows exactly where it is and will reveal it to you when you once still your conscious mind. Sit quite still for a few moments and say the key words, I search out or I find. Then use the following telecosmograms, which will reach into your higher psychic centers, triggering your be-conscious mind to project the location of the lost object. I know that nothing is actually lost in cosmic mind. All secrets are known to my higher mind. I now search out the lost object, confident that I shall be guided to it. As a rule, your higher psychic centers may not guide you to the finding of the object at that exact moment. But do not worry. Just go about your regular activities and later, you will suddenly be led to finding it. A woman had mislaid a valuable ring and could not find it anywhere. She invoked the above psychic motivator with the keywords I search out. She then went about her regular activities. An hour later, something impelled her to empty the waste paper basket near her writing desk. As she was about to dump it, she saw the glint of metal, and there was her ring. She had been typing some letters and had taken her ring off as it was rather tight. She had put it on the desk and some papers had nudged it off into the basket. Her subconscious impelled her to go and dump the basket so she could discover it. A man needed a certain valuable paper in his business. He knew that he kept it in a certain drawer of his desk, but when he went to look for it, he could not find it. He had learned about telecosmic power, so he quietly sat and repeated the key words I find for a few moments. Then he went about his regular activities. A short time later, he went into the desk where he had thoroughly searched, and there was his valuable paper. When he had tried to find it before, the paper had been caught up in the upper part of the drawer and pulled into the back of the drawer. When he once again opened it, the motion of the drawer pulled it forward once again. 6. How to use telecosmic psychic power for precognition, to reveal your future life. There are two cosmic forces that are concerned with shaping your future. A. Involution. B. Evolution. That which you put into your consciousness as the blueprint of your destiny is the process of involution. The destiny that is produced by this inner mental blonde print is the evolution, which simply means bringing something out from the inner to the outer. You can use two key words for flashing psychic telecomgrams to your higher mind. I involve. I evolve. For this projection of your future life, write down on a sheet of paper the events that you want to involve in your consciousness. Then, as you sit each day and concentrate your higher psychic mind on these events, they will evolve in the outer circumstances of your life. For example, if you constantly involve the negative chic thought form, I am sick, instead of the positive thought form, I am healthy, your body cells receive the psychic flash to become sick. You have involved thoughts of sickness, and your subconscious mind must carry out whatever commands you give it. As it is your willing slave, and must obey your every wish. If you involve the negative idea, "I am poor and can never become rich," you can predict that your future will always be poverty-stricken and limited. If you project the telecosmogram, "I am miserable," you can accurately predict that your future will have little happiness, but be colored by the thought of misery you have involved in your psychic centers. If you constantly project the psychic thought forms, "I am ignorant," "I am inferior," "I am a failure," your subconscious mind will evolve these negative forms of programming, and you will find your mind is a closed street and will refuse to accept new ideas or become superior or successful. Change your psychic programming and shape your future. You can change your psychic programming through these two key words, "I involve" and "I evolve," and you will shape the events of your future accordingly. Use the following format, or make up one that fits your exact personal needs. Use this telecosmogram for success in your work. I involve the psychic thought form that I shall become successful in my work. I project the business I want to be in. I project the money I shall make. I know that I have the necessary knowledge to achieve success in my chosen field, and I now confidently await the fulfillment of all my desires and ambitions in the future. Use the I involve telecosmogram for riches and abundance. I involve the psychic thought form of riches in every form. Mental riches of the intellect, so I may enjoy life's great cultural treasures. Riches of the body, so I may have a perfect, healthy body that will live a long, useful life. Riches of the pocketbook, so I may have $100,000 or more to give me future security. Riches of the spirit, so I may have serenity, peace of mind, and peace of soul. I trust the cosmic power which created me, and know that this intelligence is even now shaping my destiny according to high standards for perfect living. Use the following telecosmogram for romance and marriage. I involve the pattern of romantic fulfillment in love and marriage, knowing that I shall be psychically guided to my true soulmate, that we shall build our dream home together and rear our family in peace and security. For a social life and friendship, use this telecosmogram. I involve the psychic thought forms of friendship, social reciprocity, popularity, and agreeableness, knowing that I can magnetize and attract into my social life those persons who operate mentally on the same wavelength of honesty, idealism, good, beauty, love, and joy as myself. 7. After you have involved all the various psychic thought forms that you want to evolve in your future life, sit for another half hour each day and pass those events through the area of your brain where the imagination resides, and project suitable telecosmographs that embody your inner desires. Say the key words "I evolve," and with them trigger the following future actions. Imagine yourself in your own business. See the product you will sell. Visualize cash registers ringing up sales. If it is a position as manager of a business, imagine your name written on a brass plate on the door of your office. A man in our lecture work did this with the above telecosmographs. I evolve. After he had programmed his subconscious mind with the keywords "I involve," he began to visualize himself the manager of his department in a large business organization. There did not seem to be any chance he would be promoted to this position, but he went out and had a brass nameplate made with his name on it, John Jones, manager. Within 3 weeks, the manager of that department was transferred elsewhere, and John Jones was chosen for the new manager. He simply put up his brass nameplate, which he had already projected into his future through telecosmic thought forms. A priest in New York once told me that other priests in his diocese were very jealous of him because he put on airs, walked with his head held high, and spoke in the authoritative manner of a bishop. He said, "It's true, I constantly project the mental image that I shall one day be a bishop, and I strive to have the dignity and to be worthy of that coming honor." A year later, this priest, who was then a Monsignor, actually was selected as a bishop and went on to become one of the church's most important figures. Review of points in Chapter 8. 1. Your own higher psychic centers can be trained to use the telecosmic power of mental telepathy and intuition to send and receive messages in mind-to-mind communication. 2. With this higher psychic power, You may command and control the invisible cosmic forces of life and order them to do your bidding. 3. The telecosmograms that are triggered in your subconscious with the keywords you will and how to use them to send messages and commands that other people will obey. 4. How a woman used this telecosmogram to receive a raise in salary without saying one word to her boss. 5. A man in San Diego, using this type of telecosmic projection, received a transfer to Florida and a raise in salary of $1,800. 6. A lonely widow communicated with this cosmic power and was directed to meet a man who proposed marriage within a very short time. 7. To be the recipient of thought forms and messages from the minds of others, use the key words I receive, and then ask questions and receive answers from this higher mind. 8. A woman used telecosmic psychic power to find out if her husband was cheating on her, and when she found out he was, she forgave him, and they went on to a happier union. 9. A man wanted $2,000. He asked his psychic mind to show him how to obtain it, and within 1 week he received this amount, and later much more. 10. A woman needed corrective surgery that would cost $1,000 for her son's leg. She obtained the surgery without any cost whatsoever by using telecosmic power. 11. A man in Hollywood, California, needed the sum of $3,500 for some business venture. He was given a dream of 2 horses that came in the daily double and brought him exactly $3,500. 12. How to use telecosmic mental telepathy to receive ideas and inspirations for great creative powers. The 6 creative telecosmograms: I discover, I create, I invent, I compose, I write, I perfect, and how to use them. 13. How to use telecosmic telepathy to find lost objects, using the keywords I search out or I find. 14. A woman found a valuable ring through this method, and a man discovered a valuable paper after he had not been able to find it by using the I find keyword. 15. How to use telecosmic psychic power for precognition that can reveal the pattern of your future destiny perfectly. 16. How to use the telecosmograms I involve and I evolve to program health, happiness, success, love fulfillment, and perfect living on every plane of life. 17. A man used this telecosmogram to evolve into the manager of his office, and a priest in New York became a bishop after projecting the telecosmograph of himself being a bishop. Chapter 9. The Art of Telecosmic Duplications of Thought Forms to Make All Your Dreams Come True. There is a secret process by which you may use the art of telecosmic duplication of your thought forms to make all your dreams come true. This telecosmic duplication occurs in all of nature. Every springtime we see the miracle of a pink rose blossoming on the same bush that had seemingly died in winter. The rose is a duplicate of the thought form or cosmic image of the rose that blooms forever in the invisible mystical realms where dreams are made. In this chapter, we shall learn how to use this mystical power to turn your daydreams into the glowing reality of health, peace of mind, happiness, riches, love fulfillment, or whatever inner dream you hold. You can use the science of telecosmic duplication to create the successful life you desire. You can create and project mental duplication of cosmic thought forms of the greatest minds that ever lived. You can breathe the breath of life into these astral images that you project to the cosmic mind and make them come alive. Through the miracle power of your subconscious and superconscious minds, you can externalize the cosmic thought forms of your inner dreams as living, vital, everyday experiences that will give you perfect living on every plane of consciousness. The cosmic dreams of greatness you can duplicate. When God created the universe, He had a perfect dream for His creation. This dream could be called the cosmic blueprint of the entire cosmos. This dream expressed itself in living form. Always the dream precedes creation. The architect's plan for your dream home must exist before the workman will know where to place the doors, windows, stairs, and rooms. The Creator has placed this power of telecosmic duplication of your thought forms within your subconscious and superconscious minds. Your conscious mind chooses the cosmic thought forms that you want to project as your destiny. Your subconscious mind programs these cosmic thought forms into its automatic processes. Your superconscious mind is the boss, or head architect, so to speak, that selects the materials, chooses the workmen, and tells them how to carry out the plans that have been programmed into your cosmic blueprint of destiny. How to use the art of telecosmic duplications to make your dreams come true. 1. First, create your own cosmic blueprint of destiny. Write this down on a blank sheet of paper in your handwriting. It should reflect all the things that you want to duplicate in your physical and material world, as well as the qualities, ideals, inspirations, talents, and gifts that you want to release to the outer world as your destiny. Here is a sample blueprint of destiny. A. I desire the fulfillment of the following dreams and aspirations, knowing that they are possible of achievement. B. I wish to have a business of my own. Here state the type of business you want to be in, if you know it. If you do not know, then let your higher mind guide you to it. C. I wish to have an income of $25,000 a year or more. D. I desire the sum of $1,000 within 3 weeks' time. E. I desire $5,000 from unexpected sources in the next year. F. I want the sum of $100,000 or more as security for my future. G. I wish to develop the following talents: to write stories, to compose songs, to invent articles, to paint pictures, to become a cosmetologist, to be an interior decorator. Here it is necessary that you name one or more talents you want to develop. H. I want to attract my true soul mate in love and marriage. I desire a home of my own, or an apartment, to be of the following style, and furnished as follows. Give a short description of the furnishings. J. I wish to develop a more dynamic and magnetic personality, so people will be attracted to me. K. I want to travel to the following countries. Here specify the countries you want to visit. L. I want an automobile of the following make, color, and model. M. I wish to become manager in my office or business, with a suitable increase in salary. 2. After you have created your own blueprint of destiny, read it over every morning and every night, just before you retire. This will help program it into your subconscious mind. Your subconscious will then relay it to your superconscious mind, and it will in turn project the psychic guidance to your intuitive mind centers, guiding you to do the things that you desire. You need not worry about how it accomplishes this. The majestic power that can create a universe and keep it going can certainly be trusted to fulfill your simple requests. 3. After reading it over twice a day for 1 week, scratch out the things that come true, and then rewrite the blueprint again on a fresh sheet of paper, and continue this process until you have fulfilled all your dreams. Then start another blueprint and keep programming it in your subconscious mind each day by reviewing it as often as you can think about it. You can use the keywords I think to invoke the entire blueprint several times a day in your subconscious. A student of telecosmic power and her husband programmed their dream home through this method. They had only $5,000 in savings, but they wanted a certain type of home in the country with a yard for their children to play in, and furnished in a certain style. After programming their blueprint only 2 months, they heard about a house for sale in the section of the city they had chosen. They looked at it, but immediately saw that it was too big and completely out of their class. However, they went in to see the woman who owned it. She was a widow, whose husband had died suddenly of a heart attack 6 months before. The house held only sad memories for her, and she was anxious to sell it and travel. They told her they had only $5,000 for the deposit, and obviously, this was too small for such a luxury house. But the woman told them she would give the house to them for that amount, with all the furniture included. They arranged financing with her help and moved in within 6 weeks. 4. You can use the art of telecosmic duplication to project God's perfect dream for your future destiny. By programming the 7 facets of that dream into your subconscious mind, you will create the physical and mental prototypes in your own external circumstances of life. Here is how this power works. Think of a negative that has on it pictures in reverse. When you want to produce the picture, you pass light through the negative onto sensitive paper, and the picture is projected in all its reality. When you hold the 7 facets of God's perfect dream for you in your subconscious mind, the light of God's infinite intelligence, passing through your subconscious and superconscious minds, projects them onto the protoplasmic invisible substance we call matter, and makes them come into existence in the 3rd-dimensional world. A chicken's egg possesses within its cells the power of cosmic duplication. Under the impetus of the life urge within, this intelligence makes the chick break out of its shell within 21 days. A single cell has the power to duplicate itself by division, until after millions of times, after which it has duplicated its cosmic image of a chick, it is able to manifest as a 3rd-dimensional prototype of the cosmic thought form of what a chicken should look like. An acorn uses this telecomic power and duplicates the cosmic thought form. What is its dream pattern? A perfect oak tree, a rose, a cabbage, or a pomegranate, in fact. All created things possess this power of comic duplication. The 7 facets of God's perfect dream to program into your subconscious mind. A. Your perfect body and its perfect functioning in what we call good health. B. Happiness and joy in your entire life experience. C. Reciprocity in friendship and social life. D. Love fulfillment, marriage, and your own family. E. Sufficient money or its equivalents to give you and your family security in the future. F. Intellectual treasures, the ability to appreciate beauty, art, music, literature, poetry, and all the good things of life. G. The spiritual treasures, consisting of peace of mind, peace of soul, and an awareness of God in your heart and soul as an infinite spirit. 5. To program these 7 facets of God's perfect dream into your own higher subconscious mind, use the key words: I duplicate, and the following telecosmograms. I duplicate. My subconscious mind will now transmit to my superconscious mind the 7 golden facets of God's rainbow of cosmic dreams. These elements were dreamed into existence when God conceived the universe and all therein. I now duplicate the cosmic dream and project all these facets into my life through the art of cosmic duplication. I now take on the nobility and grandeur of the cosmic dream. 6. To use the art of cosmic duplication to project your inner dreams to the outer world, choose the greatest minds of history and duplicate their sublime thoughts and dreams. Someone has said, to be Voltaire, think the thoughts of a Voltaire. To release the cosmic thought forms of great minds of history, study the lives of geniuses, creative minds, men and women of great accomplishments. Then give your subconscious mind these great thoughts with the keywords I absorb. Each day study one such great life and try to bring into your own mind, by cosmic duplication, some facet of knowledge that person released. You can make out a list using the following great figures of history as examples, or you may make up your own list, programming the particular qualities and virtues that you most admire. Leonardo da Vinci, originality and the desire to create beauty for the world to enjoy. Columbus, cosmic vision and a desire to explore new horizons to discover a new world. Galileo, courage to go against the concepts of his day when he proclaimed that the earth rotated around the sun. Socrates, the desire to organize man's knowledge into a philosophy and code of ethics that brought order out of chaos. Shakespeare, beauty of words and expressions, to fashion creative ideas in images that could transmit tremendous emotional power to other human beings. Voltaire, wisdom and logic through his philosophy. Pasteur, curiosity to discover the invisible world of germs to help cure a sick world. Newton, keen perception and intuition that caused him to learn the law of gravity by observing nature. Edison, a creative mind and a secret desire to harness the great forces of nature for man's benefit. Webster, brilliance of mind coupled with an insatiable desire to invent and create things of value for humanity. Lincoln, compassion and a desire to unify a divided nation and bring freedom to the slaves. Burbank, a love of nature and the discovery of God's laws, which could be used to change nature's products and improve them. Churchill, versatility, statesmanship, and courage to win his last battle after many defeats. Emerson, transcendental inspiration to elevate mankind through his philosophy of idealism. Carnegie, faith in his dream for the future of America that caused him to turn nature's resources into productive factories for the good of the country. Rockefeller, the vision that America would one day be great and require oil for its coming industry. Borrow any or all of the above great thought forms from these geniuses of the past, and then program them into your subconscious mind with the keywords I absorb. Soon you will create the prototype in your outer world of that, which you hold in your mind as a cosmic thought form. Use the following telecosmogram to help you program these great thoughts of geniuses into your subconscious mind. 1. Absorb. Everything that has been thought by any great genius of history is now in the cosmic repository of all wisdom and knowledge. This now becomes my property to be mentally absorbed, digested, and released as my own original concepts of beauty, idealism, good, creativity, magnificence, and in those enduring works that shall elevate humanity to newer and more noble achievements of peace, prosperity, brotherhood, and spiritual fulfillment. Review of important points in Chapter 9. 1. The secret process by which you may use the art of telecosmic duplication to project your thought forms as living, real images in the outer world and make all your dreams come true. 2. How to create your own cosmic blueprint of destiny and project it to your subconscious mind. 3. How to program this blueprint of destiny into your subconscious mind using the keywords I absorb and the keywords I think, reading it each day until it becomes an automatic act of your subconscious mind. 4. How a man and his wife programmed a beautiful luxury home and possessed it in a short time when they had only $5,000 for a down payment. 5. The 7 facets of God's rainbow of cosmic dreams that should be in every person's life, and how you may program them into your destiny. 6. How to use the telecosmograms triggered by the keywords I duplicate for achieving the dream for perfect living. 7. How you can release the thought forms of great geniuses of the past and make them your own, duplicating in your life the great deeds, discoveries, inventions, and creations that brought them immortality. 8. How to use the keywords I absorb and the telecosmograms that can bring these geniuses' concepts of beauty, idealism, creativity, and magnificence into focus in your life, creating a great destiny. In ancient times, people believed in witchcraft, black and white magic, occult powers, mental alchemy, and many strange cosmic forces, which they believed could be invoked to perform miracles. Chapter 10. The 10 Dynamic Secrets of Telecosmic Alchemy to Bring You What You Want. What was once thought of as superstition is being now accepted by the latest scientists as actual fact. Faith healing, in which miracles are performed, is now known to be due to higher telecosmic forces flowing through the human mind and healing a person. Praying over seeds of wheat by a minister and his congregation caused them to yield 5 times the crop other seeds did. Growing plants, attached to a brainwave machine by Cleve Baxter, proved that they could tell when they were threatened and sent out alarm signals with some intelligence they possessed. We truly live in an age of miracles, and we may use these secret, mysterious forces to perform miracles in our own lives. If the ancients had seen our modern television or radio, they would have thought it a supernatural force. If primitive man had seen the miracle of our modern lighted buildings and the turning of wheels of industry through electricity, he would have fled terror-stricken before such an awesome power, which he would attribute to some evil genie. And what of the magic of atomic power, telestar, spaceships that take men to the moon and back. What of the wizardry of modern computer systems that can do the work that would take men weeks to do in just a few moments' time? Truly, we live in an age where man has tapped the telecosmic power back of the universe and is indeed performing the miracles dreamed of by the ancients. Telecosmic alchemy performing modern miracles. Now, in the scientific laboratories, it is found that by harnessing these invisible wavelengths of telecosmic power, man may extend his mind into new dimensions of time and space and literally perform miracles. In this chapter, we shall learn how you may use the 10 dynamic secrets of telecosmic alchemy to bring you perfect living, so you may have the health, happiness, prosperity, and riches that you deserve and which you desire. The dynamic telecosmic power that flows from the celestial heights to mankind is more than a magnetic or electrical force. It is a cosmic intelligence which operates under perfect laws. When you once learn how to invoke this power, it will work its miracles for you in every department of your life. Is there any reality to black and white magic? Are there such things as black and white magic? Do curses and blessings work some special spell over a person? Are demonology, witchcraft, necromancy, wizardry, and other allied occult arts powerful enough to perform the mystical acts ascribed to them? Each person must answer the above questions for himself, but scientists are no longer laughing at the evidence they have discovered, nor are they calling it superstition. They candidly admit, after many years' research in the fields of occult phenomena, mental telepathy, extrasensory perception, spiritism, and other forms of mystic phenomena, that there is something strange and mystical in the invisible universe which man may tap, which alters the chemistry of his body, changes the conditions of his life, and profoundly affects his destiny when that power is invoked by the higher mind within man. The 10 dynamic secrets of telecosmic alchemy. Use this telecosmogram to release the miracle power of faith. 1. I believe. The magic of believing invokes the supreme act of faith in the highest power that resides within your subconscious mind, which Jesus referred to as the Father within. To release the mystical power of your higher mind, use a system that has been used for centuries in India and Tibet, in which you chant mantras or silent prayers to this indwelling cosmic power who works the miracles of life. Sit in quiet meditation for a few moments and chant in a rhythm of 7, which in itself is a mystical number, times 7, or 49 times, the mantra I believe. Here is the pattern, which you may count out on your first 4 fingers. I believe. 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 Now repeat this pattern until you have completed it 7 times. This will make 49 times that you say this mantra. The Master Jesus said of this dynamic mantra, "Thy faith hath made thee whole. All things are possible to him that believeth." Invoke the following telecosmogram of faith every time you wish to obtain power for any situation in life. The telecosmic alchemy begins to change your brain, your body, and the situations of your life in the very moment that you invoke this mantra, I believe. The telecosmogram that flashes to your subconscious mind is, I believe. I believe in the mystical power back of life. I possess an alchemical force within my mind, body, and soul that is capable of performing miracles for me. I now invoke this power to heal my body, to keep it healthy, vital, and young. I believe cosmic spirit now flows through every cell of my brain and body, restoring me, healing me, inspiring me, and guiding me to my great destiny. To heal physical sickness with telecosmic power. If there should be some specific illness that you are trying to heal through telecosmic alchemy, do not name the illness, for this only imprints its reality deeper into your subconscious mind. Simply sit in quiet meditation after you have read the above telecosmogram several times, and invoke the mystical power of your higher mind by repeating the mantra I believe in a rhythm of 7 for 49 times. This repetition of the healing meditation will release the right chemicals within your body from the right glands that will bring about a healing of your negative physical condition. To overcome emotional problems. If it is a mental or emotional problem brought on by worry, fear, stress, and strain of modern living, repent the above telecosmogram by reading it several times until it is firmly lodged in your subconscious mind. Then sit and chant the mantra "I believe" quietly to yourself or aloud 49 times. Then stop and rest, letting the alchemical power of mind and spirit do the work, without any more effort or concern on your part. Repeat this chant and the mantra "I believe" every day for at least half an hour until the condition completely disappears. A woman had a very bad sore on her right hand that did not yield to any kind of medical treatment. She used the above mantra of faith, and it healed completely within one day. A woman sitting in one of my classes in New York had migraine headaches that nothing could stop. She had treated this condition for months without results. When we began the chanting of the mantra "I believe" together, she later told me she had a violent headache. After the third repetition of the 7 rhythm, her headache completely disappeared. She reported to me for many weeks after that healing, and her migraine headaches never returned. Her doctor told her it was truly a miracle. A man had such bad allergies that he was constantly under medication. Doctors tried 135 different substances, which they injected into his bloodstream, made up of pollen, dog hairs, feathers, dust, coffee, and other things they thought might be producing the allergies, with sniffling, sneezing, headaches, swollen, running eyes, and all the symptoms of hay fever. Nothing worked. This man used the above mantra for 2 weeks every day and reported that his allergies, whatever the cause, seemed to completely disappear. I have in my files hundreds of similar results, proving that something within the human psyche responds to the miracle-working power of faith, the "I believe" mantra. 2. I invoke. Say the mantra "I invoke" in a chanting rhythm for 49 times with the following programming to your subconscious mind. I invoke the highest power of telecosmic alchemy, which now works in and through my higher mind centers, performing its miracles for me. I invoke subconscious mind power to bring me health, happiness, power, riches, joy, peace, love, fulfillment, money, or its equivalents. If you are faced with an unpleasant situation, pain, or some annoyance that you want to banish, intone the mantra "I invoke" 49 times, knowing what it is you are trying to rid yourself of, and the unpleasant situation should completely disappear within a few moments. However, if the situation is such that it cannot disappear, you will feel a sense of removal from your mind, like a thorn leaving the flesh, and a feeling of release and relief will flood over your mind and body, making you immune to the painful situation. To remove obstacles in your path, use this telecosmogram. 3. I remove. Use this mantra when you want to remove some obstacles from your life or your path to achievement. There may be a person in your office who causes trouble for everyone, and you would like to see him removed to another place. Or you may have some problem that you cannot solve, or something may be opposing you in your desire to achieve some high goal. This mantra can be said when there are problems with in-laws, landlords, bosses, creditors, or legal obstacles that threaten safety or freedom. Sit quietly and intone the mantra "I remove" 49 times, and let it release the following telecosmogram for help from your subconscious mind. I remove. My faith is strong that I can and will remove the obstructing negative force that stands in my way of progress. No person or situation can withstand this cosmic power. I now invoke it to remove this troublesome person from my environment. I wish no harm to come to this person. I ask only that he be removed to his right place for his and my greater good. Note, you do not need to say the telecosmogram 49 times. You need to read it only once or twice to fix it firmly in your subconscious mind. The subconscious never forgets anything it ever hears, sees, or reads. When you say the mantra "I remove," with its purpose held firmly in your mind, it automatically triggers this telecosmogram from your subconscious mind, and it begins at once to solve your problem or guide you as to what you should do. 4. I bless. Use this mantra when you want to bring benefits, profit, or joy to some other person. Use it also when you want to increase your own good. Say it 49 times when you want to multiply your money or increase your income. When people criticize you or try to hurt your feelings, do not become angry and curse them, but quietly intone the mantra "I bless," and the entire telecosmogram given for this mantra will flash into your consciousness, removing the sting of sarcasm, criticism, or blame. This mantra was used by Jesus, the Master, when he said, Matthew 5:44, "But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you." Also, the Beatitudes, given in the Sermon on the Mount by Jesus, all begin with the mantra, blessed. 1. Bless. I now invoke the power of telecosmic alchemy to bless this condition in my life and transmute it from negative to positive. I bless this money, and under the law of increase, it shall multiply and bring me great benefits. I bless this person and release him to his good. Knowing he no longer has power to bring me pain or mental distress, I transmute all negative forces into positive ones by adding the spiritual plus to every experience of my life. I bless this house and its occupants, asking that they be permitted to dwell forever in peace and harmony. I bless this place of business and invoke the law of increase, knowing that it shall prosper and grow. If you wish to increase your money supply, invoke this mantra by writing on the margins of all $5, $10, and $20 bills that you spend for the next month or so the words, "I bless this." Your subconscious will then be programmed to multiply all money that you spend. To overcome bad habits and control your mind, use this telecosmogram. 5. I control. Use this powerful mantra for many different forms of control. If you have a quick temper that threatens you with disaster, intone this mantra as many times as you feel you are becoming angry. It will instantly flash its telecosmogram to the subconscious to give you immediate control of your temper and your tongue. If you are impatient and the type that cannot stand waiting for a signal to change when you drive your car, if you fret and fume when someone keeps you waiting and is late for an appointment, if you hate to wait for a bus or a streetcar, use the mantra "I control," saying it to yourself as long as you need it, and until your mind is under your complete control. If you have a bad habit that you wish to overcome and control, use this mantra saying it the full 49 times, each morning and night, until its full power to break your negative habit is released. A student of mine smoked excessively, and it was injuring his health. He invoked the mantra "I control" with the telecosmograms given below. Within 2 weeks, he was able to slow down his habit to 2 cigarettes a day. Within 4 weeks, he had stopped completely. If there is an alcoholic or dope addiction problem, intone the "I control" mantra 3 times a day, using the full 49 counts, and it will yield within 2 to 3 weeks. At a famous university in Southern California, using this type of therapy, with transcendental meditation and the alpha brainwave control, 20 habitual cigarette smokers stopped in 2 weeks. 19 dope addicts stopped taking heroin within 2 to 3 weeks. Use the mantra "I control" also for overcoming the negative habit of laziness, or procrastination, or any other bad habit. You can use this mantra also to improve your memory, so you can fix dates, names, and places firmly in your subconscious mind and recall them at will. Then, most important of all, you may use the mantra "I control" to control your nerves, muscles, or bodily functions. Use the following telecosmograms with the "I control" mantra. I now invoke the power of instantaneous control over the forces that regulate my life. My mind is under control of a higher power, and I am no longer impatient when external forces intrude on my peace of mind. My temper is under perfect control, and I speak with calmness and serenity when others rant and rave. I now break the negative habit that I know is harmful to my health and safety. I overcome laziness, putting things off, smoking, drinking, or doing anything to excess, and I control these actions. To release magnetism in your personality, use this telecosmogram. 6. I project. The mantra "I project" is to be used when you wish to achieve any of the following objectives. If you wish to have a more dynamic and magnetic personality, you can project magnetism in your voice, in your smile, and in your general aura by intoning this powerful mantra. If you want to project to the world a presence which radiates joy, optimism, courage, or any other quality, repeat the mantra I project 49 times at least once a day, until you build the habit pattern in your subconscious mind. You also may use this mantra when you wish to project goodwill, friendliness, and love to other people. If you wish to become a better salesman and make more sales of your product, use the mantra I project when you approach your client. A lawyer who had studied telecosmic power used this mantra I project just before going into the courtroom to plead his case before a jury. He would intone the mantra 49 times, asking his subconscious mind to project sincerity, honesty, and justice in his demeanor and personality. He began to win 90% of his cases, whereas formerly he had only won about 45% or 50%. I gave this secret to a college teacher who wanted to be advanced to administrative work at a famous university. Within 6 months, he was given a position as dean of the university, with a tremendous increase in salary. A woman who worked in a beauty parlor used this mantra to advance herself in her work. She kept projecting the mantra I project, with the additional telecosmogram that she would give better service to her customers, and that someone would offer her a better position in another bigger establishment. After she had used this mantra for 2 weeks, a man came to the shop to see her and gave her a card telling her to call him. She did, and he turned out to be a representative of a large chain of beauty salons. A woman that she had been doing work for at the beauty parlor was so impressed by her radiant and efficient personality that she told this man to hire her for his chain. She was offered a chance to be manager of one of the leading salons in Beverly Hills, and her work gave her a chance to later become an equal partner with another successful beauty parlor within 2 years' time. Use the following telecosmograms with the mantra I project. My subconscious mind is now programmed to project to the outer world the quality of dynamic magnetism in my personality, my voice, and my aura. I wish to project joy and radiance to charm others and to attract friends and happy experiences. I project the quality of optimism, courage, and integrity in my outer personality. I project an aura of love and beauty to everyone I meet. I increase my effectiveness as a person in my sales work and give confidence and service to others, thus increasing my own good. To turn bad luck to good luck and black magic to white, use this telecosmogram. 7. I transmute, meaning to change. You can use this powerful mantra for the following purposes. When you have a long string of bad luck and wish to change it to good luck, use this mantra. If you want to win out in life over persons or situations that seem to be harsh and unyielding, say this mantra 49 times at least twice a day. Use this mantra to change ugliness into beauty and refuse to see that which is ugly or demeaning in your environment or in the personalities of those around you. You can turn enemies into friends using this mantra. You can use the I transmute mantra to turn the losing cycles in the stock market or other investments from losses into gains. Your subconscious can be triggered to give you accurate information about investments in real estate, stocks, or business ventures. Use the following telecosmograms with this mantra. I now add the spiritual plus to every situation in my life that represents a minus. I add the plus of beauty where there is ugliness. I change my bad luck cycles into good luck, knowing that I will attract only that which is for my ultimate good. I turn all enemies into friends. I increase my joy and lessen my sorrows. I invoke this power to turn losing cycles in money and business into winning cycles. A man who came into our lecture work in New York was having a period of very bad luck in regard to employment. He was an engineer and had been receiving a salary of more than $25,000 a year. Suddenly, he was out of work, and for 1 year he could not find employment. He was offered various positions at salaries of $15,000 and less, but he refused to lower his standards. His savings were nearly gone, and he and his wife were desperate. I programmed this man with the key words I transmute and the above telecosmograms with special emphasis on the last sentence. I invoke this power to turn losing cycles in money and business into winning cycles. Within a few weeks after he started using these mantras, this man was offered a big position in San Francisco at a very good salary, and he instantly accepted it. He had also been programming for a change in residence, hoping that in some way he could live and work in either Los Angeles or San Francisco. To gain something of value, use the keywords I enrich. 8. I enrich. Use the keywords I enrich whenever you want to gain something of value, either mentally, physically, materially, or spiritually. Say the mantra 49 times in the 7 rhythms we have studied. Use this mantra for the following purposes: to enrich your intellect and have an expanded consciousness with greater cultural growth in all fields of knowledge. In elevating your standards to very high levels of idealism and beauty, use the I enrich mantra. Use this mantra also to strengthen your 5 physical senses and your physical body, so they will all operate in harmony and give greater efficiency and pleasure. Use the enrich mantra to bring you material riches, including money in the bank for security, lands, houses, ears, jewels, furnishings, clothing, and other material things that add to comfort, security, and happiness. You will trigger the following telecosmograms by using the I enrich mantra. I enrich. I now enrich my consciousness on all levels of creative action. I wish to increase my mental and intellectual capacity to absorb wisdom and knowledge, which I may apply to my life. I absorb from my subconscious mind high standards, idealism, beauty, and qualities of perfection, which will show in my outer actions and create for me a perfect destiny. My 5 senses and my body's physical forces now operate in complete unity, giving me harmony within and greater enjoyment of my total life experiences. I am enriched spiritually, and my soul becomes attuned to the cosmic soul of the universe, pulsating in harmony with the forces of good, peace, love, joy, and ecstasy. To rid yourself of negative emotions, moods, and depression. 9. I dispel. The mantra I dispel can be used to banish clouds of moodiness, fear, worry, hatred, anxiety, and depression. When you say this mantra every time you have a problem you cannot solve, or something troubles you, it instantly helps lift the veils of confusion and discord, permitting your subconscious mind to come through with perfect psychic guidance. Intuition will once more take over when you read the mantra, dispel, to remove mortal mind doubts about your present or future life. I dispel. Use these telecosmograms for this mantra. All negative clouds that obstruct my higher vision, such as fear, worry, hatred, anxiety about the future, are here and now dispelled by the bright sun of my subconscious mind. I am in the light, and the shadows of doubt and uncertainty fall behind me. I am illumined by the light of cosmic mind and guided through intuition to my destiny of perfect living. To heal a specific physical or mental condition. 10. I heal. This mantra may be used when there is some specific physical or mental condition that needs healing, which may not have responded to physical treatment by medicines or doctors. Give modern science every chance first, and then, if there are no results, let the cosmic physician work his healing arts on you through the centuries-old method of telecosmic alchemy, which knows how to build your body and sustain it perfectly. Use this mantra of I heal with the following telecosmograms. My body responds to the higher superconscious power that knows the chemistry of every cell of my physical body. Now release the healing power of this higher mind to restore my body to its perfect functioning. My heart responds to the cosmic rhythm which set it into motion, and it will now regulate my heart, my blood pressure, my blood circulation, my metabolism, my digestion, my nourishment, and all other functions perfectly. Any specific ailment that now afflicts my body or brain responds to the I heal mantra. My subconscious mind, which controls the automatic processes of my body through the autonomic system, now takes over the healing process, and I become perfect. Review of important points in Chapter 10. 1. Scientific proof now exists that what was formerly thought of as being black magic, witchcraft, voodoo, and wizardry has some basis in fact, and that telecosmic alchemy can utilize invisible forces for bringing you perfect living. 2. We live in an age of magic, with our TV and radio, telestar, moon travel, atomic miracles, harnessing of electricity, and other wonders of our 20th century. 3. How blessings and curses worked miracles with growing seed planted by a minister and his congregation. 4. How to use the mantra I believe by chanting it 49 times with the right telecosmograms to perform miracles in your own life. 5. How 3 people were healed of conditions that did not yield to treatment by using this powerful mantra. 6. The mantra I invoke and how to use it to program your subconscious mind with telecosmic alchemy to change your conditions of life. 7. How to use the mantra I remove to free you from problems, to remove obstacles in your path to progress and bring you harmony with in-laws, landlords, bosses, creditors, or those causing legal problems. 8. The mantra One Bless, and how to use it to bring joy and profit to others, as well as to yourself. How to overcome people's opposition to your plans with this mantra. 9. How Jesus used the mantra One Bless, and in his Beatitudes, it becomes the first injunction to every statement. 10. How to bless your money and, under the law of increase, cause it to grow and multiply. 11. The eye control mantra that can help you break bad habits, improve your memory, overcome nervousness, self-consciousness, inferiority, or other character or personality defects. 12. How students of mine stopped smoking and other negative habits through using this powerful mantra. 13. How to use the mantra I project to release the power of telecosmic alchemy, to have a more magnetic and dynamic personality, to project a presence of radiance, joy, optimism, courage, and other qualities. 14. How you can use the mantra One Transmute to change bad luck to good luck, to improve your investments in stocks or real estate, and bring you in line with the cosmic force that can improve and change your life in every respect. 15. The mantra I enrich and how it can be used to bring you something of value mentally, physically, and spiritually. 16. The mantra I dispel that you can use to banish the mental clouds of fear, moodiness, hatred, anxiety, and depression, and come into the bright cosmic light of joy. 17. The miracle healing mantra, I heal, and how to invoke it to bring your body perfect healing whenever there is a challenge to your health. Chapter 11. The universal language that reveals your future. There is a universal language of symbols that exists between all elements of creation. This form of telepathic communication tells plants to grow and evolve when spring comes. It orders the seasons to change on schedule. It tells the tides of the seas when to ebb and flow. It makes the earth revolve on its own axis every 24 hours, giving us our nights and days. This universal communication tells the stars to revolve in their orbits. It orders rain and snow when needed. It gives its message to every living, growing form of life, including human beings, the highest form of creation. You can also be guided by this universal form of cosmic intelligence to the finding of your true destiny. You can learn to use these universal symbols to flash telecosmographs to your subconscious mind and program them to dynamic forms of action. In this chapter, we shall learn how you can use telecosmographs, the universal symbols, to project your thoughts and inspirations to a cosmic telestar, and they will then be replayed back to your life in glorious fulfillment of your every dream. Just as we use Earth's telestar to send radio and television waves back to Earth, where they may be received by millions of sets, so too your own telecosmographs will be projected to the sensitive minds of those who can help you achieve your destiny perfectly. Psychologists tell us that we often dream in symbols. A universal language reveals your future. The higher mind is trying to tell us something important, as future danger we can avoid, or an upcoming event we can expect. We might dream of fire, and it can be a warning to be cautious. A woman in our lecture work in New York kept having a dream of fire. Her husband was a traveling salesman living in various hotels. She wrote him of her warning dream. 2 weeks later, her husband was in the LaSalle Hotel in Chicago and smelled smoke. He remembered his wife's warning dream and escaped that fatal F that destroyed many lives. A man in our lecture work kept dreaming of a white eagle. He happened to be in the stock market, so he looked to see if it related to stocks. There was a stock named White Eagle, which was selling for $1 or so a share. He bought 6,500 shares and forgot it. In a few months' time, it went up to $8 a share, and he sold it, making a big profit. Just as you receive these symbols from your subconscious mind in dreams, so too, you may use these symbols, which I have named telecosmograms, to send your subconscious mind messages that will trigger it every time you see the symbol or telecosmograph in your daily life. For instance, you see the sun every day. You are aware of the moon and stars at night. When rains fall, you are aware that it is causing things to grow. When you see a car on the street, it indicates to your mind transportation, pleasure, or work. Your subconscious mind is constantly being programmed by these telecosmographs in your daily life. By deliberately choosing the telecosmographs you see every day and programming them into your subconscious mind, you will automatically trigger certain reactions that cause your subconscious mind to be programmed in a certain form of dynamic action. This happens through the sympathetic nervous system and releases emotional responses that drive you towards certain goals. Regimen for using key telecosmographs. 1. Use the symbol of our golden sun as a telecosmograph when you want to release power, energy, life, healing, and other physical forces connected with your physical body. Use the keywords I give and the following telecosmograms. Remember, read the telecosmogram several times and get it into your subconscious mind. Then merely repeat the keywords. Give whenever you want healing powers each time you see the sun. You will automatically trigger the telecosmograms that go with the keywords I give. I give. The sun is the giver of all life and energy. I now draw upon the golden sun for health, power, life, youthful radiance, and joy. The sun is the giver of all good and precious gifts. It is now the symbol that reminds me of God, the spiritual sun back of life. This spiritual sun gives happiness, prosperity, love, peace, and beauty to the world. I now give of my good, and it comes back to me enriched. I give my services, and I become successful. I give ideas, and they make me rich. I give love, and I am blessed with friends and loved ones. I give happiness to others, and in turn, I receive pleasure and good. 2. Now use the same telecosmograph of the sun with the keywords I receive when you wish to program your subconscious mind with the things you want to receive. I receive. I now receive from this life source of the sun all my good. A golden flood tide of life energy suffuses my body. Cosmic gold now streams from my higher mind centers in a perpetual flow of ideas that will make me successful and rich. I receive inspiration, beauty, idealistic concepts, and divine love from the source of all life and power. I receive peace of mind and inner tranquility as I hold the image of the golden spiritual sun in my consciousness. A man I once knew was having serious difficulties in his marriage after 5 years. He learned about telecosmic power, and it suddenly dawned on him that he had been receiving love and service from his wife, but he had not been giving of himself. He seldom ever stopped to tell his wife he loved her, assuming she knew he did. He never praised her for the fine meals she served him, but often ate watching TV and leaving her out of the magic circle of his love. He frequently complained and nagged, and rarely ever took her out to a party, a dance, or a movie. Naturally, his wife became cool and aloof emotionally, and soon she told him she wanted a divorce. I gave this man this exercise to use with the telecosmograph of the sun and the key words, give. He programmed his subconscious mind with the above telecosmograms of love, kindness, and consideration, and his wife responded immediately. They are still happily married. 3. The moon. Use the mental image of the moon as a telecosmograph to your higher mind when you want to program yourself to beauty and the feminine virtues of kindness, gentility, peace, beauty, and romance. Use this with the key words: 1. Idealize. Program your subconscious mind with the following telecosmogram whenever you see the moon, or mentally image it in meditation. I idealize, like the full silvery moon, sailing high above the earth in its serenity and majesty. I now become high-minded, idealistic, beautiful, and romantic. I take on all the qualities of gentility, peace, and romance, and I give out creative gifts and idealism. My life reflects the magnetism and enchantment that cause others to revolve in the orbit of my mind and heart with affection, joy, and love. As the gravity pull of the silvery orb attracts the ebb and flow of the tides, so too my magnetism increases, and I attract into the orbit of my influence people and situations that bring me riches, happiness, and prosperity. Whenever you are faced with confusion or impatience, and you want serenity and peace, close your eyes for a few moments, visualize the full silvery moon, and let it signal all of the above telecosmograms to your subconscious mind. You will instantly feel a sense of peace and aloofness from life's problems and turmoil. A woman I knew moved in an atmosphere of confusion, discord, and friction. She had trouble with her co-workers in the office. Her boyfriend broke off with her because she was always blowing her top. She couldn't control her impatience with waiters and clerks, who always seemed in league against her. When she studied this principle of achieving serenity with the moon telecosmographs, so changed dramatically within 1 week, and her friends remarked about how peaceful and calm she now appeared. Her boyfriend returned to her and could hardly believe the remarkable change. She told me he proposed marriage within 1 month from the time he returned. 4. Stars. Flash the telecosmograph of glittering stars in the celestial heights whenever you wish to program your subconscious mind with enduring qualities that add character, give purpose and direction to your life. Associate the following qualities with these telecosmographs of stars: faith, beauty, hope, joy, peace, good, and love. When your life is clouded with doubt and you feel a sense of uselessness in your life, sit quietly for a few moments and say the telecosmograms given here, and instantly you will be elevated and inspired. Then, whenever you need these inspiring elements, simply say the key word "I rise," and all these forces will rise to help you from your subconscious mind. I rise. Revolving in their orbits in the universe, the stars are celestial diamonds strung upon the cosmic necklace of splendor and majesty. I now emulate the radiance and beauty of these celestial jewels. The star of faith now radiates its sustaining message to my subconscious mind. I have faith in the Creator who created the universe and all therein for my pleasure and benefit. The star of beauty, which glows in my heart, mind, and soul, reflects my inner beauty to the outer world. The star of joy now floods my life with happiness, and I project this in my daily living, sharing it with everyone I meet. The star of good now blesses my life with every good and precious gift, and I live in an aura of prosperity and richness, utilizing all the good things that God has given me. The star of peace now scintillates in my mind and body with its celestial rays of tranquility and serenity, and I live in peace and harmony with all the world. The star of love now dawns upon the spiritual horizon of consciousness, blessing my life with the divine romance, in which my soul blends with the soul of the universe in a perpetual betrothal that will last throughout eternity. The star of hope springs eternally within my heart and soul, bringing me the assurance that life will present me with the best, the greatest, and the most beautiful experiences. A woman who was always swinging from one cycle to another, high and low, constantly depressed and moody, needed this telecosmogram, and she began to use it every day for 3 weeks, saying "I rise" 49 times whenever she felt moods, depression, or uncertainty. She reported that her life changed dramatically in that time, and she never again let herself become moody and depressed. 5. Adore. This telecosmograph is highly symbolical, for in mysticism, a door is the symbol of entering into an expanded life experience. The Master Jesus spoke of being the gate, and this symbol has always been one of spiritual significance. As you use a door every day of your life, it can be a perpetual telecosmograph, flashing to your subconscious mind the key words "I enter" and "I exit." Whenever you wish to open the inner portals of your mind and achieve the state known as cosmic consciousness, you can use the keywords I enter. This will give you expanded horizons and new life experiences. You can use it also for a new era of prosperity and success in your business affairs, as well as new relationships with friends in your social life. The I enter telecosmograms can also be used to give you greater awareness in love and marriage, with a deeper appreciation of your mate. I enter. I now program my subconscious mind to guide me into a complete new life experience. I enter into the expanded domain of a greater consciousness. A greater vision of my future life now comes to me. I enter into an era of prosperity and riches. I enter into new relationships with friends in my social life, and new and exciting possibilities offer themselves to me in love and marriage. Swing open the portals of consciousness and permit me to have cosmic illumination. I wish to have new ideas in business and financial matters. I desire the release of creative imagination to present me with a design for the future that admits of greater joy and more perfect living. A man who came into our work in New York City told me he was retiring in another year on his Social Security, and that he had nothing else to look forward to in his life. He ended his sad saga by saying, "When you're 65 and alone, who wants you?" His wife, he told me, had died 2 years before, and now he lived in loneliness, waiting for death. I immediately changed this man's subconscious programming. First, by telling him that most of the world's great works had been done by men and women who were past 60 and even 701. Vanderbilt built his big fortune when he was in his 70s. Michelangelo painted his greatest masterpieces when he was 74. Titian did his great painting, Battle at Spoleto, when he was in his late 90s. George Bernard Shaw wrote his greatest dramas after the age of 60. Grandma Moses, in our own time, was given up to die when she was in her 70s, and began to paint quaint little pictures called primitives that made her $1 million. With this new entrance into a new life experience, she had a new zest for life and lived to be 101. This man, after being programmed with the keywords I enter and the telecosmograms given above, had an astounding change in his entire life plan within 1 month. He began to study dramatic writing in night school. Within 1 year, he wrote a TV drama for a daytime serial, sold it, and instead of retiring on his small Social Security, he began to receive $2,000 a week for his continued writing of the so-called soap opera. You may use the same telecosmograph of a door with the keywords I exit when you are faced with an unpleasant situation that you want to remove from your life. Use the following telecosmograms with the keywords I exit. I now program my subconscious mind that I shall leave this unpleasant situation in my life. I shall come into an era of peace and harmony. I depart from this position that is unworthy of my talents, and I enter into a new life work, where I can make the money I deserve and create something useful and enduring with my thoughts and labor. I depart from this era of problems and vexations and enter into a life that is joyous and free. I leave behind me all the negative programmings of the past with their worries, fears, hatreds, pressures, and anxieties. I enter into the new unlimited domain of peace, love, prosperity, and perfect living. 6. A key. This telecosmograph is something that can be flashed to your subconscious mind every time you use a key to open or lock a door. Like a door, a key is also symbolical of certain things. Whenever you wish to discover something, when you want to program greater riches or find new knowledge, you can use this telecosmograph with the keywords 1 unlock and the following telecosmograms. I unlock secrets of the universe through my subconscious mind. I discover new forms of knowledge and find unexplored realms of intellect and creativity within my mind. I penetrate the secret interstices of the universes. All of nature's mysteries are revealed to me, giving me instant awareness of my own creative powers to discover new formulas, to invent useful articles, to create beauty, to evolve all creation to higher forms of perfection. I unlock my higher superconscious power to give me instant apperception and psychic guidance to know where I may discover the Earth's hidden treasures. I ask to be guided to riches in every form. Money, houses, lands, jewels, stocks, automobiles, and other treasures that will give me everything that I need for my pattern of perfect living. I unlock the treasures of my soul, releasing to the outer world my inner poise, serenity, and soul's tranquility. I unlock the higher dimensions of love on all planes, bringing me friends, loved ones, perfect expression of love in marriage, a family of my own, and all the priceless treasures of a loving heart, mind, and soul. A young lady of 22 had been terribly disillusioned in love. On the eve of her wedding, her fiancé had deserted her, and she swore she would never trust another man. When she came to me for counseling, I changed her subconscious programming with 2 telecosmographs, the door and the key, with the telecosmograms given for them above. She was to give special prominence to the aspects of love on all planes. She did this for only 1 week when she reported to me she was her old, smiling, confident self again. She had a date that night with a boyfriend she had given up before, and she now realized that he had more true qualities than the one who had jilted her. 7. A mirror. This telecosmograph can flash its message to your subconscious mind every time you look at yourself in a mirror. A mirror is a reflecting surface that shows exactly what is put before it. Your life will reflect back to you exactly what you bring before the mirror of nature. You will program your subconscious mind with those qualities that you want to reflect back into your life experience. Use the keywords, reflect when you want to reflect the wisdom of the cosmic mind to achieve the spiritual prototype of the perfect you. I reflect, as a mirror is the reflector of that which stands before it. So too, my mind reflects in the mirror of my soul the images I wish to manifest in the outer circumstances of my life. I mirror a rich consciousness and project to my subconscious mind the sum of $1,000 to come to me through an unexpected source. I project the larger sums of $5,000, $10,000, and $100,000 to come to me over a period of time, giving me financial security for the future. In the miroscope of my mind, I reflect the omniscience of the cosmic intelligence, which is all-knowing, all-seeing, and all-wise, guiding me perfectly to the fulfillment of my destiny. My intellect mirrors qualities of omnipotence, making me all-powerful, giving me the ability to conquer life, to master self, and to rise above the limitations of life into the stratosphere of life, power, intelligence, and good. I now reflect the divine quality of omnipresence. The cosmic spirit of creation is everywhere present, bringing illumination to my life, quickening my spirit, evolving my mind, and releasing divine light that banishes the dark shadows of life. 8. The electric light. Every time you turn on an electric light, you will flash the signal to your subconscious mind, I illumine, and be aware that light banishes darkness and is a symbol of infinite intelligence. Whenever you wish illumination on a problem, or when you want to dissolve an unwanted condition and overcome some negative situation, use the following telecosmograms with the keywords, I illumine. The light of infinite intelligence now illumines my consciousness, bringing me instant awareness of my power. As light dispels darkness, so too my problems now disappear under the bright light of infinite intelligence. The golden light of psychic illumination now stimulates my third eye, the psychic center within my mind, which knows how to guide me to my future destiny perfectly, overcoming all obstacles and leading me to greatness. The light of the cosmic sun, reflecting earthward, strengthens me mentally and physically. I bask in its radiance, and it magnetizes my mind centers with ideas for growth and evolvement, bringing me riches, happiness, peace, and abundance. 9. A bird in flight. This telecosmograph can flash the following message to your subconscious mind: the desire to be free of life's petty annoyance, and to be released from the mundane world of commonness, vexations, irritations, and annoyances. The key words can be, I free and I release. I now rise above the petty problems and annoyances of life, and I am free of the disturbances that exist in my home, in my business, and my daily environment. I wish to be released from the daily cares and petty problems, and rise into a new, expanded cosmic consciousness of freedom, growth, and spiritual evolvement. I wish to be free of the problems that beset my romance or marriage, and come into a peaceful era where I may know true bliss and freedom. I wish to be free of troublesome people who are critical, nagging, unappreciative, and negative, and who perpetually stand in the path of my progress, and keep me from soaring into unlimited prosperity, joy, love, and good. I free my mind from the gravity pull of Earth with its daily petty vexations. My mind now soars into the illimitable realms of cosmic greatness and splendor. On wings of hope I ascend, with a song of joy in my heart, to those realms of peace and joy where my great destiny awaits me. The above 9 telecosmographs are those which are most frequently encountered in your daily living, and which can be programmed into your subconscious mind for certain purposes. However, there are others, which you may use in abbreviated form, whenever you have need of them. Each time you see or use the following objects, your subconscious mind will release the telecosmographs given here in brief form, benefiting you in every department of your life. 10. Automobile. Key words: I remove or want expand. Telecosmograms. I move into new life experiences of prosperity, health, and happiness. I expand the horizons of my mind to encompass new life experiences of joy and profit. I move towards my true life goal with confidence, poise, and power, knowing that I shall achieve that which I now conceive as my perfect dream. 11. Book, newspaper, magazine. Key words: I educate. I illumine. I evolve. Telecosmograms. I become illumined with the great thoughts that have motivated geniuses throughout the ages. I educate and uplift the world to new and higher concepts of beauty, value, honesty, and morality. I evolve to the highest pinnacles of achievement, releasing subconscious power to guide me every step of the way. 12. Skyscraper. Key words: I soar. Telecosmograms. I soar to illimitable heights of accomplishment through idealism and inspiration, to create something lofty and enduring. I aspire to the best that life has to offer. 13. Piano. Key words: I give joy. Telecosmograms. I attune my mind to higher octaves of joy, and I share my happiness with others. I give out harmony, peace, and love, and my atmosphere becomes tranquil and calm. I illumine my mind with happy thoughts, and these radiate in my personality, giving me an aura of gentility, beauty, and love. 14. Elevator. Key words: I uplift. Telecosmograms. I uplift the spirits of those who come into my presence with optimism, good cheer, and hope. I elevate the lowly to lofty inspiration. I become uplifted with the overtones of music, poetry, good books, and the beauty in nature, so that I aspire always to great deeds. My emotions soar with altruism and idealism to perfect and evolve the world to greater concepts of perfection. 15. Typewriter. Key words: 1. Create. Telecomgrams. I am in tune with the higher cosmic mind that works through my mind inspirationally. I become a creative channel for this cosmic mind to achieve high levels of beauty and to create enduring works that will bless all humanity. 16. Pen or pencil. Key words: I begin. Telecosmograms. I begin a new phase in my life that will bring me greater prosperity and happiness than ever before. I enter into new projects. I find new inspirations. I start the flow of creative imagination to reveal new patterns of life that will lead me ever onward and upward in the future. 17. Money. As you use money almost every day in some form, either cash or check, you can use this telecosmograph by programming it into your subconscious mind so it will release a steady flow of inspiration. This can be invoked when you need more money, or when you want to buy something that requires more than you have at present. Key words: I prosper. Telecosmograms. The flow of money, or its material equivalents, now blesses my life with riches and abundance. I know no limitations, but prosper in every sphere of action. I give out money under the cosmic law of the double return. knowing that I shall in turn be blessed with more than I give. 18. Water. This is something that you use every day also, and you can program it as a symbol into your subconscious mind to remind you of the ever-expanding cosmic power that blesses the world with plenty and also enriches you. Key words: I grow, telecosmograms. As the earth receives the seed and the rains fall from the heavens to give life, so too I now plant the seed of that which I desire in my life. The flow of creative spirit now causes my plans to prosper and my riches to grow more abundant. I now accept the divine abundance and give thanks for this eternal flow of life, health, joy, peace, good, love, and beauty that bless my life. Note, it is important to remember that all these symbols and key words go together, making pattern that makes sense to your subconscious mind. It is used to thinking in terms of symbols, and you are already programmed to certain states of consciousness, some good, some bad, that cause you to be the person you are and act in the way you do. Review of important points in Chapter 11. 1. How to use telecosmographs, the dream language that spells out your future through subconscious programming. 2. How a man dreamed of a white eagle and bought a stock by that name, which made him thousands of dollars. 3. How your subconscious mind communicates with your superconscious mind, bringing you psychic guidance to do certain things at certain times, fulfilling your destiny. 4. How to program the symbol of the sun to bring you energy, health, power, and joy by using the keywords I give. 5. The symbol of the moon and how you can program it to bring you the feminine virtues of kindness, peace, beauty, gentility, and romance with the keywords I idealize. 6. How a woman used this symbol of the moon to program a life free of confusion, discord, and discontent. She soon was in a totally different situation in life and achieved happier relations with those around her. 7. The telecosmograph of stars and how it flashes to your subconscious mind the keywords rise, giving you faith, beauty, joy, good, peace, love, and hope every day of your life. 8. How to use the telecosmograph of a door to give you the symbolical meanings: 1. Enter and I, exit, admitting you to broader life experiences. 9. A 60-year-old man, ready to die, programmed himself a new career as a writer for a TV serial with this telecosmograph. 10. Most of the world's great works have been done by people who were past 50 and 60, but who were programmed to think young and do great things. 11. The telecosmograph of a key, with the keywords I unlock, can bring you new forms of knowledge and cause you to discover hidden secrets of the universe that can profoundly change your life for the better. 12. A young woman of 22 used this symbol to program herself to new love and happiness after being jilted by her fiancé on the eve of her wedding. 13. How to use the symbol of a mirror to program your higher mind and the key words I reflect to bring you a rich consciousness and large sums of money. 14. The everyday symbol of an electric light and how it flashes inspiration to your subconscious mind to bring you inner illumination, ideas, and psychic stimulation. 15. A bird in flight is a symbol of eternal freedom, and with the key words I free and I release, can cause you to soar into the unlimited stratosphere of creative action. 16. Every time you see an automobile, it will be a symbol of movement into new experiences in your life. If you use the keywords I move or want to expand. 17. Other common everyday symbols such as book, pen, skyscraper, piano, elevator, typewriter, money, water, or other objects and elements can stir your subconscious mind into creative action if you program it with those key words and telecosmographs. Chapter 12. The 10 basic desires that can focus your telecosmic power for complete fulfillment. You possess within your higher mind 10 basic desires, in common with all humanity, which you can use to focus your telecosmic power to bring you anything you desire. We shall study these 10 basic desires in this chapter and learn how to use the emotion of desire to bring you fulfillment of your every dream. The emotion of desire has been given to all of God's creatures. It is higher in man than in any other form of life. This divine emotion is responsible for all of man's great achievements in every field of endeavor. The desire for successful living is within you. You have a desire for successful living. From the moment you were born, you have been striving to achieve a certain pattern of destiny that is natural for you. When you program your higher mind centers with the 10 basic desires God gave to every human being, you will be able to trigger the cosmic jackpot of golden ideas that bring you a perfect destiny. The 10 basic desires that trigger your subconscious mind with dynamic creative action. 1. The desire to achieve personal success. Successful living comes only when you achieve personal success on every plane. Many people are rich and successful in a monetary sense, but miserable failures as persons. I know a man who has made several $1 million in his lifetime. He has married and been divorced 3 times. Now he lives alone in a mansion, without friends or loved ones. His 3 grown children seldom visit him. He is stingy and miserly, refusing to help anyone with his fortune. This man has a variety of ailments, including high blood pressure and heart trouble. His days are numbered, and he will not be missed or mourned by many people. He is one of life's many failures, even with his vast fortune. On the other hand, I know another man who has a family of 6 children. He and his wife are always struggling to pay the bills and the rent, but they are smiling, happy, well-adjusted people who have found the secret of perfect living. They are successful people, even though their bank balance may not be very big. The chances are that they will also achieve financial success through their desire to give their family a better way of life. There are 6 elements that make for a successful person. These are: A. The ability to enjoy life in every phase. B. A desire to like people and to be well liked. C. An integrated personality that functions gracefully in the presence of others. D. The ability to adjust to life's changing situations with inner equanimity. E. The finding of inner poise and faith, which gives strength of soul to see one through life's disturbing cycles. F. The desire to do constructive work and be productive for the good of the world. How to program these 6 elements into your subconscious mind. Each day, write down one of the above elements for being a successful person on a filing card that you can carry with you or leave where you see it often during the day. Tell yourself that all that day you will carry out the particular injunction for that day. On Monday, you will use telecosmogramma, the ability to enjoy life in every phase. All day Monday, express joy, no matter what trying situations you pass through. Transmute the negative experiences of that day into positive ones. If someone criticizes you or hurts your feelings, change it into gratitude for possible improvement in yourself, rather than direct hatred to the offending person. On Tuesday, program telecosmogram B into your subconscious mind. A desire to like people and to be well liked. All during that day, strive to be likable. No matter how people react to you, see them as being likable and make the effort not to resent them nor to argue with them. You will soon be so programmed to seeing the good in others that you will be able to overlook their faults. On Wednesday, use telecosmogram C, an integrated personality that functions gracefully in the presence of others. All day Wednesday, try to take the sharp edges off your personality. Make it a point to get along with everyone in your office or your home. Refuse to let little things throw you. See yourself as a decent human being, treating others with respect. On Thursday, use telecosmogram D, the ability to adjust to life's changing situations with inner equanimity. There are times when nothing seems to go right. Everyone has these days. It is nothing that you do or do not do. It is a cycle of life. If you do not adjust yourself to these changing conditions, you will be in a perpetual state of mental and emotional turmoil. A woman who was very disturbed because nothing seemed to go right in her life came to me for guidance. I checked on her life and found she was lacking in the ability to win friends and also to adjust to changing times. She had once been socially prominent, but when her husband died, she lost all her money through wrong investments. With the loss of money, her social facade crumbled. She found that most of her friends had liked her when she had a beautiful home in which to entertain them. But when she was forced to move into a small apartment, these friends deserted her. I programmed this woman with 3 elements which she especially needed: A, D, and E. She had great difficulty in finding anything to enjoy in her present situation, but I told her to immerse herself in helping her 2 grown children, who now had 2 children each of their own. She spent time babysitting, giving her daughters time for their own social activities, and soon she was so happy with her grandchildren that she didn't miss her old fair-weather friends. She spent more time in reading and improving her mind. She began to be active once again in church affairs, giving her the inner poise and faith which strengthened her and made her strong enough to withstand life's unfortunate reverses. On Friday, program yourself with telecosmogrammy, the finding of inner poise and faith, which gives strength of soul to see one through life's disturbing cycles. No matter how disturbing are the events of that day, transmute them into spiritual substance by reminding yourself that you grow spiritually when you meet life's challenges and have faith in a power higher than yourself, which can guide you to the fulfillment of your life goal. On Saturday, use telecosmogram F, the desire to do constructive work and be productive for the good of the world. All during Saturday, whether at work or at home, hold in your mind the thought that you will only do constructive acts that benefit yourself as well as others. On Sunday, you can make up your own telecosmogram, which fits your concept of spiritual or religious matters. You might use the telecosmograms of faith and charity, or of forgiveness and divine love, and all day be aware that God is a reality, guiding you in your life and blessing your life with everything good and beautiful. 2. The desire to win recognition and acceptance by others. Man shall not live by bread alone, we are told. We live for other people, and the desire to be recognized as human beings and accepted by others is strong within every person. Recognition does not apply merely to one's work, but applies also to the acceptance by others. You might be a genius in your work, and yet be an isolated, lonely person. To have perfect living, people should figure prominently in your life. You must not only have friends, but you need many acquaintances to give you a sense of belonging to the entire community, not to just a few people. Program into your subconscious mind every day that you have something of value to give to people, and they in turn can enrich you with ideas, service, money, and other things of value. Use the keywords "I win" to program this particular desire into your higher mind centers, and realize that when you are aware of others and have a desire to give them joy, you will, in turn, win recognition and acceptance by others. A young woman of 21 was lonely and felt left out of the world's magic circle of love and acceptance. She came from a broken home, and she felt that she could never find anyone who would give her love and understanding. I gave her subconscious mind a special form of programming in which she was to use the keywords "I win" with the following telecosmograms every night for 2 or 3 weeks. I shall win the admiration and respect of others. I project the emotion of affection to everyone I meet. I think friendly and loving thoughts. I am joyous and expectant of my good. People are all friendly and are eager to give me friendship. I now accept that friendship and respond with true affection and joyousness. It was hardly 1 week before this young woman began to radiate a completely different type of personality. Instead of being shy and withdrawn, she seemed suddenly to be surrounded by an aura of friendliness and joy. She smiled more often. She no longer mistrusted strangers. She was invited to a dance on the first week of her new programming, and she felt warmth and affection for the young man. He dated her often after that, and she finally told me at the end of a 2-month period that she no longer feared loneliness, but felt that now she was ready for love and marriage. 3. A desire to love and to be loved. To win and hold love, your subconscious mind must be programmed with this divine emotion daily. Love is not something you can think of one day and ignore the next. It is an emotion that must daily be replenished and given out. Our emotions grow stronger when we use them daily. Just as a muscle grows stronger when it is exercised, so too, the emotion of love grows when you express your love for your family, your mate, your friends, your community, your God. This is why you must consciously program this emotion with the key words "I love" every day. Emerson said it in these words, "Love and you shall be loved. For all love is as mathematically just as the two sides of an algebraic equation." The only two definitions given in the Bible of God are summed up in two words: good and love. God is good. God is love. Program daily into your life that you will do good for other people. Use the keywords "I do" and the telecosmograms. I now recognize the good in other people. I release my good in daily actions that will bless the lives of others. With the keywords "I love," use the telecosmogram. I love every human being created in the image and likeness of God, cosmic good. I share my love with others, and in return, their love blesses my life. I love my family and daily express that love in thoughts, words, and deeds. I love my mate and show my love in my actions and my words. I love my country and will sacrifice for its good. I love God more than self and will serve Him always. 4. The desire to make money and become prosperous. This innate desire for financial and business success is within every person when he is born. You are on a constant quest for success, personal, romantic, financial, and spiritual. Only when you balance your life with monetary success and achieve the highest goals you can attain can you be said to be a total success. Money images must be programmed in your subconscious mind with the key words "I prosper." Each day, program this prosperity theme into your subconscious mind with these telecosmograms. I recognize the need of financial success in my life. I now program riches on every plane. I wish to have security, and I know that money is a medium of exchange that can bring me the good things of life. I program the sum of $100,000 as an overall goal, asking for business ideas that can make me prosperous. A man who came into our work considered himself a total failure at the age of 39. He had just been divorced because his wife couldn't stand the perpetual failure that he had become. After 3 weeks, I programmed this man with the "I prosper" theme to such a success that he went on the road with a household product, visiting medium-sized cities, where he recruited crews of young men to go from door to door to sell his products. Then, after training these crews, he left them and went on to another city, where he repeated the process. He received commissions from every sale these crews made, and soon it amounted to as high as $5,000 a month. Within 1 year, this man had a sizable nest egg and is now consolidating his business in a large central office in the West Coast, and he feels that soon he will be in the $100,000 a year income class. The thing that happens to your subconscious mind when you program it with the "I prosper" keywords and the above telecosmograms is that it is impelled to search immediately for ways by which you can become prosperous. Every person has different talents. This man happened to be a good salesman. But if he had not known how to sell, his subconscious mind would have come up with an idea that fitted his exact needs. Another man, using the "I prosper" key, was a carpenter. He got an idea for doing home repairs, and within 1 year had 3 trucks going out to do home repairs, while he stayed in his office receiving orders. 2 women who used this system of mental programming were artistic. Each had a different talent from the other. One received instructions from her subconscious mind to do color tinting of large photographs, which sold for $50. She trained 3 other women to do this work in their homes and got orders from leading photographers in her hometown. She was soon making more money than her husband. The other artistic woman had a different talent. She could knit and crochet and do dressmaking. Her subconscious gave her the idea to study artificial flower making. She enrolled in a class, and within a few weeks' time, she was able to create beautiful artificial flowers that she sold or rented to stores. Her biggest money came a year later, when she trained 50 women to do the same thing, while she furnished the materials and the know-how. Soon her income had soared to $2,000 a month. 5. The desire to discover new life experiences. Every person has a desire for new adventures, exciting new experiences that will add pleasure to his life. This desire is what leads some people to go on journeys of discovery to foreign lands, and to seek out exciting adventures far from home. However, this desire can lead you to the finding of new life experiences in your own everyday environment and keep you from being bored with life. Use the keywords I discover to program the following telecosmograms into your subconscious mind. I discover the unlimited horizons of the universe in my quest for life's new and exciting adventures. I project the desire to share in life's greatest adventures, to travel to foreign countries, to meet interesting people in all walks of life. I expand the horizons of my mind and encompass new ideas and unlimited concepts. What others have done, I can do. I wish changes in my home, my business, my environment that fit this new concept of adventure and excitement. One young lady who came into our work used this telecosmogram and was impelled by her subconscious mind to go into the Peace Corps, where she had the opportunity to travel to the Far East. But the most exciting thing that happened on her many trips was that she met a young man studying to be a doctor who was on summer vacation, and they fell in love and were married in India in the most romantic of settings. Another young man who came to our lectures in Carnegie Hall several years ago programmed his mind with this telecosmogram. Something impelled him to begin the study of Portuguese, never knowing why. 2 years later, he had an opportunity to go to South America, where he went into television work in Brazil and became one of the big successes in that field. 6. The desire to create something beautiful and enduring. Every person is born with a desire to create something beautiful and enduring. To some, this desire expresses itself in creating beautiful art objects. Others compose music. Still others go into cosmetology, or interior decorating, or dress designing, architecture, theater design, or writing poetry, novels, or plays. Whatever form it expresses itself in, this basic human desire is always intent on creating something that others can share and enjoy. The most magnificent creations by men throughout the centuries have been dedicated to this ideal of beauty. The artistic masterpieces of great artists, the immortal sonnets and dramas of Shakespeare, the delightful music created by master musicians throughout the ages, all these attest to the divine urge in man to create something magnificent and enduring. To release your own subconscious creative power for creating something beautiful and enduring in your life, use the keywords I beautify with the following telecosmograms. I strive to achieve ultimate perfection in everything I do. I desire the creation of magnificent concepts in art, music, poetry, literature, and drama that will express my own inner images of beauty. I wish to create something beautiful and enduring that will give joy to others as well as to myself. I now search within for the mystic tapestry of dreams, which can weave my destiny in the image and likeness of perfection and beauty. 7. The desire to find peace and happiness. You can program your subconscious mind to peace and happiness just as easily as to discord, confusion, and misery. Most people are negatively programmed, and they seldom find the joy in living that should be theirs. To program your mind to finding peace and happiness, use the keywords I am with the following telecosmograms. I am one with the positive forces of life. I live in an atmosphere of peace and serenity. I grasp the little moments of happiness that are in my life every day and appreciate them fully. I share my happiness with others and am doubly blessed. I am a center of quiescence and calmness, and like a peaceful lake, reflecting the blue skies and the golden sun, my soul now reflects the peace, joy, good, and beauty that are all around me. 8. The desire to give something of value to others. You were born with the innate desire to share your good with others. People who are selfish and demand that everything revolves around them are usually miserable and suffer from loneliness and discontent. Use the keywords I share with the following telecosmograms to implement this desire to give something of value to others. I share my good with the world. I give of my smiles, and I win friends. I give my services and labor, and I win riches. I give love, and I attract loving persons in my life. I share my joy, and in turn I am joyous. I share my inner beauty, and I am in turn made more resplendent. 9. The desire to improve your intellect and your creative powers. The quest for wisdom and knowledge is inborn. From the moment you were born, you have been acquiring more and more knowledge in every department of your life. Schooling and education carry this to its ultimate conclusion. However, many people stop learning the moment they leave school, and this dooms them to live lives of ignorance and misery. Each day, program this desire to improve your intellect. Learn a new word every day. Study a foreign language, even if you do not use it. It will activate your brain cells and give you a more agile mind. Study something about art, music, literature, science, travel, politics, chemistry, astronomy, philosophy, psychology. All the world's accumulated knowledge can be yours if you give only 1 hour a day to self-improvement. Use the keywords I improve with the following telecosmograms to improve your intellect and your creative powers. I desire the improvement of my intellect and the accumulation of wisdom and knowledge on many different levels of creative action. I improve in my powers of observation, viewing the world and people through eyes that see every subtle nuance of difference, of beauty, and of good. I improve my memory, holding on to that which is significant and important to my future, and discarding those past memory patterns of negativity, ugliness, discord, inharmony, hatred, or other emotions that keep me from the true glory of the universe. I improve my imagination, recognizing this as the creative force within that can shape the world in which I wish to live in my future. 10. The desire to evolve spiritually. Within every human soul, there is a desire to know God and to worship and pray to a higher power that controls the universe and all therein. Spiritual evolvement is more than the practicing of your own personal religion. It is putting into action all the great moral, ethical, and spiritual laws that have been revealed in the 10 Commandments, the Sermon on the Mount, the Golden Rule, and other precepts released by the prophets and teachers of history. Use the keywords I worship with the following telecosmograms for spiritual evolvement. I now program into my higher consciousness the desire to become a more spiritually evolved person, with a love of God and a desire to serve Him in my daily life. I practice the spiritual principles of good, of charity, of forgiveness, of mercy and compassion. I become loving and kind, giving consideration and courtesy to everyone I meet. I ask guidance of my higher mind to fulfill my spiritual destiny perfectly, to know inner peace and tranquility, and to be rewarded with joy, peace, and happiness in my personal life. Review of points in Chapter 12. 1. How you can use the key emotion of desire to trigger the cosmic jackpot of golden ideas for perfect living. 2. How a millionaire has programmed personal failure. Even though he is rich, he has not achieved perfect living personally. 3. The 6 telecosmic elements that you can program for attaining the perfect balanced life. 4. How you can use the desire to win recognition and acceptance by others so as to bring you the fulfillment you require in social, business, and personal life. 5. A young woman of 21 used the keywords, I win, to bring herself into the magic circle of love and friendship. In 2 months, she was ready for marriage. 6. How the desire to love and be loved can trigger the subconscious mind to bring you fulfillment in love and marriage with your own family. 7. How to use the desire to make money and be prosperous to trigger the golden jackpot of ideas that can make you rich beyond your wildest dreams. 8. How a man used the keywords "I prosper" to program himself into a job paying him $5,000 a month, and soon he will be making $100,000 a year. 9. A carpenter using the "I prosper" telecosmograms was soon making more money than he had ever made before. 10. Two women with artistic cravings were guided with the "I prosper" telecosmograms to photo tinting and making artificial flowers, which earned them huge incomes in a short time. 11. The desire to discover new life experiences with the keywords "One Discover" can program your mind to a complete new, exciting life experience. 12. A young woman programmed herself into the Peace Corps and an exciting marriage in romantic India. A young man using this telecosmogram programmed himself into a position in Brazil on TV, where he became one of the favorite performers in 2 years' time. 13. How the desire to create something beautiful and enduring led to the creation of most of the world's great art, music, poetry, literature, and architecture. 14. You can trigger subconscious action to find peace and happiness by using the keywords "I am" and the telecosmograms that align you with inner contentment and joy. 15. The desire to give something of value to the world with the keywords "I share" can lead you to find the true gold of life in sharing and giving and receiving from others. 16. The desire to improve your intellect and your creative powers with the keywords "I improve" can lead you to find your true intellectual powers that can change your life. 17. The desire to evolve spiritually brings you closer to God and gives soul serenity for the sunset years of life, with a promise of the soul's immortality. Chapter 13. How to tap the cosmic telebank of universal riches. Everywhere we look in the realm of nature, we are confronted by an astounding array of universal riches that man may tap and utilize for his own benefit. Every foot of soil teems with abundance. We need only put a seed into the ground to see how quickly the cosmic telebank of universal riches begins to turn that seed into treasures for man to use. Lumber awaits you for your future dream house. Iron, coal, oil, and gold lie in the cosmic telebank waiting for your joyous discovery and use. Rubber, maple syrup, and resins flow from trees to enrich mankind. Cotton, oranges, watermelons, and apples spring into being from the cosmic telebank of the universe and bless man with infinite riches and abundance. The sea abounds with infinite treasures: fish to feed mankind, pearls to adorn his person with beauty. Oil and other treasures abound in the sea, and scientists are only now beginning to tap these priceless treasures for mankind's future use. Money is man-made. When you use telecosmic power to tap the cosmic telebank of universal riches, to attract money or its equivalent, realize that money is man-made. It is an artificial symbol that stands for the true treasures of life. To understand how money responds to telecosmic power is the purpose of this chapter. You can tap the flow of cosmic riches with the telecosmic power of your higher mind, and actually start a flow of money and things of value in your life that will never stop. Regimen to tap the cosmic telebank of universal riches. 1. I have named the repository of all riches that exist in the invisible realm of the universe the cosmic telebank. Just as a bank holds money on deposit, which can be drawn when needed, so too there is a vast cosmic intelligence which created all forms of treasures, and which holds the secret key as to how these riches may be tapped. The word tele relates to the process of communication between your mind and the cosmic mind through a process similar to telepathy. To tap this telebank, you must use the higher psychic centers which reside in the superconscious mind. Here it is that all knowledge regarding money and its equivalents exists. Your conscious mind directs the tapping of this telebank by relaying the sums of money you need, why you need them, and the possibilities of attaining them through normal channels. To start the flow of riches from the cosmic telebank, use the keywords "I tap" with the following telecosmograms to your superconscious mind. This message will be relayed to the cosmic mind, and it will direct you as to what steps you should take to obtain the money or things of value you desire. I tap. The cosmic telebank is filled with treasures in the visible and invisible universe. The soil teems with riches and abundance. I now plant the seed in my consciousness that will bring from the invisible cosmic realms the money I need to fulfill my every desire. I recognize the law which states, "As ye sow, so shall ye reap." I now sow the seeds of plenty in my subconscious mind. I desire a home of my own, furnished beautifully. I desire an education for my children. I desire a car that will be useful for pleasure and profit. I desire a large sum of money in the bank, which will give me future security. I desire a steady income from some business source that will continue to grow and prosper through the years. I ask for beautiful clothing, jewels, television, and hi-fi sets, all things of value that I require. I now draw on from the universal telebank of riches. 2. When you have formulated the plan which you wish to project to the cosmic mind that releases all the treasures of the universe, read the telecosmogram given above several times, until its meaning has been firmly imprinted on your subconscious mind. Then repeat the keywords TAP 49 times in series of 7, as given elsewhere in this book. Send to your higher mind the following telecosmographs. Imagine yourself receiving large sums of money. See them coming from expected and unexpected sources. Visualize yourself getting a new idea, to write a book, to compose a song, to invent some article, to go into some business where you can make money quickly. A woman who needed money came to our lectures in New York City. I gave her this system for tapping the cosmic telebank and told her to begin at once to visualize money coming to her from some source that was not known to her then. She said, "But there isn't any possible chance that I can receive a large sum of money from any source. I have no rich relatives who might die. I haven't an idea in my mind for an invention or a song or book. I am absolutely untalented." However, I persisted in telling her that she must have faith in the cosmic intelligence and to keep projecting the mental images of money coming to her from some unexpected source in the immediate future. She called me up within a week and said, "I just got a check for $500 as a refund on last year's taxes, but this isn't enough to meet my future needs. I really expected more than this small amount." I told her to bless this small sum and to keep tapping the cosmic telebank for the larger sum she desired. This woman called me again within 1 month, and her voice mirrored the excitement she felt. A miracle has happened. I kept projecting to the cosmic mind that I would have a sum in excess of $50,000, although I doubted it could come quickly. And what do you think happened? Then she went on to tell me that an uncle, who had gone to Canada in the 1930s, had never married, but had made a large sum of money through an early investment in some mining stocks. He had never helped her mother, who was his sister, but now he had died and left this woman and her mother the sum of $65,000. 3. Program into your subconscious mind the law of the double return for demonstrating money or its material equivalents. Every time you give out $1 or $5 or $10, bless it and invoke this law of the double return. Use the keywords "I double," and it will trigger the following telecosmogram in your subconscious mind. I double. I now invoke the law of the double return in my life. I now bless money and release it joyously, knowing that for every dollar I give out, 2 will come to take its place. This law works in nature and taps the cosmic telebank of riches and abundance. A grain of wheat produces a kernel. A kernel planted again produces a pint. A pint turns into a bushel. I now invoke this same cosmic law and double my money. How Howard Hughes used the law of the double return. I once leased my home at 10,539 Bellagio Road in Bel Air, California, to the famous billionaire industrialist Howard Hughes. This was back in 1956, before he was such a recluse. I had occasion to talk to him several times during the year he lived there, and he once told me an interesting story about the law of the double return. When he was a youngster, he played a game with his playmates. in which he would cut out paper shaped like bills and write in the corners various sums, representing money with which he traded. One day, while they were playing, Hughes asked his playmates which they would rather have: the sum of $1,000 a month as salary, or a penny a day, doubled every day for 30 days. Of course, all his playmates chose the $1,000 a month. Hughes then proved to them that a penny a day, doubled every day for 30 days, would run into more than $1 billion. It was on this theory that he built his vast fortune. Everything he invested in doubled and multiplied astronomically. He instinctively knew this law about money and used it all his life. Without even being aware of what he was doing, Howard Hughes, even at that early age, was programming his subconscious mind with the law of the double return, which later made him his vast fortune. 4. To further imprint the subconscious mind with the telecosmograms that start the flow of ideas to make you rich, use the system of chanting that is taught in the Far East. You can make up a chant to fit any needs, but for increasing your supply from the cosmic telebank of the universe, use words that designate money or its equivalents. Here are some chants that you may use. Say each chant out loud and repeat them 7 times. I am rich, rich, rich. I attract money, money, money. I become wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. I magnetize gold, gold, gold. I desire the sum of $100,000, $100,000, $100,000. If you wish to receive smaller sums of money from the cosmic telebank of the universe, use a chant that signifies how much you want for some temporary need. I desire $1,000, $1,000, $1,000. Say this chant aloud 7 times, and then consider that it is filed in your subconscious mind for future action. What will happen after this is that your subconscious mind will reach into the deep recesses of its cosmic memory bank to discover everything it knows about you, your gifts, and your possibilities for making that amount available to you. A message is flashed, through akin of cosmic telepathy, from this higher cosmic intelligence to your own consciousness, and suddenly you are given a direction to do a certain thing, write a certain letter, or see some person who will bring you the money. A woman who was in my lecture work in Carnegie Hall some years ago, before they had the lottery in New York State, used this system to tap the cosmic telebank for money. She had a young daughter who was dependent on her, the father having deserted them some years before. The mother worked part-time as a maid. She had absolutely no known way of receiving $100,000. However, she felt that if she had that amount, they would have security for the future. She used the keywords "I win" with the telecosmograms given above, and started her mystic chants using the one she had made up to fit her needs. I desire the sum $100,000. 2 months passed and nothing definite seemed to happen, but she kept up her daily programming with her chanting and the telecosmograms for money. One day when she was visiting a relative, he told her that he had just bought an Irish sweepstakes ticket for a small sum, and he suggested she buy one also. It was then that this woman thought, for the first time, of this as a possible way for her to win her $100,000. She bought a ticket and increased her chanting of the mystic ritual to 3 times a day. As the day drew nearer for the drawing, she had a feeling of triumph within herself. When the results were published, this woman's ticket was one of those drawn on the race to be run, which would establish if she would win the $100,000 or a smaller amount. The day of the big race, she kept repeating her mystic chants, and when the papers came out that evening, they announced her ticket as the winner of the big prize. She and her daughter moved to California, where she invested the money wisely and had security for the future. 5. To further help program your higher mind with the positive images of money and things of value, use the following method to flash telecosmograms of fame and riches to your subconscious mind. Put yourself into the cosmic hall of fame with rich and famous people. You have heard the saying, a picture is worth 10,000 words. Your subconscious mind is triggered by the telecosmographs that you flash to its sensitive depths. You can join the richest and most famous people who have achieved success by having your own hall of fame, where you join these successful people. Get a scrapbook, the type you paste photographs in. Write on the first page, "My Cosmic Hall of Fame." Then cut out of magazines or newspapers pictures of famous, rich people from every walk of life who have made a big success on their own. Then, after pasting in their pictures, put a small photograph of yourself on the same page with your name underneath it. Some rich people whose names you will find with their photographs in newspapers and magazines are Bing Crosby, said to be worth between $400 and $700 million. Bob Hope, worth well over $400 million. Art Linkletter, said to be worth more than $100 million. Governor Rockefeller, worth close to $1 billion. Aristotle Onassis, worth close to $2 billion. Lucille Ball, worth in the neighborhood of $100 million. W. Clement Stone. H. L. Hunt of Texas, the Rothschild brothers, famous bankers, worth many millions, as well as others that you will discover if you do research at your public library. Use all these, or as many as you can find photos of, and paste them in your Cosmic Hall of Fame with your name and picture. Then daily look at this Hall of Fame and program your subconscious mind with the following keywords and telecosmograms. Use the keywords "I move up" and the telecosmograms. I now tap the Cosmic Telebank of Universal Riches. I move up into the Cosmic Hall of Fame with those who have achieved fame, riches, and success. I begin the flow of creative ideas from my higher mind centers, which will guide me to the achievement of my fortune. I move up into the higher brackets of income. I move in circles of socially prominent, accomplished people who have achieved recognition from the world. I am aware that a position of power and success awaits me, and I now prepare myself to move into those circles of creative mind action that will bring me rich rewards. A young man who used this system of putting himself into the Cosmic Hall of Fame was working his way through college in New York City. He was very interested in sports, particularly playing the vigorous game of ice hockey. He began to program his subconscious mind that he would one day be able to play professional hockey with a leading team. He had no contacts with rich or famous people, but he persistently used the keywords "I move up" and the telecosmograms given above, also sending the telecosmographs of himself playing hockey in the #1 team in America at Madison Square Garden. After 2 months of this type of programming, he went about his usual studies and his amateur ice hockey playing. One day, a scout from the leading ice hockey team in America saw him play and tagged him for a beginning position with his team. The boy went on into the Hall of Fame of great hockey players without any effort on his part. 6. To tap the Cosmic Telebank of Universal Riches to increase your flow of money, use the principle of tapping the cosmic generator to start the flow of money, goods, supplies, and possessions in your direction. To do this, visualize an electrical generator which starts the flow of electric power. When the generator is humming, it keeps that electricity flowing out over a vast network of lines, giving us light, power, heat, or cool air. When the generator stops, the flow of electricity is curtailed. Your brain is like a generator. It even uses electric current, turning the mechanism of your body into creative action that gives you health, causes the heart to beat, the blood to flow, the vital organs to perform their functions perfectly. When you implement the generator of your subconscious mind with conscious direction, you can strengthen the flow of creative ideas that can make you rich. To start the cosmic generator humming with new life and power, use keywords that will begin the flow of ideas into your conscious mind. Following are some of the keywords that people have used to create great works in their own fields of endeavor. Select the keywords that suit your exact needs, using a combination of one or more, and repeat each one at least 7 times, 2 times a day, until your subconscious mind is completely programmed with the message the keywords contain. I believe. I express faith in a higher mind power that can manifest for me all the good things of life. Great men who have used this telecosmic power: Galileo, Columbus, Pasteur, Newton, Edison. I desire a great destiny with adequate rewards financially. I desire fame and recognition. People who have used the I desire keywords: Ford, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Vanderbilt. I create. I am a creative channel through which flows power to create beauty and good. I lift the world to new heights of achievement with my ideas. The key words create have been used by some of the great geniuses of the past and present to bring great music, poetry, literature, artistic masterpieces, inventions, scientific discoveries, and great ideas in every field of human endeavor. I improve. I strive to improve my life, my personality, my appearance, my mind and intellect, knowing that I shall be able to function better in my relationships with other people, bringing higher standards and greater benefits to the world. I give. I give of my creative ideas, and the world becomes a better place. I give beauty and banish ugliness. I give joy and make others happy. I give love, and I am blessed with love. I heal. I pour the healing balm of love on the troubled waters of life, and I restore peace and calm. I am an agency for the uplifting and betterment of the human race, and I am in turn healed and made whole. I illumine. I release the beacon light of truth in my own mind, and it casts its rays on the dark places of the world, bringing illumination. I transcend the forces of ignorance and darkness with the light of infinite intelligence. This powerful key has been used throughout history by educators, teachers, reformers, ministers, priests, and rabbis, and they have helped overcome ignorance and have elevated humanity to new levels of civilization. I lead. I become a leader of those who stray from the path of light into the shambles of war, darkness, and superstition. I inspire and uplift those who have lost their way and bring them back to the path of peace and joy. Many great statesmen, teachers, soldiers, sailors, airmen, and others have used these key words I lead to show the way to those who have been mired down by the vicissitudes of life. I establish my own creative sphere of action in my own environment, freeing me from financial pressures and bringing me the fame, riches, and abundance that I desire. The great financial empires that have been established by the Rockefellers, Vanderbilts, Morgans, Mellons, Onassis, and other financiers were created through this powerful keyword. I perfect. I evolve and perfect the elements of the natural world, bringing them to even greater productivity than before. I strive to achieve idealism, in which I become more perfect in every way. I bring higher standards, improved morals, advanced ideas into every sphere of creative action, which benefits the world and myself. These keywords were programmed by Burbank to improve nature's products, by Edison to discover electric light, the motion picture camera, and other inventions, by Einstein with his mathematical formulas that helped unlock secrets of atomic power. I discover the world of mind and spirit, in which there exists unlimited creative power. I explore the new horizons of limitless cosmic space and discover in the realm of the intellect vast powers, which can produce illimitable good for humanity. The key words I discover were used by the famous explorers of history, like Columbus, Marco Polo, Cortez, and Livingston, to open new frontiers of living for humanity. Summary of points in Chapter 13. 1. The universal riches that exist in the telebank of the cosmos, which can bring you anything you desire. 2. Money is man-made, and the equivalents of money can be magnetized and attracted to you from the cosmic telebank of universal riches. 3. How to use the keywords I tap to start the flow of riches from the cosmic telebank. 4. How a woman used the keywords I tap to bring her the sum of $65,000 from a source she did not even know existed. 5. The law of the double return and how it made Howard Hughes a billionaire. 6. The 5 mystic chants which you can use to attract all the money or its equivalents that you desire. 7. How one woman, using the mystic chants, tapped the cosmic telebank for $100,000 by winning an Irish sweepstakes lottery. 8. How to put yourself into the Cosmic Hall of Fame with the richest and most famous people in the world. 9. How a young man put himself into the Cosmic Hall of Fame using this system. and became one of the leading ice hockey players in this country. 10. How to tap the cosmic generator to start the flow of money into your bank account. 11. How to use the keywords that have been used by men and women throughout history to tape the cosmic telebank and bring you imperishable fame and fortune. 12. The keywords I believe, I desire, I create, I improve, I give, 1 heal, 1 illumine, I lead, I establish, I perfect, and I discover, and how to use them to bring you a perpetual flow of money, success, personal benefits, and other treasures from the cosmic telebank. Chapter 14. How telecosmic power can bring you vital good health and youthful energy. You can use telecosmic power to bring you vital good health, a long life, and youthful energy. We are experiencing more sickness today in America than in any other period of history, despite the fact that this is the most advanced age of all time. No matter what form of sickness afflicts you, there is one sure cure, and that is through the agency that made you sick in the first place, your subconscious mind. Telecosmic power can be used to program your subconscious mind with the image of a perfect, healthy body. Science now says that we can stop the aging processes of the body and even cure many formerly incurable diseases through control of the higher mind centers by a process used in the laboratories to heal sickness, known as alpha meditation. We program ourselves to believe we must suffer from asthma and allergies. We believe that arthritis is something that can strike at anyone. We are programmed to believe that millions will die this year, and every year, from high blood pressure, heart trouble, cancer, and other dreadful diseases. Why not use telecosmic power to program good health? Instead of programming all these disasters and the belief that man must die at 70, why not use telecosmic power to program your subconscious mind with the thought you can be healthy and live to be 100 years or more? Scientists in the laboratory today are performing seeming miracles through the control of the brain waves. The patient sits quietly and thinks in certain wavelengths called alpha, theta, beta, and delta, and the blood pressure miraculously goes down to normal. The heart begins to beat faster or slower, depending on the person's need. A certain mental programming is brought about, which shrinks tumors, removes warts from the body, directs the thyroid to secrete more thyroxine, or the adrenals to pump more adrenaline into the bloodstream. You can trigger your subconscious mind with reactions that will regulate your body's organs and their functioning perfectly. The Emile Coué school of thought achieved this through autosuggestion. Hypnotists achieve control of the body through hypnotism. You may use self-hypnotism to do the same thing for yourself. You can use keywords that will reach into your subconscious mind and cause it to send out healing currents to your body's billions of cells. You can use this telecosmic programming to go back into the genetic programming of your body cells, to tell you the secret chemistry that keeps your body healthy or makes it sick. How to use telecosmic power to give you perfect health. 1. First, it is necessary that you break down the old negative subconscious programming which creates sickness. Use the keywords I dissolve with the following telecosmograms, which should be imprinted on your subconscious mind by reading them at least 5 to 10 times. Your subconscious mind is instantly programmed with the telecosmograms you flash to it, and it never forgets them. All you need do is to remember the simple keywords, dissolve, and others which I shall give for healing the body, and the entire mechanism of your subconscious will be instantly set into motion to do the natural healing action, without any effort on your part. You must always remember that your subconscious mind wants you to be healthy, to live long, to enjoy life, for only through you can it exist. If you die, so does the subconscious. This telecosmic twin of yours is prejudiced in favor of health, not sickness. It favors life, not death. It enjoys it when you are vital, young, and expressing life to the fullest. The subconscious suffers much abuse at the hands of its twin. It takes this punishment because the conscious you, who is in control, gives it commands to be sick, to suffer and be in pain, to commit slow suicide by ingesting wrong foods and poisons. You must reverse this negative programming before you are sick, and then repeat the telecosmograms through the key words every day of your life to remain healthy, strong, and vital. Use this telecosmogram to dissolve negative subconscious programming. I dissolve. I recognize that my subconscious mind is filled with many negative forces from the past. I hear and now dissolve all these negative programmings that I have intentionally or accidentally given to my higher mind. I dissolve the negative thought that it is natural to be sick, in pain, or to grow old prematurely. I dissolve the negative programming of fear, worry, hate, resentment, frustration, guilt, and other negative emotions that create the climate within my body for germs, infections, colds, arthritis, high blood pressure, allergies, and other forms of illness. 2. After you have cleared your subconscious mind of all the former negative programming of sickness, age, and other elements, you are ready to begin the process of rebuilding your body, giving it the power to resist the invasion of germs and the breakdown of its organs. For this purpose, use the key words "I heal" with the following telecosmograms. I heal. I realize that health is a natural state and that sickness is unnatural. I now realize the healing power of my higher mind to bring me perfect health. This subconscious mind, which built my body in my mother's womb in 9 months' time, knows the secrets of chemistry, of healing, and of restoring my body's organs to perfect functioning. I now program my subconscious mind with the desire to be healed of all malfunctioning of my body organs, of every kind. It will once again establish the glandular balance with the proper secretions that my body requires to keep me perfectly healthy. I now direct my higher mind to send instant telepathic communication to every cell of my brain and body with the message of healing, which I now invoke. I direct my subconscious mind to choose the right foods, the balanced diet, that will give my body perfect nourishment and keep it healthy and filled with life energy. I direct the life force of magnetism, electricity, and other invisible forces to flow throughout my brain and body, establishing order and harmony in my body cells and giving me vitality and energy. I control the automatic functions of my body through my subconscious mind. My heart now beats at a normal rate of approximately 72 beats per minute. My body temperature remains normal. My blood pressure now maintains itself at what is its normal rate for my age and weight. How a man with high blood pressure used telecosmic power to lower it. A 55-year-old man came into our work in New York City, who weighed 235 pounds and had a blood pressure that was perpetually in the 200 area. He had tried every form of dieting and medication for his condition, but after a short time, he went right back to his old former habits, and up would go his weight and his blood pressure. In desperation, he decided to try using telecosmic power to signal his subconscious mind to stop his appetite for rich foods, which caused him to keep his excessive weight. The doctors had told him that was one cause of his high blood pressure. Another cause, they told him, was his frustrations in his work and at home, where he had to contend with a wife who constantly nagged him and was unsympathetic to his condition, often calling him a pig when he indulged his excessive appetite. This man used the I dissolve key words for a period of 1 week to try and rid his subconscious of the guilts, fears, and frustrations he had accumulated over the years. Then, for 3 successive weeks, he intoned the heal, I direct, and I control key words with the appropriate telecosmograms. He noticed a change in his eating habits almost immediately. After 3 days of using the key words I control, he found when it came to dessert time that he had a full feeling and did not crave the sweets and starches that he had formerly required to round out each meal. It took this man 3 months to get rid of his excess pounds and once again establish normal functioning of his metabolism. But at the end of that period, he had lost 60 pounds and was down to the weight which was normal for his age and height. 3. To keep up this programming you have established for good health, youth, and vitality, use the keywords I maintain with the following telecosmograms every day of your life. I maintain. My body is now under the direct control of my subconscious mind and functions perfectly in every way. I now maintain this level of energy, health, and vitality at all times. I maintain the state of mind that is positive, peaceful, and optimistic. I allow no one and nothing to disturb my inner tranquility. 4. No matter how correctly programmed you may be, there may sometimes be a temporary indisposition, a mild headache, an ache or a pain you cannot account for, a tendency to eat too heartily, or to pick up a cold virus from some source, for after all, your body is human and subject to these normal aberrations at times. At such times you can help remove the pain or temporary disturbance by using the keywords I remove with the following telecosmograms. I remove. Any temporary pain or localized negative condition that afflicts my body is now under the direct control of my subconscious mind. I ask that it remove such temporary conditions instantly, relieving me of pain, discomfort, or ill effects. A woman came to our lectures in New York City who had severe migraine headaches that had persisted for many years. She had seen every known type of doctor, including chiropractors and herb specialists, but had no positive result. During one of my lectures, she was in severe pain and thought she might have to leave the hall. Then, when I went into the meditation, which was a form of mental programming for the subconscious mind, this woman's headache suddenly left her. When she came back the next week, she told me triumphantly that she had not had one single recurrence of her migraine headache in that time. Now, months later, this woman is the most cheerful, happy, and healthy person you could imagine. Some deep-rooted cause of her headaches had been forever dispelled by telecosmic power. 5. If you are troubled by the belief in age and are limiting yourself in your life's perfect functioning because you think you are old, you can help rejuvenate yourself remarkably by using the keywords I rejuvenate with the following telecosmograms. I rejuvenate. My body is subject to a higher spiritual law than the passage of man-made time. I now function under the working of a cosmic time clock that sets my spiritual age by standards of spirit rather than body. As spring comes eternally to the earth after the barrenness of winter, so too the soul knows only the springtime of eternal life and never feels the chilling blasts of winter. I am now rejuvenated and reinvigorated by the flow of cosmic life energy, which bathes my cells in the alkalinity of youth and life and perpetual energy. Whenever you feel fatigue, due to what we call old age, retire for a few moments into the inner self and say the key words I rejuvenate 7 times, and this will in turn trigger the energy-giving telecosmogram for youth and vitality. A woman who was in her late 70s came into our work and told me she lived in a home for retired citizens, most of whom were in their 70s and 80s. She was extremely depressed as she saw the decrepitude which most of these people showed, and it affected her. She thought of nothing but dying. I gave this woman a completely new programming subconsciously, making her realize that it was natural to grow old, but that it was not natural to be decrepit. I urged her daughter to take her out of the home for retired people and let her assume a useful function in her life, taking care of her 3 young grandchildren. This woman kept using the One Rejuvenate telecosmograms while actively engaged helping rear her daughter's 3 beautiful children. She suddenly blossomed with new youth and energy, doing the cooking, house cleaning, and babysitting with greater zest for living than ever before. Review of points given in Chapter 1. The perpetual battle that exists between your conscious and subconscious minds regarding your body's health, and how you can join your subconscious twin for perfect health. 2. Man is constantly programmed negatively regarding his body, his health, his need to have certain discases, and how this makes sickness a reality and health a mere sought-for dream. 3. The first step in using telecosmic power to give you perfect health. Break down the old negative subconscious mental programming by using the keywords One Dissolve. 4. How autosuggestion, hypnotism, and self-hypnosis were formerly used to achieve healing of the body. 5. Now, through telecosmic power, you can use this new science to instantly release healing power if you should ever be sick. 6. After clearing the subconscious mind of all former negative states of programming, you can use the keywords I heal to bring about the natural state of health in your body cells. 7. The 2 keywords and telecosmograms I direct and I control to instantly send telepathic messages from your higher mind to your body cells to restore perfect health. 8. How a man with high blood pressure who weighed 235 pounds, used telecosmic power and the keywords I heal, I direct, and I control to bring his weight and blood pressure back to normal. 9. The importance of keeping up this telecosmic regime every day of your life with the keywords I maintain and suitable telecosmograms that keep you healthy. 10. How to handle occasional pains and aches that may come to any person through a temporary overindulgence by using the keywords I remove with telecosmograms to restore immediate balance within the body. 11. A woman with violent migraine headaches for years failed in ridding herself of them until she used the I remove keywords and telecosmograms. Her headaches left her and never returned. 12. How to use the keywords I rejuvenate with suitable telecosmograms to bring back lost youth and keep the body cells youthful and vital to an advanced old age. 13. How a woman in her late 70s used this keyword to restore herself to a useful life of health and energy. Chapter 15. You and yourself, the cosmic team playing the perfect game of life. You are a part of a cosmic team that is joined together for a lifetime, playing to win in the game of life. You can achieve the high goal that you want to attain. You can have perfect living, vital good health, riches beyond your wildest dreams, love, happiness, friends, and social reciprocity, yes. All these things can be yours if you play fair and square with your cosmic teammate, your subconscious mind. However, the tendency to cheat on yourself and to fool this cosmic twin is very strong within your conscious mind. Your higher self wants you to be rich and prosperous. It is playing for high stakes in the game of life. Your conscious mind, the other half of this cosmic team, tells you that you were born poor, that it is difficult, if not impossible, for you ever to be rich, and that you must dwell in mediocre circumstances all your life. Your other half is hopeful that you will want to reach great heights, to be famous, to create great works, to win recognition in life, to be honored, and have fame and fortune. But your conscious half of this cosmic team tells your higher mind that you are untalented, little more than a moron, that others may be geniuses, but you were born to lose out in the game of life, remaining in a position that is lowly and unrewarding. Your higher self urges you to make the effort. It says, rise, aspire, achieve the great goals of life. I will help you become an actor, a singer, an artist, a writer, an inventor, a composer, a great merchant or industrialist. I know the techniques to use. I can inspire you to the heights. But your shrinking violet of a conscious self replies, I am afraid I'll fail. I do not have a college education. I am self-conscious and inferior. I must beg for the crumbs from the festive board of life and look on at the passing parade of successful people from the sidelines of life. Which side of this cosmic team are you really on? You know that you want successful living, all the good things of life. Then move over from the losing side of the game to the winning side. Use telecosmic power to blend your two minds together. Use the keywords one blend with the following telecosmograms. I blend. I now recognize my cosmic twin, my subconscious mind, and realize that we are playing the perfect game of life together. I now blend with my cosmic other half in a joyous merger, where we unite our forces for an identical purpose, to win in the exciting game of life. A man who was constantly on the losing side of the game of life recently came into our work. He was 44 and married with 3 grown children, but he told me he could hardly make ends meet with rising costs of living. He was in a job he disliked, as a waiter in a big, busy restaurant. He worked hard, but saw no future ahead for himself and his family. This man's entire aura was a negative one. He had to be put on a very rigid telecosmic program to change his mental programming from one of losing to one of winning. I asked him what he would like to do, and he told me he had always wanted to own a small family-type bar in his neighborhood, which was predominantly Irish, his own nationality. He said, I like people. They like me. I think I could make a success in that type of business. But where would I ever get the money to open such a bar? I then told him to use the keywords "I succeed" with the following telecosmograms to help him program his subconscious mind to ideas that would soon bring him success. I succeed. I know that every person has a unique personality and a definite gift that he can use to bring success. I now program my higher mind with the thought that I can and will succeed in my chosen work. I desire a small family-type bar in my neighborhood where I can meet people who are compatible and who will patronize my bar and bring me success. Then I gave him the telecosmograph to project to his subconscious mind every night. See your name over the door of the bar. Visualize where you would like to have it. See its interior, the decor, the arrangements of the bar stools, the tables, the kitchen, the cash register ringing up sales. See yourself back of the bar smiling at your customers, winning them over. Project the picture of the new home you and your family will have. See the furnishings in the apartment, the money in the bank, the car you want to drive. This man began to change perceptibly from that moment on. He was at last joining with his subconscious twin to bring him success. He did not worry or wonder where his big chance would come from, but he faced each day's work confident that, somehow, his subconscious twin was working out the big, overall plan for their mutual success. Within 3 weeks, a man came into his restaurant, and he waited on him, courteously, efficiently, smiling pleasantly. The man was a representative of a big manufacturing concern located in New Jersey. In chatting with him, he learned that this man was planning to retire in another year and wanted to locate in some small business in New York, which would give him something to do with his leisure time. The man paid his check, leaving a generous tip, and the waiter forgot about him. The next day, the same man returned and said to the waiter, "I'd like to give you my card. If you hear of any small business, I might be interested in it." It was only then that the waiter remembered his dream to own a small family-style bar. Perhaps the stranger would want to buy such a business with him and be his partner. The moment his subconscious sent through this thought, he knew that this could be it. He telephoned the man the next day and told him he wanted to see him with a business proposition. In the meantime, he looked around his neighborhood for likely locations and found one he thought would be suitable for a bar. He had his appointment with the businessman and found that he was vitally interested in his proposition. The upshot of it was that this man backed him in the bar, making him an equal partner, and giving the waiter a chance to pay back his share of the partnership out of his profits over a period of time. They opened the bar, and it became an instant success, with the two men bringing their friends and acquaintances there, and with their courtesy and personal interest, the customers kept coming back until the place was packed every day and night. To work better with your cosmic twin and achieve a greater degree of unity, you can use short subconscious motivators that will trigger subconscious reactions that are favorable for releasing telecosmic power for your every need in life. Here are some that I have given to our class students and which have worked for them. These short telecosmograms should be said at least 7 times whenever you wish to invoke their power. Your subconscious mind will soon be trained to instantly release the reaction that you have programmed for the specific keywords you use. 1. Keywords. I create. To inspire your mind with creative ideas. This subconscious motivator can be used by writers, artists, inventors, composers, actors, singers, public speakers, and even by businessmen to give them better ideas for increasing their income. Telecosmograms. My higher mind now sends forth a flow of creative ideas that will help me create something enduring, beautiful, and profitable. I now tap the cosmic storehouse of riches and discover the great ideas that have inspired geniuses of the past. 2. Keywords. I banish. To help you overcome any negative habit, such as smoking, drinking, laziness, procrastination, or gambling. Telecosmograms. My subconscious self is stronger than my conscious self. I now invoke its aid and power to banish this negative habit that is disturbing my life function. I can and will stop this negative habit. 3. Keywords. I elevate. to overcome moodiness and depression, and instantly make you feel better when you face discouragement or some problem. Telecosmograms. I instantly rise above my problems and limitations. I am elevated to the plane of cosmic perfection, where all my moods and discouragements fade away into nothingness. 4. Key words. I change. To conquer environmental problems, discord and friction with co-workers, your boss or landlord, in-laws or others. Telecosmograms. I create my own inner world where no outer force has the power to intrude on my privacy or peace of mind. I change the negative conditions of my environment into peace, goodwill, and joy. 5. Key words. I recall. To help improve your memory and give you the ability to remember names, faces, dates, and places without effort. Telecosmograms. I now tap the cosmic memory bank and instantly recall that which I choose. My subconscious mind now releases the facts I desire, and I am instantly aware of them consciously. 6. Key words. I evolve. When you want to raise your level of success or achieve intellectual superiority. Telecosmograms. I desire success, both personal and financial. I now evolve to my right place in life, achieving everything I desire with effortless ease. 7. Key words. I console. To help you overcome grief, a broken romance, an unhappy episode, or the loss of a loved one through separation or death. Telecosmograms. I am not united in precious bonds of memory with my beloved, and no separation can exist in the immortal realm of spirit. I am now consoled by the memory of happy events that I now cherish in the banked coals of memory in the wintertime of life. 8. Key words. I remove. To overcome a headache or some other localized bodily pain that causes discomfort and concern. Telecosmograms. My body operates under control of my subconscious mind. I now command it to release the healing antidote to overcome this temporary pain and give me swift release and a perfect healing. 9. Key words. I attract. To help you win friends, to increase your popularity, to give you social acceptance by others. Telecosmograms. I magnetize my mind centers to friendly thoughts, and I attract friends and loved ones. I wish to increase my social acceptance and be popular with others, so I may share my joyous experiences with them. 10. Key words. I refine. To help overcome inferiority and self-consciousness, and to help give you a magnetic and charming personality. Telecosmograms. My subconscious mind knows all things and has all power. I now ask its aid in refining my personality, giving me more magnetism and charm, and causing me to become superior in every department of my life. 11. Key words. I illumine. To help you overcome nervousness, fatigue, antagonism, animosity, anxiety, and concern over problems. Telecosmograms. Peace be still and know that I am God. I now dwell within a spiritual center of my being where no disturbing force from the outer world can touch me. I am strengthened and given courage to face the challenges of life. I am illumined by the light of truth, which banishes error, by light which banishes darkness, by love which banishes hate, and by joy which banishes misery. 12. Key words. I transmute. To experience perpetual pleasure and change unwanted negative conditions into positive ones. Telecosmograms. I give no more thought to the negative conditions that disturb me consciously. I transmute them into positive forces of peace, joy, good, success, health, and happiness. 13. Key words. I love. If you want to attract love, or if you wish to win someone you love and cause him or her to marry you, or if you want to improve an existing marriage, use the following telecosmograms with the keywords I love. Telecosmograms. I was created in the bonds of divine love, and it is my destiny to share that love with my true soulmate. I now ask for guidance to find the perfect state of bliss that can exist between my loved one and myself, in a union that will produce a family of my own. 14. Key words. I move. To get out of an unpleasant environment or situation. To get out of a job you do not like. Telecosmograms. I desire change from this environment to a place that will be suited to me. I wish to find a new place of business where I shall have pleasant surroundings and be happier. 15. Key words. I control. To help digestion, improve heart action, normalize the blood pressure, or overcome metabolic problems which cause one to be too heavy or too thin. Telecosmograms. I am under subconscious control and now direct my body to obey the promptings that bring me perfect bodily health and normal weight and body functions. 16. Key words. I win. To gain prizes, to win at games of chance, to help you win promotions, or advance yourself in your business affairs. Telecosmograms. I am on the winning side of the team. I progress in all my affairs. I increase my good, improve my income, and advance my interests on all planes of action. 17. Key words. I conquer. To build a strong will, to achieve mastery of your nerves, your body, your mind, and help you overcome impatience, annoyance, anger, and negativity. Telecosmograms. I am in complete control of my mind, nerves, and body. I master my temper and my tongue. I overcome negative thoughts and impulses. 18. Key words. Grow to make increased sales in your field, to evolve and grow mentally and intellectually. Telecosmograms. I follow the law of nature and grow and evolve on all planes of consciousness. I make bigger sales of my product. I increase my mental stature and become intellectually superior. 19. Key words. I accumulate. When you want to attract more money, to accumulate lands, houses, stocks, jewels, furnishings, cars, or other material goods. Telecosmograms. I tap the universal storehouse of riches and attract all the things I desire. I magnetize money and the things money can buy. I become successful and rich. 20. Key words. I magnetize. To charm and enchant members of the opposite sex. Telecosmograms. I now become attractive to members of the opposite sex. I take on the mental qualities of kindness, consideration, understanding, compassion, and love, and my personality radiates warmth and affection. 21. Key words. I discover. When you want to find some lost object, or find hidden treasures such as oil, gold, uranium, or jewels. Telecosmograms. The treasure troves of the universe are now open to my questing mind. I discover that which is lost or hidden. I am led to the lost object by my subconscious mind, and I discover it immediately. 22. Key words. I influence. When you want to sway or control other people and cause them to do your bidding in personal or business relationships. Telecosmograms. I exert influence over the thoughts and actions of others for positive good. I project my silent mental commands to those I wish to influence and control for purposes of constructive good, and they respond accordingly. You and your cosmic twin are invincible. Now that you have achieved the complete programming of your subconscious mind for successful living on all planes of existence, realize that you and your cosmic twin are invincible in playing on the winning team in the perfect game of life. You can utilize the science of telecosmic power to program yourself to great achievements. You will become so proficient in this art that eventually all you need to do is think the key words, and instantly you will trigger all the telecosmograms that have been programmed into your subconscious mind. Do not stop using this power. Read this book through frequently. Search out the special telecosmograms and keywords that fit your basic needs first. Then, after you have programmed the telecosmograms into your subconscious mind by reading them 5 to 7 times, whenever you wish to bring them up to the surface of your consciousness, simply say the appropriate keywords, and the submerged telecosmograms will bob to the surface of your mind. You will then be given the instant action to do the right thing, to say the right words, to create the right conditions that fit your exact needs. You can use telecosmic power in another way. You have the ability to create your own keywords and suitable telecosmograms for specific needs. Here are some keywords which will fit various needs. Choose the ones that suit you and make up your own telecosmograms, using the keywords to trigger subconscious reactions. I charity. I clear. I project. I manifest. I adjust. I recall. I appraise. I comprehend. I study. I discount. I negate. I confront. I solve. I devise. I advise. I declare. I approve. I subdue. I sublimate. I accredit. I appreciate. I derive. I agree. I block. I curtail. I trust. I cope. I enjoy. I motivate. I originate. I anticipate. I possess. I concentrate. I oppose. I strengthen. I cooperate. I radiate. I inspire. I beautify. I thrive. Summary of points in Chapter 15. 1. You and your subconscious mind, the cosmic team that is playing the perfect game of life, and how to be on the winning side to achieve perfect living. 2. How to use the keywords I blend to merge your two minds and achieve perfect teamwork to be on the winning side and achieve fame, fortune, joy, love, and friendship. 3. How a 44-year-old man put himself on the winning side of life when he used the keywords, I succeed. He soon owned his own business and made a big success. 4. How to use the I create keywords to motivate your subconscious mind to release great ideas for making money, achieving fame, business success, or anything you desire. 5. How to overcome negative habits with the keywords, one banish, and bring yourself into a positive life experience. 6. You can overcome moodiness and depression by using the keywords I elevate to raise you above your problems. 7. You can conquer any environmental problem where there is discord and friction with co-workers, boss, or landlord by using the keywords I change. 8. How you can improve your memory and recall names, dates, hundreds of facts and memories from the past with the keywords I recall. 9. To help raise your level of success and achieve intellectual superiority, you can use the keywords 1, evolve with suitable telecosmograms. 10. To overcome grief heal a broken romance or suffering caused by the loss of a loved one through death or separation, use the keywords I console. 11. For overcoming a headache or other temporary pain, use the keywords I remove. 12. How you can win friends and increase your social popularity by programming your subconscious mind. With the keywords I attract. 13. The keywords I refine will help you overcome self-consciousness and inferiority, and give you a more magnetic and charming personality. 14. To overcome nervousness, chronic fatigue, antagonism, animosity, anxiety over your problems, program the keywords I illumine into your subconscious mind. 15. You can overcome the negative conditions in your life and change them into positive ones by using the keywords I transmute. 16. To attract love and fulfillment in marriage, use the keywords I love. 17. The keywords I move, I control, I win, 1 conquer, I grow, I accumulate, 1 magnetize, I discover, I influence, to help you program every facet of your life for good, health, happiness, money, achievement, and living. This recording of Universal Secrets of Telecosmic Power. Unlock the mysteries of psychic control and create miracles of riches, love, success, health, and happiness in your life by Norvell was presented by Stargate Book. Sound recording copyright 2023 and produced by Deep Send Limited 2023.
This is your guide to the 4 pillars of destiny. Preface. During my school days, learning Bazi on my own was a difficult, daunting, and nearly impossible task. There were no books on Bazi in English, and no formal classes on the subject. Chinese books available on the subject were often mainly classical texts, which required the assistance of masters to interpret and understand them. These Chinese books, after all, had been written by masters for masters. Advancing my own knowledge in Bazi required undertaking studies with masters in Hong Kong. Today, as a master trainer and consultant teaching Bazi in various English-speaking countries, I find the challenge that I faced remains for those with an interest in Bazi when it comes to reading in reference materials. My students often ask if I can refer them to an English text that could be helpful in their Bazi studies, or help them understand Bazi better. Much of the motivation behind writing this book was to afford individuals from all walks of life, both English and Chinese educated, the opportunity to learn more about Bazi. You see, those who can read and write Chinese are not necessarily more advantaged than those who can read and write only English, where Bazi studies are concerned. This is because often the text or books available are written in an archaic language. I hope this book will be able to remove some of the barriers and obstacles that people in the past have encountered in seeking to learn more about Bazi. I was further spurred on to write this book by the tremendous success of my Bazi Beginners DVD, which had been an instant bestseller since it hit the market. This convinced me of the need for a good, informative beginner's text on the subject. Writing this beginner's book has been a great challenge. I knew the text had to be practical, but at the same time not too technical, entertaining, and yet informative. I am confident that readers will find this book helpful, practical, and easy to digest, as I have taken great pains to ensure that this book satisfied the standards I have set for myself. I have also viewed the writing of this book as an opportunity to establish a benchmark for the respect that the practice of Bazi rightfully deserves. In recent years, feng shui has been over-commercialized to the extent that today it suffers an image problem. A once respectable ancient science has become the stuff of hoo-ha and superstition. A misinformed public is not the way forward for any field of study. Accordingly, I feel it is important to write this book to help put people on the right footing about Bazi and to prevent needless commercialization of the subject. One of the early challenges I faced when pioneering the teaching of Bazi to Westerners, was the accurate translation of key Bazi terminology from Chinese to English. The challenge was to translate the terms without losing any of the original Chinese essence. As Bazi terminology is very much couched in a pictorial language, the selection of the correct English words required much consideration. I therefore had to coin several English terms for Bazi references. Over the years that I have been teaching Bazi, these terms have grown to become almost a language of its own, which all my students use when they talk about Bazi. You will be introduced to these terms, or Bazi language as I like to call it, throughout this and future books. I hope they will be helpful in your journey towards understanding Bazi and your destiny code. Bazi, pronounced Bat-ji in Cantonese and Bazi in Mandarin, means 8 characters. These 8 characters are translated from our birth information, year, month, day, and hour, into 4 pairs of distinct Chinese characters. 4 pairs make 8 characters, or Bazi, and each pair is known as a pillar, hence the name, 4 Pillars of Destiny, as it is sometimes known. Through just these 8 characters, the potential, the mysteries, the ups and downs of life are revealed to us in full technicolor. Bazi, after all, is a pictorial art. By decoding a person's Bazi, we can unlock and reveal everything there is to know about a person's life and destiny. I chose the title The Destiny's Code because I felt it encapsulates the essence of what Bazi is all about. To a layperson, these 8 characters have no meaning, but to those who have the key, it holds vast and tremendous insights. Just as a person's DNA holds the key to the scientific makeup and the secrets of the human body, so does a person's Bazi hold the key to his or her destiny and the secrets of what is in store for him or her in this life. I hope the title The Destiny Code also conveys to my readers a sense of Bazi being a Chinese science, a technology, not in the sense of computers and gadgets, but in the context of the application of a science that helps guide us and improve our lives. Destiny awaits beyond this page. From the author, Joey Yap. Chapter 1. What is destiny all about? First, destiny. Second, luck. Third, feng shui. A Chinese saying. Most people are aware that feng shui is extensively used by business tycoons, largely in Asia, to enhance their wealth. But few people know of the presence of masters who work behind the scenes for some of Asia's most powerful and wealthy tycoons, advising on everything from suitable businesses to acquire, where and what positions to place key managerial staff, stock market investments to make, the best time to sign contracts, logo designs, and even accurate, almost prescient, economic forecasts. Like the emperors of ancient times, who had imperial astronomers at their disposal to select dates for warfare or peace treaties, today's tycoon emperors have in their employ in-house Bazi and feng shui masters, tasked with everything from date selection of official openings to selecting suitable CEOs to manage individual businesses in their empire. It is not enough that a person be capable and qualified. He or she must also have the luck that ensures he or she will be able to execute a plan. Even the seemingly early retirement of certain tycoons, superstars, or politicians from public life is often planned and deliberate, based on advice from their in-house Bazi masters. The work of feng shui is often obvious and seen by all, but Bazi is often unseen and hidden, an invisible hand working behind the scenes. For many Asian tycoons, when it comes to business, nothing is left to chance. Then it is certainly not left to luck or destiny. Feng shui and Bazi are used synergistically, as they should be. Feng shui is the prescription. Bazi is the diagnosis. The public has yet to understand this synergy between Bazi and Feng Shui. In May 2003, a journalist in Kuala Lumpur interviewed me during the launch of my new Feng Shui video course, the Zhuan Kong 10-day video coaching program. The journalist in question had an opportunity to review my 10-day video coaching program prior to the interview. The opening salvo of his interview was a formidable question indeed. If Feng Shui was so easy, then everybody should be rich. But who said Feng Shui is only about wealth creation? If Feng Shui could create millionaires or billionaires, as so many think, then it must be the world's most amazing get-rich scheme ever, and all Feng Shui masters in the world should be billionaires. Allow me to let you in on a little secret. Have you had a look at Forbes magazine lately? It's not a Feng Shui master who is at the top of the Forbes wealthiest individuals list. So, what can Feng Shui do for a person? Feng Shui only helps hasten and magnify what a person's capacity in life is. If a person's capacity is extensive, then Feng Shui can help yield greater effects. If his capacity is limited, then there's little scope as to what Feng Shui can change for this person. A person's capacity in life is what we term destiny in Chinese metaphysics. Every person is born with a certain capacity in life, a life path. This capacity governs his or her potential, outcomes, and achievements in life. When an individual's capacity is properly analyzed and understood, then it is possible to assist him or her appropriately. This assistance can either be advice through Bazi on how to act and when to act, or through Feng Shui on how to enhance his or her ability to fulfill his or her potential to its limits, or to avoid perils and downfalls in life. Destiny can be analogized to a map of one's life. This map is unchanging and static. The destinations upon it are already fixed at the time of a person's birth. Destiny is a guideline to your personal limits in life. We often hear the phrase, "the sky's the limit," which suggests that with effort, determination, positive thinking, and a dash of luck, a person can achieve anything he or she wants. In Chinese metaphysics, a person's destiny is essentially his limit. It's how far you can go and what you can expect to achieve in life. Feng Shui cannot change a person's destiny. Yet destiny is controlled by the actions and inactions of an individual. Now you might be wondering, how can my actions influence my destiny, and yet my destiny be fixed at the same time? Let's just say today, a person was born with the destiny to be the next Bill Gates. This individual will not find he becomes Bill Gates by simply sitting around and twiddling his thumbs. But yet, even actions or inactions have their limits. Truly, if it was possible to motivate or positively will oneself into great wealth or achievement, we would see motivational coaches and life coaches jostling with Feng Shui masters for the #1 position on the Forbes list of richest people in the world. But in both cases, this is not so. How many Bill Gates are there? 1. How many Warren Buffetts? 1. How many Richard Bransons? 1. And the reason for this is destiny. But a person's life is not just about destiny. Destiny cannot change, but fortunes can. The term fortunes is synonymous with the term luck in Bazi. Fortunes are dynamic and ever-changing, and can be analogized to paths upon the map of your life. Fortunes or luck cycles refer to the quality of the roads in this map of life. Thus, when fortunes are favorable, the destination is reached more quickly and more efficiently, and the path is smooth. When fortunes are unfavorable, then the path to a destination is fraught with challenges and obstacles, even failure to reach the destination. Hence, the Chinese often talk of destiny and fortunes, Ming Yun. Issues of destiny. Men at some times are masters of their fates. William Shakespeare. In the course of my experiences as a master trainer teaching Chinese astrology, I have often found that destiny is something that people have lots of hang-ups about. Many people believe that their lives are 100% within their control, and that individuals have the ability, if they so wish, to achieve anything in this lifetime. Yet, one must acknowledge that there are few areas of human experiences that are entirely untouched by the question of destiny. Whether you are religious or an atheist, there will always be a point, a moment, when one realizes there are greater forces at work in our lives, and that things sometimes happen that are beyond our control. The Chinese say, "That which you are not meant to have, you can never have." Your destiny sets out broadly what in this lifetime you will be able to have, and what you will not be able to have. Destiny does not mean that you cease to be in control of your own life. Destiny does not mean that you cannot, through effort, hard work, persistence, and industriousness, achieve or improve things in life. The study of destiny is about knowing what is within your control and ability, and what is not. The fated problem. I find that when the subject of destiny comes up, it becomes inexplicably associated with fate and the concept of a person being fated to do or not do something. Understandably and rightly so, there is a great deal of resistance to the concept of fate in the modern society that we live in today. Destiny is not fate. It is not about what is written in stone, what events are certain to occur or not occur. Rather, it is about questions of capacity, which are in turn linked to affinity, yuan in Chinese. It is about making the right decisions or not taking certain actions that will assist you in achieving or avoiding certain outcomes. Limitations. What limitations? Many people ask, what is the point in trying to or making an effort to do anything if everything is predestined? Equally, many people today believe that with changes in society, such as the removal of class-based systems and concepts like meritocracy, equality, and equal access to education, anyone who makes enough of an effort and tries hard enough can achieve all that he or she wishes to achieve. We live in a society today where it is considered not politically correct to label people limited or to tell people that they have limitations. Never mind that in large corporations, an entire department called human resources is devoted to finding out just what employees can and cannot do and to ensure they are equipped with the right skills. The question of capacity. And generally, nobody likes to be told that they're not capable of doing something. Now, I have to be a bit harsh here. Wake up and smell the coffee. Life is not always fair. The higher powers of this universe did not make every person equal. By equal, I mean not every person is destined to achieve greatness, to become president of the USA, or a multimillionaire. There is only one Bill Gates, only one Donald Trump, only one Warren Buffett. And destiny is the reason for this. Now, it's not all bad news. While the Chinese believe that life is predestined, they do not believe in a fatalistic outlook on life. Destiny is akin to the famous saying, "It's not about the hand you're dealt, but how you play it." In the study of Chinese metaphysics, the ancient sages believed that the universe is made up of a triumvirate of heaven, earth, and man, known as the cosmic trinity. Each of the elements of the cosmic trinity, heaven, earth, man, controls or exerts an influence equivalent to 33%. The path of our life and a certain degree of our fortunes are set out by heaven. The environment or feng shui magnifies our fortunes or luck. But man's own action or inaction is what makes an outcome swing one way or the other. Hence, a person with a limited capacity may have many achievements thanks to his hard work and positive thinking attitude, while a person with the capacity to do great things may squander his potential by choosing to sleep all day at home. Now, you may be wondering, if it's all predestined, what's the point in knowing? The truth is that it is good to know one's limits in life. The English have a saying, you cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Think about it. Knowing the limits, knowing the no-goes, knowing what could never be achieved would save many people a lot of heartbreak, disappointment, unhappiness, and frustration. Surely life would be so much more pleasant and enjoyable without the pressure to achieve something that may well be impossible. Surely there would be more happy people in this world if people focused on the can-dos rather than getting upset over the can't-dos. There are many ways in which destiny can be viewed in a positive light. Knowing your limits is just one aspect of destiny. The other aspect of destiny is knowing your true abilities and hidden talents, understanding yourself better. An entire industry has been spawned in the last 20 years, aimed at helping people understand themselves better, make better use of their talents, discover their true inner selves. All this and more are revealed through the study of one's destiny. So what's not to know? We all believe we are special. We all believe we are unique. And we all believe that because we are special and unique, we are destined for something. The question is, what? Decoding your destiny code. Like most forms of astrology, Chinese astrology has 4 types of applications. 1. Personality analysis. Discovering a person's character, nature, behavior, and potential. 2. Destiny analysis. Investigating the life path or destiny of a person. A. Statics chart. Investigating the potential of wealth, relationships, career, and health. B. Dynamic chart. Exploring the future through 10-year cycles, annual and monthly cycles. 3. Event analysis. Studying of a particular event that occurs or will occur at a place and time. 4. General analysis. Exploring the astrology of a country or city, economic and political cycles. There are 2 major systems of Chinese astrology which can be used to ascertain a person's destiny code. Bazi, the 8 characters or 4 pillars, and Ziwei, Dao Shu, purple star astrology. Both systems are equally potent and fascinating. Finding out what destiny has in store for you is a bit like finding out your DNA. First, you need to be able to find the code. Then you need to be able to read the code. Both these systems utilize distinct techniques to decode an individual's destiny code. Bazi's most useful feature is its use in helping us understand the personality traits, character, behavior, and potential of a person. It is also a technique for destiny analysis which is used to evaluate a person's life path. Generally, Bazi is relatively easier to learn than Ziwei Dao Shu because there are fewer star names to memorize. Bazi is a system that centers on the concept of balance between the elements, while Ziwei uses many stars to classify events, personalities, and outcomes. This is a book on Bazi, so I will keep this discussion brief. Ziwei will be covered in another book. Bazi Basics. A literal translation of the words Bazi means 8 characters. In the West, Bazi is sometimes known as 4 pillars of destiny. As these 8 characters are derived from 4 pairs of characters, Bazi is sometimes called Sizu, or 4 pillars. Now, Bazi is much more sophisticated and precise than the daily newspaper forecasts that are based on the 12 celestial animal signs. Do bear in mind that these Sunday horoscopes are mainly for entertainment purposes. It is not possible to generalize entire swaths of people born in dragon years as bold, fierce, and ambitious. Honestly, how many people are born in a dragon year? Can they all be bold, fierce, and ambitious? Probably not. By all means, read them and have a chuckle, but remember, they are not true examples of Chinese astrology or Bazi applications. Bazi is a complete system of astrology that consists of hundreds and thousands of possible combinations. It is a classical study, with texts that go as far back as the Tang Dynasty. Among the most notable texts on the subject are Di Tianshui, Ziping Zhenquan, and Yuan Hai Ziping. Grandmaster Xu Ziping is credited as the founding father of the Bazi systems practiced today. Grandmaster Zhu Ziping lived during the Five Dynasty era, from AD 907 to 978. He revolutionized the Bazi system then and formulated the Ziping Bazi system that is widely practiced today by many renowned masters of the subject. Bazi translates our birth information, a person's year, month, day, and hour of birth, into 4 pairs of distinct Chinese characters called Jiazi. 4 pairs make 8 characters, or Bazi. Each pair is also known as a pillar, hence the name 4 pillars. The 8 characters are made up of yin and yang variations of the 5 elements: wood, water, metal, fire, and earth. By analyzing the structure of a person's Bazi, which reveals compatibility, clashes, combinations, and the interplay between these 8 characters, we can determine, with significant accuracy and great detail, a person's character, nature, and life path. By decoding a person's Bazi, we can unveil his or her destiny code. An individual can make use of the information contained in his or her destiny code to accelerate performance at work, strengthen relationships with others, overcome weaknesses, maximize talents and potential, and make informed decisions based on forecasts of his or her upcoming cycle of luck. The basics of Bazi. The sky has its randomness in terms of weather, and a person's life has its fluctuation in terms of fortune. A Chinese saying. What are the origins of Bazi as a scientific study, and why do we need to know where Bazi originates from? It is important to understand the source of Bazi so that it can be viewed in its proper context, as a scientific study, and not as fortune-telling or some kind of religious or superstitious practice. Science, even in its modern high-technology form today, remains an accumulation of experiences and observations. Modern science and its discoveries are a result of observation and recording of the results from experiments. Meteorology, or the study of weather, is a good example of how seemingly random events can be developed into a science through observation. Accordingly, Bazi and Chinese metaphysical studies such as feng shui were developed in a similar fashion, through observation. In the case of Bazi, these observations were recorded in philosophical studies. The Chinese 5 Arts. Legendary, mystical, and historical incidents were often used as a reference to study and formulate patterns of determining one's destiny in the early days. The legendary sage Fu Shi's early heaven Bagua, King Wen's later heaven theory, and Confucius's I Ching contained such developed and profound observations that during the Han Dynasty, these texts were commonly used by destiny analysts for decoding a person's destiny code. As early as the era of the Huangdi, Yellow Emperor, there were imperial astronomers responsible for observing the stars and heavens and advising the emperor on the well-being of the country and nation based on their observations. During those ancient times, imperial astronomers also served as strategists and advisors to the emperor, as they were supposed to be well-versed in the secrets of heaven and earth. By analyzing the stars and using the secrets of heaven and earth, the imperial astronomer advised the emperor on timing and opportunities for warfare and other important actions. The records these astrologers or strategists kept later became sources of reference for astrologers of the later dynasties in China. For example, the text River Map Low Book was studied and later reinvented into numerology and divination of early and later heaven. Ancient sages spent much time studying, researching, and understanding the meaning of life by observation of men's destiny. Through this, they were able to develop methodologies for forecasting a person's destiny, a subject known as destiny studies. In order to study a person's destiny, several methods of assessment are used. And this includes Chinese astrology systems like purple star astrology and Bazi. To complement the destiny studies, and in order to predict the outcome of incidents and events, the sages developed the science of divination, or Bushi. In modern terms, the science of divination can be akin to the mathematics of probability. By accumulating experiences and empirical data on the observations of physical appearances, such as the shape and appearances of the human body, facial features, lines on the palm, location of stars in the heavens, the study of physiognomy was developed. This field of study consists of the study of facial features and appearances, palms, grave sites, and residential sites. Xiang, fortune telling through physiognomy, includes methods based on observation of appearance, physiognomy, symbolic imagery, and mathematical science of the Bagua, and time and space to determine our life or character and possible outcomes in life. In this category, we have techniques like face reading, palm reading, and feng shui. Feng shui is equivalent to the fortune telling of the house through observation of its appearance, direction, and location in the environment. By observing the human body and through theories of the I Ching, I Ching, and Bagua, the study of medicine was developed. This field includes the study of herbs and how they react to the human body, how meridians of qi flow in the anatomy, and how to harness the invisible forces in nature to vitalize oneself. Chinese medical studies are largely based on concepts of the I Ching, Bagua, 5 elements, and most of all, the yin and yang. Through investigation of men's emotional boundaries and energy patterns, the study of alchemy was established. This includes the study of magic, spells, rituals, exercises for prolonging life, and physical conditioning that enhances the quality of health. This study mainly converges on ways to maintain and develop personal physical and emotional health. The ancient Chinese termed these 5 types of studies as the 5 techniques or 5 arts, wushu. Today, we refer to them as Chinese metaphysics. Very loosely translated, these 5 arts are mountain, medical, fate, physiognomy, and divination. Bazi is part of the destiny studies category. The study of Ming, the study of life. The study of destiny, Ming Shui, is focused on people and, it can be said, is about achieving a greater understanding of human beings. For in order to improve one's fortune, one must first understand all there is to know about the person. Forecasting a person's destiny is much like a weatherman using data collected from the environment to forecast the weather. Every person is affected by certain types of energies from the universe at the time of their birth. By tracking these energies in that person's life at that time of birth, and tracking the changes in the decades and years to come, we can forecast a possible pattern. A person's Bazi, which is derived from the date and time of birth, encapsulates all this information. Here's what we can ascertain with the information derived from a person's Bazi. Characteristics and talents, family relationships with his or her parents and siblings, life with his or her spouse, children and their well-being, the ability to amass, accumulate, manage, and/or save wealth, outcomes of certain actions and decisions in life, physical conditions and common illnesses, issues that are created by his or herself, judgment and relationships with his community and friends, relationship with superiors and subordinates, working capabilities and career prospects, and opportunities to enjoy one's life. Bazi analysis is about using the information contained in the person's Bazi to unlock information on the person's inborn and potential talents. A person's Bazi, in essence, contains his or her destiny code. Many Asian businesses make use of Bazi to determine which senior managers should be placed in what positions at which time. This is to ensure that the person's capabilities are not just properly utilized, but that his or her luck is suitable and beneficial to the company's endeavors. This is a tremendously sophisticated form of management that is more than just basic human resource management. The human resource department may be able to tell a company what an individual is capable of, but it cannot tell if a person's personal life is likely to be affected in the next 6 to 12 months before a big merger deal. For example, by a divorce, the death of a family member, or illness. The HR department cannot tell if a person will be able to effectively deal with certain problems that a business is facing, or if a person will have difficulties with staff or legal difficulties when moved to a certain department. But a good professional Bazi master can. Bazi also has tremendous benefits when it comes to domestic affairs. Parents can set their children's education path according to their talents and potential, and pave a better foundation for them to maximize their true innate talent and gifts. Relationships between couples would be less stressful if parties had no reason to suspect their spouses based on their Bazi. Alternatively, difficult times or trying moments in a relationship can be more easily worked out if the parties understood the source of the conflict or tension. Bazi can help you make use of talents that you have or seek out opportunities which maximize your inherent abilities and avoid entering into a field which appears to be suitable, but in fact will not bring you any achievement or success. It is like planting the seeds in an area of the field that is already fertile, rather than attempting cultivation in an area that cannot yield anything. Bazi can also be used to forecast the general fortune of a person in 1 decade, big limits of 10 years, the yearly cycles, or the monthly cycles. Forecasting your luck cycles helps you understand what to expect in your life path. Knowing what's in store is a great advantage in life. If you like your destination, follow through and enjoy the journey. If you don't like it, go the other way. Often, Bazi is a tool largely associated with fortune telling. I think this is not an appropriate term to describe the capabilities of this art. Bazi helps you understand yourself, the external factors that influence you, and helps guide you in making better decisions and improving your life. Bazi is about possibilities, a better future, and better fortunes. That is why I don't think the term fortune telling does Bazi any justice. The art of Bazi has much more than meets the eye. A Bazi practitioner is like a life coach or counselor. Their role is to help you understand the path of your life and to guide you to a better living. By the time you finish this book, you will understand what I mean. Your destiny code is your Bazi. Now is the time to decode your destiny and improve your future. Chapter 2: The Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. In the introduction, I explained how Bazi enables extremely accurate forecasting of a person's destiny from only an individual's birth data, their year, month, day, and hour of birth. The reason why Bazi is sometimes called 4 pillars of destiny is because when viewed together, a person's Bazi data, or year, month, day, and hour of birth, generate 4 pairs of characters. These characters, one on top, one below, are read together as 1 pillar, hence the term 4 pillars. Like all of the Chinese 5 arts, the 5-element theory is an extremely important component of Bazi. A Bazi chart, which is plotted from the Bazi data, is essentially an expression of these 4 pieces of information in the form of the 5 elements: fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. A Bazi chart is a code, one which when decoded, tells us what is the strength of the various elements at the time of a person's birth, as each of the elements represents a particular aspect of a person's life, such as wealth, career, or relationships. By examining the individual elements, a Bazi practitioner is able to ascertain the outcomes, the potential, and the events in a person's life. Bazi has many complex layers, much like an onion. I have simplified many of the ideas in order to make the subject more accessible and understandable for a beginner. However, as your understanding of Bazi grows, you will begin to see the many layers within a Bazi chart. Getting Bazi. A few thoughts on learning Bazi. In my experience as a master trainer, teaching Bazi to many students around the world of all cultural origins, descent, and nationalities, I have found that the most important thing that students must remember is to keep an open mind. It does require a measure of retooling your thinking processes, from how you look at the concept of destiny and luck, to whether you're a right brain or left brain person. You need a certain amount of logical deduction alongside a measure of creativity, the ability to look at the micro situation as well as the big picture. Now, I realize this is a lot to think about, so just remember to focus on two things. Think pictorially, and always relate your thoughts back to the 5 elements and yin and yang. At the start, you can expect to only see very obvious or apparent information. Remember, Bazi is a bit like art appreciation. As your skill and understanding develops, so will your ability to see the picture in the Bazi with greater clarity. Let's get started. Understanding the Bazi chart. A Bazi chart is comprised of 4 pillars. Each pillar consists of 2 characters, one up top, one at the bottom. The top character is known as a heavenly stem, and the bottom character is known as the earthly branch. To avoid confusion, don't think stem or branch. Think heavenly, as in above, and earthly, as in below, to guide you as to which is what. A complete Bazi chart has 4 sets of characters, 4 heavenly stems, and 4 earthly branches. Here on your screen now is what a Bazi chart looks like. What does the Bazi practitioner look for in a Bazi chart? Remember the 5 elements and yin and yang? Like in the practice of feng shui, a Bazi chart should have balance. The qi must flow well and not be disrupted, and the chart should have a balance of all the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A good Bazi chart has harmony between the elements, while a bad chart is elementally imbalanced. If a chart is good, then the person will enjoy good fortune, and the bumps in life will just be bumps. If a chart is bad, then a person's fortune will not be smooth, and bumps in life will seem more like mountains. Learning Bazi begins with learning a few basic Chinese characters. Now, before you hit the panic button, I urge you to bear in mind this little fact. You only need to learn 22 characters in total. The Roman alphabet comprises of 26 characters. Most of us seem to have managed that without too much trouble. So let me assure you, learning the Bazi characters, all 22 of them, will not be difficult. Once you've learned the Bazi characters, you will already have begun to learn the language of Bazi. The next step after that is to plot your own Bazi chart using your own birth data. To do this, you'll convert your Bazi data into Chinese characters, comprising the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The Bazi language. The 10 heavenly stems. The heavenly stems are known as prevailing qi or surface qi. In the context of Bazi, the heavenly stems represent external perceptions of a person. In other words, what a person shows on the surface in terms of character, personality, or outlook. The heavenly stems show characteristics, personality, or outlook that everyone, friends, family, acquaintances, can see and perceive. Narrator's note: For those currently more familiar with Western astrology, this is similar to the role played by the ascendant or rising sign in our natal birth charts. For example, if a person's wealth element appears in the heavenly stems only, this denotes a person who likes people to know that he or she is wealthy. These people are likely to be ostentatious in showing off their wealth, so everyone knows that they have money. Whether they actually have that much wealth or not is another matter. By contrast, an individual with wealth elements that appear only on the earthly branch does not make his wealth readily apparent and will be modest with showing his wealth. He may, for example, keep a low profile, drive a simple Japanese car rather than a Mercedes, and not be readily known by many people to be wealthy. There are 10 heavenly stems, and they comprise of the yin and yang polarities of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Now, I realize that often people associate the concepts of yin and yang with weak and strong. While this is broadly correct, it is best at this point not to make judgments based on whether an element is yin or yang. Yes, there are concepts of weak and strong in Bazi, but they are not based on the polarity, but other factors which will be discussed later in this book. For now, just treat the stems as yin and yang versions of the 5 elements, and nothing more. Getting to know the 10 heavenly stems. A little pointer before we begin to learn more about the 10 heavenly stems. The study of Bazi is one that requires a little bit of imaginative capability and a little bit of logical deduction. It is a right brain and left brain study. You need to be able to picture a Bazi. You'll understand why in a minute, and see the elements in pictorial form. So as you go through this section, don't just focus on the text. Remember also to try and get a mental picture of the 10 heavenly stems as they are described to you. To help you along, I've included some pictures. Jiark represents yang wood. Jiark wood should be visualized as a great big tree. Think California redwoods. Think teak trees. Think towering solid oaks. These trees are hard and unyielding. Yi represents yin wood. If Jiark wood is a great solid redwood tree, then Yi wood are the leaves, flowers, small bushes, twines, and vines and grass. It is flexible and malleable. Bing represents yang fire and is the fire of the sun. It is bright, vibrant, warm, life-giving. Its function is to bring sunshine and brightness to the world. Ding fire is yin fire and is the fire of the candle, a small flame, but illuminating in the darkness. Wu is yang earth and represents large boulders, big rocks, or large stones. It is solid, heavy, and unmoving. Ji is yin earth and represents soil, sand, or soft earth. It is fine and porous. Gung is yang metal and represents raw iron or a large axe. It is hard, tough, and unfinished. Sin is yin metal and represents fine jewelry, necklaces, and beautiful rings. It is shiny, sparkling, and glamorous. Rern is yang water and represents the waters of the ocean, waters of the lake, or the powerful gushing waters of a river. Kuei is yin water and represents water from rain clouds, mist, dew, or frost. Using the elements. Remember what we said about a pictorial approach? Okay, here's a sneak preview of how the 10 heavenly stems and their pictorial representations help us understand a person's character. A person who is the element of Kuei, yin water, will be harder to pin down or is more elusive than a person who is Wu, yang earth. Why? Because Kuei, yin water, that of the rain clouds or mist, is always moving. By contrast, Wu, being a great big boulder, isn't going anywhere unless someone forcibly, and with great effort, moves it. We've all heard the saying about a rolling stone gathering no moss, but when was the last time you saw a boulder actually move on its own accord? Now, think about some of the other heavenly stems and their characteristics. These will give you a general picture about the inherent characteristics of a person's chart. To help you along the way, here are a few questions to get you thinking. Which of the two woods, Jiark wood or Yi wood, do you think is more stubborn? Is a Sin metal or a Gung metal person likely to be more showy and vain? If you haven't figured it out, don't worry. Keep thinking in pictures, asking yourself questions, and you'll figure it out soon enough. More Bazi language. The 12 earthly branches. When it comes to the 12 earthly branches, do not think about the conventional understanding that most people have about the Chinese zodiac. You know, the one that says dragons are fierce and ambitious, dogs are loyal, and snakes are sly. Not only are these stereotypes really unacceptable, they are also not relevant or even truthful. The 12 animal signs are layman terminology used to help us understand the chi of the 12 earthly branches. Never had they come up with personality traits all alone. How many people born in the same year as you have the same traits as you do? Probably not more than a handful. My point exactly. The use of the animals in the earthly branches is largely due to the fact that in the old days, when Bazi was developed, it was too difficult to explain the earthly branches to lay people, other than by using animals commonly found in the household. Furthermore, anyone who knows Chinese or Mandarin will realize that the Chinese characters and pronunciations for the words used to describe the earthly branches are not the actual words used to describe the animal. For example, rat in the Chinese language is shu, but in the earthly branches, rat is si. I think a better way of looking at the earthly branches is as codes for the yin and yang versions of the 5 elements. So remember, when you're thinking about the earthly branches, think of the animals as simply codes for the 5 elements and their yin and yang manifestations. Once again, don't let the yin or yang nature confuse you into thinking they refer to strength or weakness. Yin is yin, yang is yang. Don't peg any meanings to this at this point in time. Stems versus branches. 1 in branch is better than 3 in stem. Ancient Chinese Bazi saying. Now that you understand the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you might be wondering, which is better or which is stronger? Let's think pictorially again. This time, imagine the Bazi pillars as a tree with roots underneath and towering leaves above. Like an iceberg, a tree may appear small on the surface, but its roots may run deep into the earth or many miles around the tree. The earthly branches are like the roots of a tree. They are the foundation of the pillar. The branches are what the pillar sits on and relies on for its strength and to hold it up, just like the roots of a tree anchor it and keep it stable. Earthly branches carry the main chi. The heavenly stems simply show the chi on the surface that is usually weaker. Hence, it is often said in the ancient classic that 1 in branch is stronger than 3 on stem. Heavenly stems are obvious or prevailing chi, while earthly branches are less obvious but carry more strength. Just like the roots of the tree give the tree its ability to stand upright. Later on, you will learn that the earthly branches play a more important part in Bazi analysis, because not only do they carry the force of time, but they represent the seasons and tell us about the strength of the elements. Also, a clash in the earthly branch is more severe than a clash in the heavenly stem. In Bazi, a pillar which comprises of 1 heavenly stem, 1 earthly branch, should be solid and steady. similar to a sturdy tree. We like the elements in the pillar to be harmonious with each other. Otherwise, the Bazi is not balanced, and the qi does not flow well between heaven and earth. A well-balanced chart is one that has harmonious flow of qi between heaven, stems, and earth, branches. These are usually charts belonging to people with superior fortunes. Chapter 3. Unveiling the Code of Heaven. To know what's in store for you at the time of your birth, you need to first learn how to plot your Bazi chart. Unfortunately, decoding the secrets of heaven from your destiny code is not as easy as flashing a wand, so we do have to do a little bit of work in order to get to substance that we're actually interested in. Now, obviously, we're at the age of technology with computers and the internet, that of course you don't have to learn to plot your own Bazi chart manually. My website, www.masteryacademy.com, has a Bazi Ming Pan calculator that does the job fine. But manual plotting has its advantages. Firstly, it is unlikely to be wrong. Secondly, it assists you in learning the Bazi destiny code language, notably the Chinese characters that are used in Bazi. Finally, all forms of astrology studies require their students to do chart plotting manually, be it Western or Vedic astrology. Every student must learn to plot charts by hand. So, let's get plotting. The 10,000 Year Calendar, an essential Bazi reference book. To plot your chart, you need to translate your Western or Gregorian date of birth into the Chinese or solar date of birth. The chief reference guide you will need to achieve this is the book called The 10,000 Year Calendar, also known as the Wanyan Li. The Chinese had a sophisticated calendaring system, so much so that they had 2 calendars. Most Chinese people know of the existence of the Chinese lunar calendar, which is used to determine the date of Chinese New Year, but running parallel to this lunar calendar is the Chinese solar calendar. It is this solar calendar that is used for many of the important calculations in feng shui and the 4 pillars of destiny, or Bazi. These 2 calendars merge into what is known as the farmer's calendar, or Nang Li. The lunar calendar, which is usually the reference point for important Chinese festivals such as Chinese New Year, the Winter Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival, follows the cycle of the moon. The solar calendar is based on the 12 months and 4 seasons of the year. The lunar calendar varies yearly, has a leap month every 3 years, and the transit of the year, celebrated as Chinese New Year, changes each year. By contrast, the transit of the year in the solar calendar is like clockwork. February 4th of every year is the transition point into a new year. There are no leap months or missing months. A brief note about spring. There has been a lot of hoo-ha regarding Li Chun, literally meaning the coming of spring, or the lack of it in certain years. Some people say when a year has no Li Chun or coming of spring, the year is called a blind year, and that is likely to be difficult because there is no growth. They associate spring with growth, and with no coming of spring, there is no growth. Thus, many people unknowingly believe that getting married in a blind year is bad fortune. This misconception must be corrected. Li Chun is a term derived from the Chinese solar calendar and is used to describe the first month of the Chinese solar calendar. It does not refer to the first month of the Chinese lunar calendar. So, in fact, every year has a Li Chun or a coming of spring, because the solar calendar, unlike the lunar calendar, does not have missing months, and the start of every year in the solar calendar falls more or less on the same day, which is the 4th of February. There is no such concept in Chinese astrology as a bad year due to the absence of spring. Chinese feng shui and Chinese Bazi are based on the Chinese solar calendar. Since most people's date of birth today is recorded in the form of Western Gregorian dates, Rather than the Chinese lunar calendar date, the 10,000-year calendar enables the plotting of a Bazi chart easily, since it shows the dates of the Chinese solar and lunar calendar, side by side, with their corresponding Western Gregorian dates. This is important particularly for Bazi, because it determines whether a person is born under the previous year's animal sign or the next year's animal sign. For example, if a person is born in the month of January of 2004, supposedly the year of the monkey, they are still considered to have been born in the year of the goat, 2003. To be considered as born in the year of the monkey, the person must have arrived in this world after February 4th, 2004. If you're concerned about how enormous or heavy this 10,000-year calendar is, take heart that it doesn't really have 10,000 years of dates. It's probably only got about 100 to 150 years of dates. The 10,000-year calendar is available in most Chinese bookstores. It is published by a variety of publishers, mostly in Chinese. However, those who have difficulty with the Chinese characters and numerals may want to get a bilingual version of the 10,000-year calendar. Check in major bookstores near you, or the online store in my Academy's website, www.masteryacademy.com, for details on getting your copy. A quick lesson on the 10,000-year calendar. Most 10,000-year calendars will have the year printed numerically, and the Bazi pillar for the year printed beneath it. Yes, every year has a year pillar. It is from this year pillar that astrologers derive information such as wood monkey year or metal rooster year. It is using this year pillar that many astrologers provide annual predictions on everything from the state of the economy to which industries will perform well in a given year. Plotting a Bazi chart. Okay, now that we have an understanding of the 10,000-year calendar, it's time to learn how to plot a Bazi chart. Each Bazi chart contains two aspects: a static Bazi chart, which comprises of the four pillars, and the dynamic aspect of the chart, which is the luck pillars. We'll start with the static chart first. To begin, you will need to have the relevant birth data to plot your Bazi chart. This would be your date of birth, year, month, and day, as well as your time of birth and gender. Here's the checklist. 1. Name. 2. Sex, male or female. 3. Date of birth, the day, the month, and the year. And 4. The exact time of birth. Fill in the Western Gregorian birth details. The following section will show you how to convert the data into the Chinese solar equivalent. Step 1. Preparation. Draw the diagram above. This will provide you with guidance when filling in the Bazi characters and ensure no mistakes are made. Each Bazi comprises of 4 pillars: a year pillar, month pillar, day pillar, and hour pillar. Using this diagram, fill in the birth data so that you can plot the chart sequentially and in a systematic manner. Write the month and numerical figures on top to help you remember the date you are plotting. Step 2. Check the year. In the Western Gregorian calendar, a new year is celebrated on the 1st of January of each year. The Chinese Shia calendar also has the same tradition of transiting each year at the same date, which is February 4th. Contrary to popular misconception, you do not use the Chinese New Year as the transition date for each year. That is because we do not use the Chinese lunar calendar for Bazi. We only use the Chinese solar calendar. So if a person is born on February 6th, 2004, he or she is definitely born in the year of the Jiark Shen, wood monkey. However, if he or she is born on February 3rd, 2004, then he or she is born in the year of the Kui Wei, water goat. Step 3. Identify the year pillar. Once you have ascertained the correct year of birth, copy down the year pillar in the year box of the diagram. Using our example of February 20th, 1967 at 4:30 p.m., this person's year pillar would be Ding Wei, or fire goat. So, write Ding Wei in the year pillar. Step 4. Identify the month pillar. The Chinese Xia calendar also has a monthly transition point. Although this date does vary, it does not vary significantly. Usually it is plus or minus a day. Use the table below as a rough guide, but always refer back to the actual 10,000-year calendar to be sure. It's well worth committing the information in this table to memory. Once you know the information by heart, you will be able to ascertain almost immediately what is the earthly branch of the month pillar. So, if it is a person born on October 23rd, you immediately know that this person is born in the month of the Shu, or dog. If a person is born on August 16th, you will immediately be able to tell that this person is born in the month of the Shen, monkey. At this point, you may be wondering, why the emphasis on the month branch? This is a good question, and once we move on to reading, analyzing, and decoding a chart, you will see why knowing the month branch at first glance is important. For the purposes of plotting a complete Bazi chart, you need the month pillar, of course. To get the complete month pillar, with the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you will need to refer to the 10,000-year calendar. Going back to our example of the person born February 20th, 1967, to get the month pillar, first, turn to the page for the year 1967. If you are using my 10,000-year calendar, it is on page 260. Now, from our little quick monthly transition dates table above, we know that this person is born in the Tiger month. But what is in the heavenly stem of this month pillar? Look down the columns until you find February 20th. If you look at the top of the column, you will see the month pillar for that month. It is Run Yin. So then you would write the characters for Run Yin in the month pillar column. Step 5. Identify the day pillar. Finding the day pillar is very easy. Just look up February 20th in the February month column. On the right-hand column is listed the Bazi for that day. You will find that February 20th is a day of Yi Mao. Yi is Yin wood, while Mao is rabbit. So this is a day of the wood rabbit. Fill in Yi Mao into the day pillar of your diagram. The heavenly stem of the day pillar in every chart is known in Bazi terminology as the day master. In this case, the day master is Yi wood. Different charts will have different day masters. As you progress through this book, you will learn the significance of the day master. But for now, just learn to identify the day master. Step 6. Identify the hour pillar. Next, to ascertain the hour pillar, you have to do a little bit of cross-referencing. The table below is known as the 5 rat chasing day establishing hour table. This table is found on page 18 of my 10,000-year calendar. It is duplicated here for your easy reference. To ascertain the hour pillar of a Bazi, you will need to reference 2 pieces of information, the time of birth and the day master. Take note that the Chinese day has 12 hours only, so each hour comprises of 2 Western hours. So a person born at 7:30 a.m. and a person born at 8:30 a.m. both would be considered born in the hour of the Qin, or dragon. From our example of February 20th, 1967, 4:30 p.m., we can, using the table in page 53, ascertain that this person was born in the Shin, or monkey hour. So fill in the hour branch as Shin, or monkey hour. Now, ascertain the day master by looking at the day stem. In the case of our example, the day master is Yi. From the Shin hour, slide your finger vertically across the columns until you come to the pillar for Yi. You will find that the hour stem is Jiark, yang wood. Fill in Jiark into the stem of the hour pillar. This is the Bazi chart for someone born on February 20th, 1967 at 4:30 p.m. Practice makes perfect, so I'll run through a few more examples here to help you understand more about plotting the chart. Example 2, March 26th, 1956 at 9:30 a.m. Step 1. Draw the Bazi diagram below on a piece of paper. Step 2. Check for the correct animal year. Since this person is born well past February 4th, there is no problem with the year pillar. Step 3. Look up the year 1956 in the 10,000 year calendar. If you are using my 10,000 year calendar book, 1956 is on page 238. You will see that 1956 is the year of Bing Shin, the year of the fire monkey Shin. So, write Bing Shin in the year pillar of your diagram. Step 4. Identify the month pillar. Since this person was born March 26th, we know that they are born in the month of Mao, or rabbit. Now, check the month of March 1956 to determine what the heavenly stem of this rabbit month is. It is the month of Xin Mao, metal rabbit. Fill in Xin Mao in the month pillar. Step 5. Identify the day pillar. Now, to find the day pillar, look up March 26th in the calendar and check the corresponding Bazi for the date. You will see that it is Rern Chin, or water dragon. Write Rern Chin in the day pillar. Step 6. Identify the hour pillar. This person was born at 9:30 a.m., which, as we can see from the table above, is the Z, or snake hour. To find out the heavenly stem of the hour pillar, look at the Daymaster, which is the day pillar's heavenly stem. It is Yi. Now, run your finger vertically across the columns until you get to Rern. You will see it is Yi Z. Write Yi Z in your Bazi diagram. This is the Bazi chart for someone born on March 26th at 9:30 a.m. It is very important that you try to plot as many charts as possible manually using the 10,000 year calendar. Practice, after all, makes perfect. And although I've developed a computerized calculator on my website, the machine sometimes makes mistakes that a human would never make. So even if you do use the computerized program, remember to check it by plotting the chart manually. Finding the Daymaster. In Bazi, the heavenly stem found in the day pillar is the element that is known as your self element. In Bazi terminology, we call it the Daymaster. The Daymaster is of great significance. It is the point of reference for all your Bazi readings and analysis. In other words, without the Daymaster, it is not possible to read a person's Bazi. Conversely, an experienced Bazi practitioner can tell a lot about a person just by looking at his or her Daymaster. For example, in the above chart, the Daymaster is Rern, which is Yang water. We can say that this person belongs to the Yang water element, or that he is a Rern water person. This is a good point to start putting into practice the Bazi language you have learned in the last few chapters. Try not to say Yang water person. Refer to a person by their Daymaster. For example, Rern water, man or woman. If you are a guy and your Daymaster is a Bing, then address yourself as a Bing fireman. Or if you are a woman and your Daymaster is Sin metal, you are a Sin metal lady. Take a look at your own Bazi chart now and find out what is your Daymaster. Keeping things straight. If you are a student of Feng Shui, you may have heard about the personal gua, or life gua, or Ming gua. This gua is also represented by an element, such as fire or water. Remember that Bazi and Feng Shui are two independent subjects. Your Bazi Daymaster may not be the same as your Life Gua element. Feng Shui and Bazi, while interrelated, are systems used to analyze different things. Accordingly, it is best not to confuse the two. Remember, your Life Gua is your Life Gua and relates to your Feng Shui calculations and assessments. Your Bazi Daymaster's element is used as a reference point for destiny analysis. Do not attempt to merge the two studies. They are not interchangeable. Quick practice. Before you move on to the next chapter, find 5 sets of date of births, complete with time of birth, and manually plot out the Bazi charts. If you can do more, that's even better. The more charts you do, the more fun you're going to have in the next few chapters, especially in the chapters that cover Bazi analysis. Chapter 4. Have you got the luck? Destiny might be difficult to change, but luck can change. The last 3 chapters have been about introducing the concept of destiny to you, and also getting hands-on with Bazi by learning how to plot a Bazi chart. I know you may be impatient to get to the analysis bit, but there's just one more step before we start analyzing charts. Let's get back to the big picture for a minute here. I want to explain the concepts of destiny and luck. The reason is that in this chapter, we will be learning how to plot a person's luck cycle and luck pillars. But before we get to the calculations and interpretations, we need to know what all this luck business is about. Now, I realize that most people will be thinking, I know what luck means or is. Does it really need an explanation? Well, for most people, luck is something random, something chance-like, a kind of, if it happens, it happens, like winning the lottery. In the study of Bazi, luck does not have such a random value to it. Instead, luck is something that can be calculated and evaluated, beyond merely good or bad. Bazi enables us to know what kind of luck a person is going to go through, or is going through, and whether that luck is beneficial or not. 3 levels of luck. The Cosmic Trinity. The Chinese sages believed that in the universe, 3 kinds of luck enter into play in our lives: heaven luck, earth luck, and man luck. Heaven luck refers to what is God-given or bestowed by heaven. It is fixed at birth and cannot be controlled or changed by man. Heaven's will is what decides when we are born, where we are born, who is our family, what race we are, and what background and upbringing we will have. Sounds a bit like destiny, right? Absolutely. Heaven luck is, in essence, destiny. Earth luck is referenced to where a person lives and the feng shui of the place that he or she resides or works in. Like destiny, the playing field is not level either when it comes to qi, living force, distribution on the earth. Some parts of a city, state, or country are better than others, just as how sometimes slums and prime real estate can't be in the same postcode. Some areas have superior landform and mountains, producing wealthy individuals. Here's a clue. The Hollywood Hills have a lot to do with why Hollywood is the place for entertainment, movies, and superstars. Finally, there is man luck. This refers to choices that people make, their morals, their virtues, their beliefs, and life decisions. Man luck is what makes individuals strive to better themselves. It is what positive thinking and motivational coaching is all about. If a person has good man luck, they will strive hard to improve and advance themselves. By contrast, if their man luck is not so good, they are likely to be individuals who do not see the value in self-improvement or even reading the papers. These 3 forces are interrelated, and what we are essentially left with is a metaphysical chicken and egg scenario. Each of these types of luck do not operate in a vacuum. They are interdependent. I call this interplay of interrelated forces of the Cosmic Trinity. Let's get a bit philosophical. Understanding this interdependence or the concept is not difficult. I have found that most people have difficulty accepting the concept of the cosmic trinity, heaven, earth, man. Allow me to illustrate how, in fact, the concept of the cosmic trinity is virtually infallible. Yes, this is one theory that has no flaw. Many people think that they can control their destiny by being highly motivated, controlling their vices, constantly improving themselves by reading books or attending life-changing self-improvement seminars. However, we must acknowledge that no amount of positive thinking, no amount of determination, drive, or willpower can turn a person into Bill Gates or Donald Trump. Your average how-to-get-rich life coach is at best a millionaire or a multimillionaire. Now, if all that was required to overcome an unfavorable destiny is the power of mind over destiny, as it were, many motivational gurus would be positive thinking themselves into billionairedom. Of course, wealth should not be the only measurement of success. There are many life or relationship coaches who also suffer from relationship problems, health, or family issues. It is a fact that there are things beyond human control that affect our lives. Who you are born to, where you were born, who your parents are, who your relatives and close friends are from early life. All these factors are not controlled by mere motivation or positive thinking. From this, we can obviously and logically rationalize that there is an X factor that makes a difference. That would be heaven luck. You can't achieve something which you're not destined to achieve, no matter how much you want it or work for it, or motivate yourself to achieve it. I also like to use the example of the feng shui master as an illustration of the cosmic trinity concept. Now, the feng shui master is supposed to know the secrets of heaven and earth. He is able to not only select the most suitable, most favorable location for his home or office, but he can also fix a less suitable location to optimize it for wealth creation. So how come there are hardly any billionaire feng shui masters? Again, it's heaven luck. They may have the heaven luck to be able to learn and practice feng shui well. They may have the skills to locate an excellent piece of land, but they may not have the money to buy that piece of land, or it may simply not be for sale at that particular point in time. There is no lack of man luck, no lack of earth luck either. The feng shui master naturally would have improved his own home or office to the maximum, but the missing piece in the puzzle is the heaven luck. It is not meant to be. There are factors that are beyond our man or earth luck's control. This is called heaven luck, your destiny. Do the right thing, at the right time, at the right place. Heaven, earth, man. Thus, when each of these three factors connect at their optimum points, that is when kings, emperors, and billionaires are made. The X factor, luck. There are instances of individuals born with an excellent destiny, which is to say a good Bazi chart, but who do not live up to their potential until late in life. Alternatively, promising individuals are cut down in the prime of their life, hit, as it were, by a serious spate of bad luck. It is said that sometimes all a person needs is a little luck. This could not be more true. Even in an optimum situation of highly favorable man luck, earth luck, and heaven luck, in other words, a person who exerts effort, has good feng shui, and is born to be great, will not succeed without luck. Consider these examples. Colonel Sanders of KFC fame did not truly become a household name until he was in his 60s. Abraham Lincoln failed 3 times to be president of the United States, died in office, but yet is often considered the greatest American president. JFK, John Lennon, and Bruce Lee are examples of individuals who probably had a superb destiny, but didn't have the luck to carry out what destiny had in store for them. The Chinese often talk of Ming Yun, or destiny luck, to indicate that these two are in fact one. It's not enough to be destined to succeed. You need a bit of luck too to enjoy that success. Wriggle room in heaven. Destiny is not the be-all and end-all in the game of life. Each person's destiny may be set at birth, but there's still wiggle room, as it were. If heaven is not fair in not giving each and every person an equally stellar destiny, then heaven evens the odds by ensuring that no person has perpetual everlasting good luck or perpetual everlasting bad luck. A person's earth luck and man luck have a role to play in his or her life. But there is also the luck cycle, a dynamic changing factor that is drawn from the Bazi chart. You see, a person's Bazi chart, which is supposed to contain information about a person's destiny that is fixed and static, has a dynamic feature which is the luck cycle. So, a superior destiny chart that also has a good luck cycle enables a person to truly benefit and make use of what heaven has bestowed upon him. A person with a superior destiny chart, but a less ideal luck cycle, may find that he only enjoys luck later in life. Plotting the luck cycle. In Chapter 3 of this book, you would have plotted with the assistance of the 10,000-year calendar, your personal Bazi chart. Now remember that a Bazi chart only contains the static aspect of your Bazi. To unlock the dynamic aspect of your Bazi, to discover whether or not you have the luck, or when you will have the luck, you need to plot your luck cycle. To plot your luck cycle, you first need your Bazi chart. The dynamic aspect of the Bazi is always drawn from the static aspect. The order of luck. Before we start, you need to familiarize yourself with two very important concepts: the forward cycle and the reverse cycle. The forward cycle and reverse cycle refer to the sequential order of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in a person's luck cycle. Take a look at the diagram below. A few things to remember about the cycle of heavenly stems. A yang stem is always followed by a yin stem, and a yin stem followed by a yang stem. This is the case no matter which direction the cycle is in, be it forward or reverse. B. The cycle does not skip. For instance, Bing, yang fire, is always followed by Ding, yin fire, in a forward cycle, whilst Yi, yin wood, always follows Jiark, yang wood, if it is a reverse cycle. C. When you reach either end of the cycle just continues. Therefore, Kui, yin water, is followed by Jiark, yang wood, if it is a forward cycle, and Jiark, yang wood, is always followed by Kui, yin water, if it is a reverse cycle. Now, a few things that you need to remember about the cycle of earthly branches. A. The cycle does not skip. Only the direction of movement changes. In other words, Wei, goat, will always proceed to Wu, horse, if in a reverse cycle, or proceed to Shin, monkey, if in a forward cycle. It does not skip animals. B. When you reach either end of the cycle, that is, Hai, pig, or Si, rat, the cycle simply continues. In other words, if you are in a reverse cycle at Shi, rat, the next animal is Hai, pig. If you are in a forward cycle at Hai, pig, it goes to Shi, rat. Forward or reverse, finding out the luck cycle direction. Whether the luck cycle moves forward or reverse is determined by two factors. A. Gender of the individual, male or female, and B. Polarity of the birth year, yang or yin. To determine if a year is yin or yang, you simply look at the heavenly stem in the person's year pillar in his or her bazi. If the heavenly stem is a yang element, it is a yang year. If it is a yin heavenly stem, then it is a yin year. For example, year 2004. By referring to the 10,000-year calendar, we can see that the year pillar for 2004 is Jiark Shin. Jiark is a yang stem, so 2004 is a yang year. Or for 2005, when we refer to the calendar, we can see that the year pillar for 2005 is Yi Yu. Yi is a yin stem, so 2005 is a yin year. A male born in a yang year is called a yang male. A female born in a yang year is called a yang female. Now, this has nothing to do with the sexual orientation of the person. We are simply describing the polarity of the person born in a certain year. The table below tells us when to use the reverse cycle and when to use the forward cycle. The forward cycle is yang male, yin females, and the reverse cycle applies to yin males and yang females. Accordingly, a person born in a yang year who is male will have a luck cycle that moves in a forward cycle. A person born in a yin year who is a male will have a luck cycle that moves in a reverse cycle. A female born in a yang year will have a reverse cycle, while a female born in a yin year will have a forward cycle. A forward or reverse luck cycle does not indicate good or bad luck. It is just the way the luck cycle is plotted. Nothing to do with the quality or type of luck the person would experience in his or her lifetime. Plotting the luck pillars. Once the direction of the luck cycle has been determined, we can now plot the luck pillars. What are luck pillars? Just like it is not possible to read a person's bazi without the daymaster, so it is not possible to gain a complete picture of a person's destiny without looking at his or her luck pillars. Luck pillars answer the two most important questions in bazi: when and what. The luck pillars reveal when a person is going through what kind of luck. In life, it is not just a case of being able to take the right action, but being able to take the right action at the right time. If your bazi chart tells you what you can and cannot do, then your luck pillars tell you when you should and should not take action, and what kind of action you should or should not take. Remember, nothing is permanently good and nothing is permanently bad. If you have a good destiny, you need a good set of luck pillars to help bring out the best of your destiny. Similarly, if your destiny is not ideal, all you sometimes need is a run of good luck in your luck pillars to overcome your weak points and maybe even bring out the hidden potential of your bazi. A good set of luck pillars can turn a bad destiny chart around completely, making fortune smile on you, while a good destiny chart can turn disastrous through untimely luck pillars. Your bazi chart is akin to a ship that is given to you at the time of your birth, and your luck pillars are like the winds and tide. A good destiny is like having a good ship from the start. If the wind and tides travel the same direction as your navigation, your life is as smooth as silk. If the winds and tide are blowing against your ship, your travels will be bumpy and at worst, stormy. In this respect, you could say luck pillars are like resources. When your resources are good and your destiny is good, things proceed smoothly and according to plan. With good resources, even the tough times don't seem so tough, and if things are not going that well, then a change of luck is all it takes to bring those resources back to fore again. The key reference point for plotting the luck pillars is the month pillar in the person's main bazi chart. Now you will need to utilize what you have learned from the preceding pages on the forward and reverse cycles for the heavenly stems and earthly branches to plot the luck cycle. Example: a male born on May 14th, 1944 at 5:15 a.m. This is a male born in a Yang Wood year, so he is a yang male. His luck cycle therefore moves forward. The reference point is the month pillar. This person's luck cycle is a forward luck cycle. The heavenly stem in the month pillar of his Bazi is G. Therefore, the heavenly stems for the luck cycle starts at Gung, the heavenly stem after G, and moves forward. After Gung is Sin, after Sin is Run, and so on. What about the earthly branches then? Remember this table? The earthly branch in the month pillar of his Bazi is Shi, snake. Therefore, the earthly branch of the luck cycle starts at Wu, horse, which is the animal after Shi, snake. Wu, horse, is followed by Wei, goat, and Wei, goat, is followed by Shin, monkey, and so on. Accordingly, this person's first luck pillar is Gung Wu. His second luck pillar is Sin Wei. Remember, the luck pillars are always plotted from right to left, and not from left to right. This is the standard universal Bazi chart plotting method, and should be adhered to at all times when plotting a Bazi chart. Never plot the Bazi luck pillars from left to right. Let's take a look at another example. A female born August 14th, 1971, at 7:18 a.m. From her year pillar, we can see that this lady was born in the year of yin metal, so she is a yin female. Her luck cycle will move in a forward cycle. The reference point starts at the month of birth. Another example. A male born March 11th, 1931 at 11:30 p.m. This is a male born in a yin metal year, so he is a yin male. His luck cycle follows the reverse cycle. Reverse cycle means from Sin, the heavenly stem for the month of birth. The next in the cycle is Gung, and following Gung is G, and after G is Wu, and so forth in the reverse order. In the earthly branches, after Mao, rabbit, will be Yin, tiger, and after Yin, tiger, will be Chou, ox, and so forth in reverse order. This is the reverse cycle. One final example. A female born on January 6th, 1969 at 4:16 p.m. This is a female born in a Yang Earth year, so she is a Yang female. Her luck cycle follows the reverse cycle. From the month pillar Yi Chao, the luck pillar will be plotted in reverse order. From Yi stem, the next stem in reverse order will be Jiark, and then followed by Kuei, and then by Rern, and so forth. From the month of Chao, the luck pillar's month branches will be plotted in the reverse order. So the luck pillar branches will start with Shi, the rat, and then followed by Hai, pig, and then Su, dog, and so forth. Practice time. It is now time to plot your own Bazi chart and your luck pillars. If you have a spouse or a partner, do theirs too. Practice makes perfect. Then, proceed to the next step. Calculating the age limits. Now, the luck pillars, which tell us what kind of luck a person is undergoing, are not much use unless we know when the years are good and when they are less favorable. So, the final step in plotting the dynamic aspect of a Bazi chart is to calculate the age limit. The age limit marks of the blocks of luck pillars. Each luck pillar is a block of 10 years, but what we need to know is when that block of 10 years starts and ends, which is the age limit. Age limits vary from person to person. They can range from 0 to 10 for each block. The most important piece of information for calculating the age limit is the day of birth and whether the luck cycle is a forward or reverse cycle. Remember how you determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle? Again, the table for your reference. The forward cycle is yang male, yin female, and the reverse cycle is for yin male and yang female. Pictured once more on your screen for easy reference is a table for the monthly transition dates. You should always double check the monthly transition date using the 10,000-year calendar manually. Now, here's how we calculate the age limits. Step 1. Determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle. Step 2. Calculate the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest forward or reverse monthly transition date. Exclude from your calculation the day of birth. Step 3. Divide the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date by 3. Let's look at a couple of examples so you can get an idea of how the calculation works. This is for a male born May 14th, 2004 at 5:14 a.m. Step 1. Determine if it is a forward or reverse cycle. This person is born on a wood monkey year. He is a yang male. Accordingly, his luck cycle is a forward luck cycle. Step 2. Calculate the number of days between the date of birth and the nearest forward or reverse monthly transition date. The number of days from May 15th and June 5th, the nearest monthly transition date going through the forward cycle, is 22 days, counting from May 15th onwards. Step 3. Divide the number of days between their date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date by 3. 22 divided by 3 is 7.3. Round up 7.3 to the nearest number, which is 7. His age limit starts from the age of 7. He will enter his first luck pillar at 7 years old. His next luck pillar is 17, since luck pillars are in blocks of 10 years. Here's another example, but this time, a female born August 14th, 1971, at 7:18 a.m. Step 1. This is a woman born in a yin year, so she is a yin female, and her luck cycle is a forward cycle. Step 2. We count the number of days from August 15th until September 8th, the nearest monthly transition date going through the forward cycle. The difference is 25 days. Step 3. 25 divided by 3 is 8.3. Rounded off to the nearest number is 8. Accordingly, her age limit starts with 8, and she enters her first luck pillar at 8 years old. And another example to make sure you understand. For a male born on March 11th, 1931, at 11:30 p.m. Step 1. He is born in a yin year, so he is a yin male. His luck cycle is a reverse cycle. Step 2. We count the number of days between his date of birth and the nearest monthly transition date going backwards, which is March 6th. The difference is 5 days. We count backwards here because he follows a reverse cycle. Step 3. 5 divided by 3 is 1.6, which is rounded off to 2. So his age limit starts at 2, and he enters his first luck pillar at 2 years old. And another example. A female born on January 6th, 1969 at 4:16 p.m. This is a yang female, so we need to follow the reverse cycle. Her date of birth is January 6th. The nearest transition date counting reverse or backwards is January 5th, which is only 1 day. Divide 1 by 3 to get 0.3. Her age limit starts at 0, and she enters her first luck pillar at age 0. Bazi shortcut. Watch the transition years. The luck pillars are a very quick and immediate way to check your Bazi. The luck pillars usually represent years of capital transformation or change in your life. Things look up, proceed more smoothly, hidden talents appear, and opportunities that weren't there before suddenly appear. Remember that the reference years and the luck pillars are your Chinese age. What is this Chinese age? The Chinese count the 9 months spent in the womb of the mother as 1 year, so everyone is born as 1 year old. Accordingly, a person's Chinese age is his or her Western age plus 1 year. Thus, if you are 42 by the Western calendar this year, you are considered 43 in the Chinese age. The big picture. This is a snapshot of a computer-generated Bazi from my calculator at www.masteryacademy.com. It is best if you practice manually plotting the charts before resorting to using this calculator. I have explained here each aspect of information that is derived from this calculator. The 10 gods will be examined as you progress to higher levels of Bazi. They are basically manifestations of the basic 5 factors that we will discuss in Chapter 7. Each 10 god is actually a star name and has nothing to do with the spiritual deities. They are just verbatim translations of special Bazi terms. Nobleman star is not your secret helper. This star is derived based on your daymaster and indicates the presence of helpful people in your life. Why learn about luck and destiny? You have now learned how to plot a full Bazi chart, and in the chapters to follow, we'll be looking at how to analyze and decode a Bazi chart to establish a person's destiny code. This code holds the story of your life, your character, your talents, your future possibilities. For the Feng Shui practitioner, Bazi is an indispensable tool, providing the diagnosis that forms the foundation for the prescription in Feng Shui. This is because Feng Shui only helps if a person has a good destiny and suitable luck in the first place. By studying a person's destiny and luck, we can then find out what is the real problem and proceed to take the correct man luck, human actions, or Feng Shui for those who practice this art to help find a solution or resolution. Bazi is perhaps one of the most important diagnosis tools to understand a person. Contrary to popular misconception, Feng Shui is not a one cure for all art. What works for one person will not always produce the same results for another. And the moral of the story is, don't copy someone else's Feng Shui. A little story on Bazi. A wealthy client called me to carry out a Feng Shui audit for his home. He was having money problems, but not a lack of it. Rather, his children were busy jostling and fighting over their inheritance, despite the fact that their father was still healthy with plenty of good years ahead. His home had been Feng Shuied. A so-called water dragon formula had been applied to increase his wealth. Unfortunately, this was a bad idea. Why? My client's Bazi chart revealed that he was going through strong wealth luck. The powerful water formula that enhanced his wealth even further ended up throwing everything out of balance in his life. He had too much wealth, and it was the root cause of his family problems. Now you might be thinking, why is Joey, the author, against his client having more money luck? This is a good point to go back to the introduction of the book and read it again. But let me save you the time and trouble and say it again. Feng Shui is not about wealth creation. It's about balance. It is all about balance. In Bazi, there is a saying, too much wealth deteriorates the health. Remember the early section about how Feng Shui, Bazi, and personal actions are all interdependent? Accordingly, a good Feng Shui practitioner will use Bazi to look at what should and should not be done with the Feng Shui to ensure that it produces a harmonious outcome and strengthens the weak areas. For example, family life, personal relationships, rather than one that throws the person's life into turmoil, all in the name of wealth enhancement. A Feng Shui practitioner must also work within the ambits of what heaven has given a person in his or her destiny. So wealth enhancement for someone who cannot take it is like giving penicillin to someone who is allergic to penicillin. The outcome is never pretty. Understanding your luck and destiny will enable you to find out what's in store for you and help you plan ahead. Remember the old saying, failing to plan is planning to fail. Bazi is all about making the best use of your life, avoiding the pitfalls and maximizing your gains in favorable times. Your luck pillars reveal to you where and what you should focus on to make the best out of your life, and which areas will be causing you much heartache and setbacks. Bazi is about making informed decisions in life. Same time, same day, same month, same year. Why am I not a millionaire? One question that I often get when it comes to Bazi is, if two people are born on the same year, month, day, and hour, does this mean that they all have the same destiny? If you happen to have the exact birth data down to time, as say Bill Gates or Donald Trump, or Warren Buffett, and you are reading this book, then you have your answer. There are additional X factors in play that impact the level of greatness a person can achieve, assuming they have a superior Bazi chart to begin with. Feng Shui's influence. Yang and Yin house Feng Shui play a great role in determining how much of the potential contained in your destiny code can be unlocked or unleashed. You might have the exact same time and date of birth as Bill Gates, but if you aren't living in the same place he is living, knowing the same group of people he knows, meeting the same people he has met, you don't get to maximize your potential as much as he does. Nevertheless, since you still share the same Bazi, you might enjoy similar greatness, just on a different level. For example, a person sharing the same Bazi chart as Mr. Bill Clinton or Mr. George Bush, but living in another country, may not rise to become president of the United States, but he or she may well achieve political success in his or her own country. This person is still a president of a country. He or she is just not the president of the USA. It is all a case of the playing field that you are in, and where you get to unleash the potential of your Bazi. Then there is the Yin house factor. Yes, you have the exact same birth data, even time of birth, as Bill Gates. But are your ancestors buried in the same place as his? Yin house Feng Shui is the most powerful form of Feng Shui, and it plays an extremely important role in determining the quality of a family's fortune. Emperors of the past from various Chinese dynasties have painstakingly sought superior burial grounds solely to ensure a lasting dynasty. It is for this reason that the Ming dynasty lasted for more than 300 years, and the Qing dynasty for 260 years. How many dynasties of the business world today survive past the third generation? Not too many, unfortunately. This is the Yin house factor. Ultimately, all things being equal, why does one person rise up and tower above the others? The answer probably lies in the graves of his or her ancestors. Ancestors who are buried in good locations with powerful feng shui give their descendants an added edge, icing on the cake that enables their descendants to enjoy good luck or power or wealth or all of the above if the location is truly superb. This is a book about Bazi, so I will not dwell too much on the issue of the Yin house feng shui. Suffice it to say that when the question arises as to how two people born on the exact same day in the exact same time may have different levels of greatness, the ancestral grave may hold the key. If you wish to know a little bit more about Yin and Yang house feng shui, I have a book titled Stories and Lessons on Feng Shui that has some of these fascinating stories about Yin house feng shui. Besides the feng shui, look at the face. Every year, I conduct an annual forecast talk for over 1,000 Chinese astrology and feng shui enthusiasts who wish to know more about the feng shui and astrology for the year. Once, during a question and answer session, a lady stood and asked a very pertinent and relevant question. She said, "There are thousands of people born in the same animal year and probably using the same feng shui door. So how can they all suffer the same bad luck?" My answer was this: the thousands of people born in the same year using the same feng shui sector in their respective houses don't share the same face. The Chinese art of face reading, or Mingjiang, explains how different features from the face reveal different fortunes and outcomes. By reading a person's eyes, nose, ear, mouth, eyebrows, forehead, and other facial features, the fortunes of a person can also be ascertained. So much so, individuals can have the same bazi, but since they all have different faces, they will all have different outcomes in life. Even twins who share the same bazi do not share the same destiny. The things that you do or don't. Ultimately, making the right choice is what helps to swing your life one way or another. Remember man luck? Having the same bazi as Bill Gates is no use if you don't utilize the potential. There is no shortcut to greatness, even with a superb bazi. Actions set individuals with the same bazi apart. Two people may share the same bazi, but they may not take the same action when faced with a similar fork in the road. A good bazi chart is the basis of a good life and a good luck. A good ancestral burial spot and a good fortune face are icing on the cake. To have a good bazi chart is already a tremendous advantage in life. You may not play in the same field as a Bill Gates does, or be as rich as he is, but you arguably will not be a slouch either. And remember, you will only have half of his problems. A good bazi is like owning a Ferrari. You must know how to drive it and know what it is capable of doing. If you do nothing with it, or drive it on bumpy roads all the time, it would be a waste of an excellent vehicle. The best tool in the world must still be wielded by a master. Now that you have better understood the potential of bazi, let's get on with some analysis, finally. Chapter 5. Bazi Fundamentals. An analyst is only as good as his tools. Now that you have learned how to plot a bazi chart and the luck pillars, you have 2/3 of the tools needed to analyze a bazi chart and decode your own destiny code. The most critical component to bazi analysis is a mastery of the 5 elements and an understanding of the basic principles of yin and yang and qi. At any point in your bazi studies, even as you advance past this book to more advanced materials, always try to correlate everything you learn with these 3 key concepts: yin and yang, qi, and the 5 elements. Yin and yang. There exist 2 opposing, interdependent, and interrelated forces in our universe. Yin and yang are natural forms of energy that are in constant states of change, movement, and interaction. This dynamic relationship creates and governs all life, from birth, growth, sickness, and death. The stages of existence are in constant evolution. The interaction of yin and yang is reflected by night and day, positive and negative, active and passive, hard and soft, fast and slow, male and female, hot and cold, anger and happiness, and so forth. We can see this interplay in nature in the form of the 4 seasons, where yang is reflected as the peak of summer and yin in the coldness of winter. Yin and yang are therefore the 2 primordial forms of qi. The interaction between yin and yang subsequently relates to the 5 phases of qi, known as the 5 elements. Let's relate this concept to bazi. The bazi chart has a static and dynamic quality, yin and yang. Luck, as I have said earlier, can never be always good or always bad. Again, this goes back to the principle of yin and yang. Finally, a good Bazi chart is one where there is a good balance or equilibrium. This is the core of the concept of yin and yang. There cannot be one without the other, and balance or equilibrium is what is sought. Now, with this very elementary knowledge of qi and yin and yang, what can we deduce from a Bazi chart? Well, if the chart is predominantly yin elements or yang elements, we can automatically deduce that the particular Bazi chart is not very good because there is no balance of yin and yang. Why? Because anything that is too yang or too yin indicates a disharmony between the elements. Individuals with such charts may be lonely or unable to express their emotions effectively. A person's chart is completely yang or completely yin when all the heavenly stems and earthly branches in the Bazi are of the same polarity. Every heavenly stem and earthly branch has its unique yin or yang polarity. Refer to the table on the next page for reference on their polarity. Qi, the essence of life. Qi is life force energy. It cannot be seen or heard. However, its influence can be felt around us and in all places. It is the invisible force that shapes, nurtures, and governs all living beings. From the peaks of the highest mountains to the depths of the deepest oceans, the flow of the rivers to the undulating ridges of the land, and from busy malls to the quaint little corners of the street, qi permeates our world. Qi is the force that brings life to all beings. What does qi have to do with Bazi? In Bazi, we are studying the qi that makes up and influences a person's life at the time of his or her birth. The year qi, the month qi, the day qi, and the hour qi. The 8 characters, the destiny code that forms the Bazi chart, represents the type of qi that is infused in us at the time of our birth. The luck pillars represent the changing or moving qi that will influence us along the path of life. In a good Bazi chart, the qi flows naturally through the chart and is not disrupted by too many clashes. The interaction and interrelations between the qi of your Bazi chart and its corresponding luck pillars are your destiny. The 5 elements. Wu Xing. The theory of the 5 elements is the backbone of all Chinese metaphysical studies. Feng Shui, astrology, Chinese medicine, and even martial arts. I cannot overstate the importance of grasping the 5 elements when it comes to Bazi. The principle of the 5 elements is the core science of decoding a person's destiny code. In the olden days, students of Chinese metaphysics, especially in the professional field of Feng Shui, had to undertake Bazi studies as well. This is because Bazi gives the individual an extremely firm grasp and understanding of the 5 elements, which enables him or her to understand Feng Shui formulas better and apply them correctly. It is also because Bazi works hand in hand with Feng Shui in many aspects that a thorough understanding of Bazi is important in order to be able to effectively practice Feng Shui. Bazi is akin to the diagnosis of a doctor. It probes the person's life to enable the practitioner to assess the past, present, and future life path. Bazi enables the Feng Shui practitioner to understand what the inherent problems are and where the potential dangers lie. When practitioners then apply Feng Shui, it is akin to a prescription to help smoothen the life path, or perhaps to rectify certain problems or potential pitfalls. Hence, without proper diagnosis, Bazi, it is difficult to prescribe a remedy, Feng Shui. Strictly speaking, the English term 5 elements is not very accurate and perhaps even a little deceptive. It is supposed to be a translation of the Chinese term Wu Xing, which means the 5 transformations or 5 phases. The 5 elements, wood, water, fire, earth, metal, are in fact the result of the interaction between yin and yang qi during the 5 different phases. They are transformations of qi. The 5 elements represent certain key attributes in a person's chart. For example, water represents a person's wisdom. A good quality water element indicates a person is wise and intelligent, and is capable of thinking clearly and acting astutely in appropriate instances. Conversely, a poor quality water element indicates a person who is slow-witted, foolish, misguided, or irrational in his or her thinking. The element of wood relates to the person's benevolence and gratitude. People who have a good heart, a positive outlook in life, and those who are progressive in nature have good quality wood elements in their chart. Those who lack kindness or compassion, and who are unable to make progress in life, invariably have poor quality wood elements. The element of fire is extremely important because it governs a person's elegance and mannerisms. A good fire element in the chart denotes that the person behaves appropriately, elegantly, and graciously. Fire also represents passion. A poor quality fire element belongs to an individual who gets depressed easily and often feels inadequate. How do you know if a person can be trusted? Look at his or her earth element, because earth represents trustworthiness. Excessive or a lack of earth elements causes problems with the person's stability. Finally, the element of metal. Metal is what gives a person decisiveness, a sense of justice and righteousness. A good quality metal element in a person's chart means a person has good leadership and decision-making ability. The 5 elements in interaction. The 5 elements each have 3 distinctive reactive relationships with each other: a productive relationship, a controlling relationship, and a weakening relationship. We refer to these as the productive cycle, the controlling cycle, and the weakening cycle. The productive cycle. The productive cycle is a phase where the elements support and strengthen each other. In this phase, the relationship is supportive, giving, attractive, pleasing, and generous. This cycle is in harmony and in constant movement. In the productive cycle, the elements feed and support each other. The qi flows smoothly. The cycle can be easily remembered if we rationalize the cycle and see it in a logical manner. Water nourishes plants. Thus, water produces wood. Wood is used to make fire, so wood produces fire. Fire in turn burns material into ashes and forms earth. Fire produces earth. Earth is where we can find minerals, so earth produces metal. Metal through condensation produces water. Thus, metal produces water. The controlling cycle. At first glance, the word controlling sounds negative. Many newcomers to the subject of 5 elements tend to see controlling as something unfavorable or despotic. This is far from the truth. In the context of the 5 elements, controlling merely means to guide and to keep in order. In the area of Chinese metaphysics, the translation of the term from Chinese to English sometimes results in some confusion because it is not possible to exactly translate the words. The Chinese word is ke. There is no actual and accurate translation for this word. The closest words are to control, to counter, or to destroy. It's not correct to classify the controlling cycle as good or bad. Remember yin and yang? There are always 2 sides of a coin. A world without control is a world without law and order, and chaos reigns. So control is good if it brings order. Proper control denotes responsibility, stability, and peace. On the other hand, too much control becomes a dictatorship and a stifling situation. So too much control is not desirable either. Good control is akin to the control of a mother over her child. The mother exercises restriction and concern over her child's actions and behavior, so that her child would not be endangered or grow up to become a bad person. Bad control is analogous to an abusive parent beating up his child, causing emotional torment and physical pain. So remember, it is fine to control. Control brings order and direction to an element. Thus, it is always desirable to have appropriate controlling element in your Ba-Zi. However, to over-control, now that is different, because over-control involves excessive restriction or stifling. Over-control brings hatred, anger, and frustration. The controlling cycle is how the 5 elements interact to manage, manipulate, restrain, or influence each other. Learning the controlling cycle is relatively easy as long as you focus on thinking pictorially and using logical deduction. In the controlling sequence, water controls fire because water puts out fire. When the weather is hot, you drink more water to cool down your body temperature or jump into a pool. Fire controls metal because the heat of fire melts and molds metal. This is how raw iron is molded into useful tools of machinery. Metal controls wood because a large tree or a small bush is cut and trimmed using objects made from metal, such as an axe or a saw, scissors, or blades. Wood controls earth. How do you prevent a landslide? You plant trees, shrubs, and bushes to hold the earth together. Earth controls water because no matter how large the lake or ocean is, it is still bordered by earth. A large river can be blocked off by a dam, so earth holds water. The weakening cycle. The third cycle is called the weakening cycle. Once again, do not jump to conclusions about weakening being negative just because it weakens. Remember, in Ba-Zi, we are striving for balance. When an element in the chart is excessively strong, it should be weakened to a certain extent so that there is balance among the elements. Weakening actually means an element has produced another element. It is like a product or an invention. Energy is consumed to generate something. Why do we have a weakening cycle? Any object that is produced weakens what produced it. For example, if a mother gives birth or delivers a baby, her energy and stamina is weakened. The weakening cycle exemplifies this within the context of the 5 elements. Thus, when an element produces another, it is weakened by its product. For example, when earth produces metal, metal becomes stronger while earth depletes in strength. Now, think pictorially. If you mine for minerals, which is metal, inside the earth, don't you have to dig and penetrate the earth, weakening the earth? Metal needs to liquefy to produce water. Hence, water weakens metal. Water is used to nourish plants. When the plants absorb the water, water's energy is consumed. Hence, wood weakens water. When we want to make fire, we burn wood. Fire consumes the wood and produces heat. So wood is weakened by fire element. Fire burns and produces ashes, dust, and earth. After combusting everything into ashes, fire will extinguish naturally. Thus, earth weakens fire. Connecting the elements. By understanding the nature and order of the 5 elements, we are able to understand the chi balance in a Ba-Zi, and in turn, see the strengths and flaws of a person. In a Ba-Zi chart where the 5 elements are balanced, the chi flows smoothly, and this denotes a good life. Now, once you have mastered the 5 elements and the 3 cycles, you need to place the 5 elements within the context of the 10 heavenly stems and the 12 earthly branches. The earthly branches' 5 element relationships. A Ba-Zi chart consists entirely of the 5 elements, as represented by the heavenly stem and earthly branches. When we are examining the interrelationship and interaction between the heavenly stems and earthly branches, we use the 5 elements to understand and appreciate the relationship. Accordingly, It is good to try to commit to memory the 5-element cycles. This will help you a lot as you progress through this book. Alternatively, bookmark this section so that you can keep referring back to the 5-element cycles. A little teaser. The 5 elements in your Ba-Z chart will subsequently transform to 5 main key aspects in a person's life. I call them the 5 factors: wealth, influence, companion, resource, and output. These 5 factors will help you decode your destiny code. It is essential to convert your understanding of the 5 elements into heavenly stems or earthly branches. For instance, Jiark and Yi, wood, will produce Bing and Ding, fire, control Wu and Ji, earth, and weaken Run and Kui, water. Follow the diagram below to familiarize yourself with the 5-element cycle using the heavenly stems format. After you've achieved a firm grasp on the 5 elements, proceed to the next chapter. We are going to do some analysis. Chapter 6: Finding the Favorable Element. Despite its overuse in this world, the concept of yin and yang is the core and an essential part of Chinese metaphysical subjects such as feng shui and Ba-Z. At the center of the concept of yin and yang is the idea of equilibrium. Hence, when evaluating a Ba-Z chart, we are really looking to see if the chart has a good balance of elements. We don't want in a Ba-Z too few or too many of certain elements, or certain elements being too weak or too strong either. Balance is the key. Balance carries a different meaning in each chart. Sometimes charts are in themselves fairly well balanced, comprised mainly of favorable elements. These are considered superior charts. Other times, a chart is strongly dependent on a single element to bring balance. If this balancing element is not only in the chart, but is of good quality as well, then the chart is still considered a superior chart. B-grade charts, or less superior charts, are usually charts where the chart is not balanced intrinsically, and the element that is needed to balance the chart is of poor quality. In C or D grade charts, the balancing element is not the best choice for the particular daymaster. Hence, an important part of evaluating a Ba-Z chart is the process of weighing the strengths and weaknesses of the 5 elements in the chart and determining which are the crucial elements that either bring balance to the chart or maintain the balance in the chart. Since there are only 5 elements, the process of elimination is a relatively easy process. The difficulty lies in determining which of the 5 elements it is, and in the case of certain charts, where 2 or 3 of the elements appear to hold the key to the balance of the chart, which is the best element to choose. Now, of course, you might be asking yourself, is there such a thing as a perfectly balanced chart? Remember, the quantity of the elements is not the indicator of balance. In Ba-Z, we must not ever be fixated on quantity when it comes to finding the chart's balance or conducting a Ba-Z analysis. We must always be looking at quality. Having an equal number of all the elements is by no means the definitive means of judging whether or not a Ba-Z chart is balanced. The quality of the elements is also an important consideration. What do we mean when we talk about the quality of the elements? We are evaluating whether these elements are sentimental or antagonistic, and whether or not there is a smooth interdependent relationship between the elements. Does the qi flow smoothly in the chart? Is each element interdependent on one another? Begin with the Daymaster. The reference point for any Ba-Z chart is always the Daymaster. Quick reminder, the Daymaster is the heavenly stem found in the Day pillar. The Daymaster is also known as the self element. The first step in evaluating a Ba-Z is to determine the strength of the Daymaster. To do this, we look at the earthly branch found in the month pillar. This is known as identifying the season of your birth. You do not need to be concerned with the entire month pillar. Just look at the month of birth's earthly branch. This is the first and most important step in analyzing a Bazi chart. The earthly branch of the month pillar is known as the Yu Ling, or season master. The strength of the day master is almost always evaluated with reference to the season. At this point, you might be wondering, what is all this talk about the seasons? What if I live in Newfoundland, where it's cold 9 months of the year? Or in Malaysia, where there is no winter? Or in Australia, where Christmas is probably the hottest time of the year? The concept of the seasons in Bazi is simply a form of descriptive terminology. It is not based on the real climates or the real seasons changing. Remember how the ancient sages used household domestic animals to describe the earthly branches? Similarly, the use of the seasons is just a code to describe the strength of the chi of a particular element. So how do you know which season you are born in? Look at the chart here. This table explains which animal sign of the earthly branches belongs to which season. It is useful to commit to memory the information in the table on this page. For example, it's helpful to be able to remember that yin, tiger, mao, rabbit, and chen, dragon, as spring, and shi, snake, wu, horse, and wei, goat, are summer. So what does the season have to do with the strength of the daymaster or self-element? You see, in each season, certain elements are stronger or weaker. Wood, for example, is very strong in spring, while fire is prosperous in summer. It's not difficult to remember which element is strongest in which season if you utilize the pictorial method. What flourishes, blooms, and grows during spring? The trees, the flowers, the grass, all of which are represented by wood. At the height of summer, naturally, fire is strong because summer is when it is the most hot. You might be thinking, there are 5 elements, but only 4 seasons. So what is the season of Earth? Earth is read rather uniquely, and determining how to read Earth lies in the ending month of each season. For example, the Chen, dragon month, is the last month of spring, so people born in the Chen month are considered to have spring Earth. The Wei, goat month, is regarded as the last month of summer and is regarded as summer Earth. The Su, dog month, is the autumn Earth, while the Chao, ox month, is the winter Earth. Strength of the elements. The above chart describes the 5 stages of strength for each of the 5 elements, with reference to the 4 seasons. This chart provides a very simple and quick means to evaluate the strength of a daymaster based on the season of birth. The 4 seasons. In this section, I delve a little more deeply into how the seasons are used to evaluate the strength of the daymaster or self-element. Remember at all times while you are reading through this book to think pictorially. Finally, look out for key words like prosperous, weak, trap, strong, and dead. These are the keys to appreciating the importance of the seasons in evaluating a person's Bazi. Also, remember to think about the 5-element cycle pictorially, and not just the production cycle, but the controlling and the countering cycle. Spring season. Spring is the season of wood, hence wood is the most prosperous element here. Thus, a wood daymaster, born in any of the spring season's earthly branches, namely yin, tiger, mao, rabbit, or chen, dragon, is considered to be a daymaster born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the wood is vibrant and thriving. In the 5 elements, wood produces fire, so fire in the month of spring is also considered strong, with long-lasting flames of the fire. Thus, fire element is strong in spring. In spring, wood is strong. Thus, water is weak. Why? Remember the 5 elements. Think now of the weakening cycle. When wood is so prosperous and strong, it naturally consumes a lot of water. But water is not completely drained of chi either, because spring season comes just after winter, and winter is the season of water. Hence, water is weak in spring. In spring, metal is considered to be trapped. This means the chi is frail and fragile. Furthermore, in spring, wood is strong, vibrant, and thriving. Metal, which in the 5 elements controlling cycle controls wood, cannot do so and will be blunted from all the chopping of wood. In the season of spring where wood rules supreme, earth would be dead. Why? Because in the cycle of the 5 elements, wood controls earth. As wood is very strong, it will over-control earth, thereby making earth very weak. Although the Chen or dragon element is earth, it is still the spring season where wood chi is strong. Thus, this type of Wu, earth in this month, looks hard and thick, but is actually weak inside. This concept of analyzing earth is slightly sophisticated, and I will elaborate on it in later books. Right now, treat this as just an initial taste or appetizer, and don't worry if you don't understand the concept completely right away. Summer season. In summer season, because it is the season of fire, clearly fire is the most prosperous element. So a fire day master, meaning Bing or Ding, born in any of the summer season earthly branches. Z, snake. Wu, horse. Wei, goat, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the fire is very vibrant, shining, and bright. As fire produces earth in the 5-element cycle, so an Earth Day Master, meaning Wu or Ji, born in the month of summer, is considered strong. In the season of fire, wood will be weak, because wood is weak when fire is so prosperous. A lot of wood will be consumed for it to burn brightly. But wood cannot be regarded as totally and extremely weak, because summer is just one season away from spring, which is the season of wood. So wood chi is weak in summer. Water is very weak in summer. As the heat of summer is strong, water will evaporate. Water is in the trap stage of chi during summer months, meaning chi at this stage is frail and fragile. Although in the controlling cycle, water controls fire, in summer, fire is very strong, so water, which is already weak, cannot control fire adequately. In the season of summer when fire rules supreme, metal is dead. Why? Because in the cycle of the 5 elements, fire will control metal. As fire is extremely powerful and strong, it will over-control the metal element. Thus, metal will be very weak. Autumn season. Autumn is the season of metal, so we say that metal is the most prosperous element. So a metal day master, meaning Gung or Sin, born in any of the autumn season earthly branches, Shin, monkey, Yu, rooster, and Su, dog, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the metal is very shiny, strong, and beautiful. Metal produces water, so water in the month of autumn is also considered strong. In the season of metal, earth will be weak. Why? Because for metal to be so prosperous, a lot of earth will be dug up to produce metal. However, the earth element cannot be regarded as completely weak, because autumn is just one season away from summer, which is the season of fire. So there's plenty left over of earth. Remember, earth is also strong in summer. So we say earth chi is only weak but not that weak, in autumn. Fire is very weak in autumn. It is in the trap stage of Qi, meaning Qi at this stage is frail and fragile. Now, in the controlling cycle of the five elements, fire controls metal. But in autumn, metal is so strong, fire cannot heat, mold, or melt the excess metal. Fire is outnumbered and made weak. In the metal season of autumn, where metal Qi rules supreme, wood would be dead. Again, let's refer to the five elements. Metal controls wood, but since this is over control of an element, wood will be very weak. Winter season. Winter is the season of water, so water is the most prosperous element. A water day master, meaning Rern or Kuei, born in any of the winter season's earthly branches, Hai, pig, Si, rat, and Chao, ox, is considered to be born in a timely, prosperous season. This means the water is very strong, radiant, and flowing. Water produces wood, so wood in the month of winter is also considered strong. In the season of water, metal will be weak, because for water to be so prosperous, metal will be exhausted by the task of condensing the water. However, the metal element cannot be regarded as completely weak, because winter is just one season away from autumn, which was the season of metal, so there's plenty left over of metal Qi. So we say metal Qi is weak in winter. Earth Qi is very weak in winter. It is in the trap stage of Qi, meaning Qi at this stage is frozen and hardened. Now, in the controlling cycle of the five elements, Earth is supposed to control water. But in winter, water is so strong and Earth is frozen. It cannot control the excess water. Earth is flooded and weak. In the season of winter, where water Qi rules supreme, fire would be dead. Again, let's refer to the five elements. Water controls fire, but since this is over control of an element, fire will be completely extinguished. The season says it all. You might be wondering, what about the other heavenly stems and earthly branches in the Bazi chart? Don't they count towards something? Yes, of course they do. And as your understanding of Bazi develops, the other heavenly stems and earthly branches will come into play. Even then, they are of secondary importance. The primary indicator of the strength of every chart is significantly dependent on the month of birth, as this dictates the seasonal Qi strength. The above method of determining the strength of the Daymaster based on the season is just the first step in the study of Bazi. There are always exceptions to the general principles and other more sophisticated techniques of evaluating Daymasters, as well as exceptions that relate to the condition of the Daymasters, which will be discussed in more advanced books. This is a beginner's book, an entryway, so I have begun with simple ideas, concepts, and techniques designed to enable you to be able to engage in analysis by the end of this book. Having said that, basing the judgment of the Daymaster's strength on the month of birth is by and large still the most accurate means of quickly and simply evaluating the strength of a Bazi. As you progress through this book and the other books in the series, you will be exposed to more sophisticated techniques for evaluating the Daymaster's strength. But for now, stick to the month of birth. In later books, I will share with you more sophisticated concepts, methods, and techniques on determining the Daymaster's strengths. Finding the favorable element. After you've determined the strength of the Daymaster through the seasons of your birth month, you need to determine which is the most favorable element that the Bazi chart needs to achieve balance. The concept of balance is not an easy one. If only it were as simple as making the number of elements add up. In essence, in the study and practice of Bazi, what we are looking for is a Daymaster that is not too weak, not too strong, but just right. Take a look at this example. This is a wood daymaster born in the month of Wu, horse. Which season does the horse month belong to? Summer. This wood is born at the height of summer, when fire is the strongest. Now remember, think pictorially. If fire is strong, it will consume wood. Wood chi in summer month is considered weak. So what then is the favorable element? Whatever strengthens and supports the wood, which in this case is water. How do we arrive at this conclusion? Let's think about the 5-element cycle and use it to eliminate the possibilities. Weak wood does not need to be weakened any further, but strengthened. Fire, as we already know, consumes wood, therefore weakening it. So fire cannot be the favorable element. Weak wood does not want to be chopped by metal either, so metal is not the favorable element. So what grows wood? Water. Hence, water is the favorable element. What does this mean now that we found the favorable element? After pinpointing it, let's evaluate the person's luck based on his or her luck cycle. If this person is to go through the water element in the luck pillars or annual pillars, then this person will experience good fortune, and his life path is likely to be smooth and generally not too difficult during these years. By contrast, if he were to go through the fire element in his luck pillars, he will suffer bad fortune or bad luck. What is this bad luck? It may mean obstacles in life, difficulties with relationships with those around him, generally a less than smooth situation. Useful God versus favorable element. If you've had some exposure to Bazi, you may have heard of this concept called the useful God, or Yang Xin in Chinese. This is an advanced Bazi concept that will be covered in my next book. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Practice familiarizing yourself with the 5 elements and finding the favorable element first. Don't be misled into thinking beginner's material is not useful. Sometimes, like all wisdom in life, the most profound things are often the most simple ones. Complicated techniques do not always necessarily ensure accuracy or the right answer, and in Chinese metaphysical studies, we must always remember to go back to the basics and key principles. Your goal at this point, and by the end of this book, is to be able to tell whether a person is currently undergoing good or bad luck, and when they will experience good or bad luck. Focus on answering this question first. The rest will come as you progress through this book and Bazi studies in general. I promise. The have and the have-nots. Let's look at the same Bazi chart, but change a few elements a little bit, and you'll see how the situation is very different. Pictured here, we have example A and example B. Now, both A and B are born in the same month. Based on our earlier analysis, we concluded that a Jiark person born in the horse month would have water as his favorable element and fire as his unfavorable element, with Jiark being Yang wood. In example A here, there is a Kuei water in the year stem, and in example B, there is a Bing fire in the month stem. Which is the better Bazi chart? A's chart is better because there is a favorable element present in the chart. In B's chart, not only is there no favorable element, but there is an additional unfavorable element, being fire, right in the month pillar. So, the person in example B must wait until he goes through water element years in his luck or annual pillars to have the benefit of his favorable element. The person in example A, by contrast, already has the water element in his Bazi to help him out. What do these two examples, coupled with the earlier example, show us? How do we separate the wheat from the chaff? What is a good chart and a not so good chart? Remember, the chart with the favorable element actually present is always better than the one without the favorable element in it. What if both charts also have the favorable element? Then your comparison would be which one is in a better position in the chart than the other. Let's try another example. This Daymaster is Gung, metal born in the Shin Monkey metal month. Shin Monkey is the season of autumn. In autumn, metal is prosperous, so clearly, this is a strong, prosperous metal Daymaster. Since it is strong metal, what element do you think is this chart's favorable element and unfavorable element? Take a moment and think about it. Pause if you need to. Gung is raw metal or iron ore. Metal that has been dug out from the earth is useless unless it is forged or molded into something useful, like a sword or an axe. So strong metal needs fire to make it useful. So you might be thinking, easy. Obviously the favorable element for this chart is fire, right? Rewind back to the section on the 4 seasons, which explains the strength of each of the 5 elements in the individual seasons. Remember that in autumn, fire is in the trap stage. It is weak and fragile. Imagine weak fire trying to mold and melt a huge boulder of raw metal ore. It would be extremely difficult. So what is the solution? We need to feed the fire a little to make it strong. So some wood would be helpful. So the favorable element in this chart would be both fire and wood, which means if this chart encounters fire and wood in the luck pillars, this person will enjoy good luck. Does this chart need more metal element? Definitely not. Why not? It is already strong metal, so more metal would not balance out the chi. Remember what I said earlier about how a chart had to be balanced. The Daymaster should neither be too strong nor too weak. Too strong an element is a flaw in the Bazi chart, and it means that when the person goes through metal element pillars in the luck cycle, he will not enjoy good fortune. The chart reading will of course be a little more complicated than this, because there are 8 characters instead of just a few we've chosen as examples. Sometimes, in Bazi, people get confused because they try to look at a Bazi and derive everything from it all at one go. The trick with Bazi is to always focus on looking for one thing at a time. At this stage, concentrate on evaluating the Bazi based on the strength of the Daymaster. Joey's quick guide to assessing the favorable element. These are very simplified guidelines that will enable a quick evaluation of the favorable element. Bazi is a layered and deep subject, so to keep things simple, I have come up with these general guidelines. As your knowledge of Bazi grows and deepens, the exceptions to these guidelines are easier to understand. But for now, you may utilize these guidelines to help you analyze your own chart. The key to utilizing these guidelines is to first determine if your Daymaster is strong or weak. The strong Daymaster. Strong Daymaster favors controlling another element, being controlled by another element, or producing another element. If your Daymaster is strong, your choices of favorable elements are the element the Daymaster controls, the element that controls the Daymaster, the element that the Daymaster produces. Now you might be curious as to why. Remember again what I said earlier about a balance. We want a Daymaster that is not too strong, not too weak. If your Daymaster is strong, you should make it less strong to achieve balance. How do we reduce the strength? Now, let's think 5 elements again. By controlling another element, the Daymaster has to exert strength. So a strong Daymaster will usually favor the element it controls. A strong Daymaster can also keep its excessive strength in control by being controlled by another element. For example, a very strong Gung metal needs to be kept in shape by the fire element. Since fire controls metal in the 5-element cycle, fire is needed to mold the excessive metal. A strong Daymaster can also achieve balance by producing an element. Remember the 5-element cycle. To produce something, the Daymaster's strength will be reduced. So using the example of strong wood, that is, wood born in spring or in winter season, we can say that fire is a favorable element, because fire will consume some of the excessive wood, qi, thus weakening the wood slightly. Remember, if your Daymaster is strong, it should either control, be controlled, or produce. Now, what is unfavorable, then, for a strong Daymaster? Clearly, that which is already strong does not need to be strengthened even more, as this will lead to imbalance. So any element that adds to the strength of the Daymaster will be considered unfavorable. A strong Daymaster dislikes the same element or the element that produces the Daymaster. If, for example, your Daymaster is a strong Kuei water, your chart will not favor any additional water, obviously. Your Daymaster would also not favor metal because metal produces water, thus adding to its strength and making the Bazi imbalanced. Remember, if your Daymaster is strong, it does not need the same element or the element that produces it, because the same element and the element that produces the Daymaster only serves to make it even stronger. And so, the weak Daymaster favors the same element or the element that produces the Daymaster. Things are a bit easier if the Daymaster is weak. If your Daymaster is weak, then your choices for favorable elements can only be the element that produces your Daymaster or the element that is the same with the Daymaster. Why? A weak Daymaster needs more of the same element to be stronger. Imagine a puddle of water that has more water added to it. Doesn't it get stronger? Or the element that produces it, which has the effect of creating more of the element. So if you are a weak ruin water, for example, water and metal would be your favorable elements. The weak Daymaster dislikes controlling another element, being controlled by another element, or producing another element. What are the elements that a weak Daymaster dislikes? A weak Daymaster does not like to be further controlled by an opposing element, since it is already weak, and more control will be over-control. Remember what we said earlier about how over-control is not desirable. A weak Daymaster also does not like to have to produce more because this weakens it even further by depleting its strength. A weak Daymaster also does not like to control another element, as this saps its strength as well. Analyze this. Now that you have established your favorable and unfavorable element, you can begin to determine not just your own luck cycle, whether you are currently going through good or bad luck, but also utilize this knowledge to unlock your destiny code and the meaning behind the elements in your Bazi. Chapter 7. The 5 Factors. If it is destined to be in your life, you will eventually get it. But if you are not destined to have such a thing, don't force it. Let it be. Chinese saying. At this stage, you should already be familiar with your own Bazi chart and the various elements in your chart. You would have also identified your Daymaster and determined your favorable and unfavorable elements. In this chapter, we look at the question of just what all those different elements really mean. Your Bazi is your destiny code. Each of the elements holds within it a meaning. The elements can represent people, such as a superior, an employee, or a family member, or actions or personality traits or abilities. At later stages of your studies, you will learn that these elements also represent events and outcomes. In this chapter, I will explain to you what the elements mean for each of the 10 types of Daymasters. Yes, each element means something different to each one of the 10 different Daymasters. Why are there 10 different types of Daymasters? because there are 10 types of heavenly stems, and each can be an individual's daymaster. In case you've forgotten, here are the 10 heavenly stems again. As there are 5 elements, so each element represents one of what I call the 5 factors. The 5 factors are wealth, output, influence, resource, and companion. Now, the names make sense to you at this point in time. The important thing is not to try to put dictionary type meanings to these phrases, but to remember that the meaning becomes specific once the context has been ascertained. For now, view them as part of the language of Bazi. You are now starting to learn the language of Bazi. If you want to learn this art, you must learn to speak its language. Remember also that the elements that represent these 5 factors change, depending on what is your daymaster. So, for example, the element of fire may be the companion element for a fire daymaster, but it will be the output element for a wood daymaster. I must emphasize that at all times, the daymaster is the reference point when evaluating a Bazi chart. In the following section, I will explain the meaning of each of the 5 factors. Just remember that each factor is neither good nor bad. Whether they are good or bad will depend upon whether these are favorable or unfavorable elements. Throughout this book and this chapter, you must always keep in mind the 5 elements and the various 5 element cycles. Whenever you are not sure, do try to refer back to the 5 element cycle, which is reproduced below for your reference. Remember that in Bazi, our goal is about the balance of these elements in the chart. Wealth. Money may not help you achieve everything in life, but without money, there is a whole lot more you cannot achieve. Chinese saying. In this world, whether we like it or not, an individual's financial condition does shape his or her destiny tremendously. There are a lot of things money can't buy, but without money, there would be a lot of inconvenience and lack of opportunities. The wealth element in a person's Bazi chart represents direct income and indirect income. Direct income refers to salary or earned and residual income. Indirect income refers to revenue from businesses, your investment portfolio, income from real estate sales, royalties, and other investment-related revenue. The wealth element is the element that is controlled by the daymaster in the 5 element cycle. The rationale for this is quite simple. A person controls his or her assets or property, which is how his or her wealth is established or tabulated. Accordingly, in Bazi, what your daymaster, which represents you, controls, therefore represents your wealth. Sometimes the wealth element is referred to as the wealth star. In Bazi terminology, star and element are used synonymously and sometimes interchangeably. Remember what I said earlier about how Bazi is like an onion with many layers? Well, the wealth star, to a male, also represents his wife star. This concept harkens back to the old days, when a man's wealth was measured by the number of wives he had, and the fact that in the old days, a man's wife was considered his chattel. Thus, if a man has a good quality wealth star in his destiny code, he will also have a very good wife. Vice versa, a poor quality wealth star denotes a less than desirable wife. I must emphasize that this principle applies only to men. For women, the wealth element does not represent the husband. For a woman, her husband is represented by what is called the influence element. A little patience, we will get there. A little personal note. In the course of teaching Bazi over the years, I have noticed that some women do not like to be viewed as an asset. I think women shouldn't take this concept too personally. Remember, this is just the way we classify the attributes of the elements and their relationships in the study of Bazi. This is the way it has been since the inception of Bazi, and we should not change this approach just because we don't like the idea of a woman being an asset. I often tell the female students in my class that being viewed as an asset is infinitely better than being classified as a liability. Surely? I must emphasize that the wealth element need not be many to make a chart of a rich person. It is always the quality and not the quantity that we are concerned with when analyzing a person's destiny code. How do you find out what your wealth element is? For quick reference, check the chart below to find out what your wealth element is. So for example, if you are a wood day master, then your wealth element is earth. You will need to know the elements of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in order to fully appreciate the little table above. In case you have forgotten these elements, here is a quick reference for you. Keep in mind that each wealth element has a yin and yang manifestation. In my later books, I will introduce this concept called the 10 gods, which provides more depth for Bazi analysis and further analyzes the wealth star as direct wealth and indirect wealth. In a man's Bazi, the wife is usually represented by the direct wealth star specifically. But to keep things simple for now, we will keep the analysis collectively to just the term wealth star. How do we analyze the wealth element? Sometimes in a Bazi chart, we may see the wealth element being clashed away. This means that the man may face the possibility of losing wealth at that particular period of time, or may face separation from his wife, or the loss of a wife. For example, in a Bazi chart with the Sin, which is yin metal day master, its wealth element is wood. In this chart, the wealth element is the Mao, rabbit, earthly branch. Now, remember what I keep saying about the number of elements. It's not about how many you have. A chart that is surrounded by wealth elements is not necessarily the chart of a rich person. It could be the chart of the teller who works at the bank. They are, after all, surrounded by money. It just isn't theirs. Keep reminding yourself, quality, not quantity. In Bazi, there is a saying, too much wealth deteriorates the health. Remember that too many wealth elements weaken the daymaster. Let's take a look at this example. This gentleman is Sin, metal, born in Chin, dragon month. Chin, dragon, is the season of spring when wood is the strongest. Note that although the Chin dragon earthly branch is an earth element, Chin dragon month is one of the months in the season of spring, so we view it as spring earth. In spring, naturally the strongest element is wood. Inside the spring earth Chin, there is no metal. This chart is surrounded by earth elements, which is wood. Notice the Jiark wood in the month stem is rooted in the month and the year branches of Chin dragon and Yin tiger. Perhaps at this point you might be puzzled with the term rooted. Rooted refers to an instance when the same element is found in the hidden stems underneath the earthly branches. Every earthly branch contains hidden stems. Don't worry about the technicalities of hidden stems at this stage. As you progress through this book and your knowledge of Bazi grows, you will be able to appreciate better their significance. This Sin metal daymaster is weak. The cause for this weakness? There are too many wealth elements. The wealth elements are his unfavorable elements. That is why this gentleman has trouble making ends meet and is constantly having money problems. He is surrounded by money, but it is not money that he can take in the sense of putting it in his pocket. His Sin metal daymaster is not strong enough to control the wealth element, which is wood. This also means that wood becomes a negative element. Next, take a look at the luck pillars below. This chart first goes through 30 years of fire luck. Check the earthly branches between the ages of 7 to 27. They are Z, snake, Wu, horse, and Wei, goat. These are known as the southern fire direction. This means that during the first 30 years of this gentleman's life, he is going through fire luck. This sin metal is weak. It does not want to see the fire element because fire further weakens its strength. From our analysis, we can say that this person can expect the first 30 years of his life to be hard and difficult years. Output. Output is the term used to describe the element that is produced by the Daymaster. For example, if your Daymaster is wood, then your output element is fire. Why? Because wood produces fire in the 5 elements production cycle. Have a look at the quick reference table here to determine what your Daymaster's output element is. What does this concept of output mean? The output element has many layers. It can represent a person's creativity, intelligence, ability to perform, ability to rise to the occasion, or it can represent a person's expressive abilities or quickness of mind. It also represents the ability to go against the norm, to achieve the extraordinary, to stand out in front of a crowd, to initiate a plan, or to execute a strategy. The output element also represents the individual's products, things he or she has created or invented. Output element, of course, also represents a person's persuasive prowess. Whether you can get your message across clearly and effectively all depends on the quality of your Bazi's output element. When you use your abilities or intelligence to produce outcomes or results at work, you are using your output element. Output enables the person to express his or her ideas effectively and productively, to get the message across, to communicate, and to persuade others. A chart where the output element is a favorable element normally belongs to people who have a strong personal drive and determination to succeed. A favorable output element may also denote that the person will be creative and have talents relating to speaking, teaching, marketing, or in performing arts like acting, singing, and dancing. Authors, musicians, directors, and scriptwriters are people who usually have beautiful output elements. When we judge the output element, we are looking at its quality. Finding one is not good enough. It needs to be of good quality, to be beautiful, to be useful to a Bazi chart. You might be wondering why I keep using the words beautiful and quality to describe the elements. This is because not every Daymaster reacts the same way to their output elements, nor do all Daymasters use their output elements equally as well. As your study of Bazi advances, you will appreciate this concept better. But for now, just remember that having a certain element, while it is a start, is not the be-all, end-all when it comes to Bazi analysis. This is a beginner's book you are holding, so I'm going slowly and steadily. Without a good output element, an individual will be gullible and an easy mark for everything ranging from school children selling raffle tickets to con men. A person with a weak or unfavorable output element may find themselves in possession of unwanted magazine subscriptions or tickets to the secretary's fundraiser ball. An unfavorable output element normally is one of the big reasons why people who should say no end up saying yes. Charts where the output element is an unfavorable element usually belong to people who have difficulties in expressing themselves. Alternatively, they will be timid individuals or people who, despite their abilities, never quite seem to get noticed or recognition for their efforts or work. An output element problem, such as a clash or combination, usually indicates a problem with staff, such as your staff being headhunted or resigning. Quick note, don't be too concerned about what the clash or combination concepts are at this point. You will learn more about them as you advance through this book. Now, Let's take a look at an example of the output element here. This
What we're going to talk about tonight is something called the Kabbalah, and why it's interesting for you to begin to learn these things. First of all, if you're a follower of Jesus Christ says, ask, seek, knock. Don't sit and let anybody shove anything down your throat. That's why we've gotten this world in the miserable shape that it's in, because we're not looking. We don't understand where these things come from. We just say, well, they said this is the way it is, this is the way it is. It's not the way it is. The Kabbalah, okay, is one of the ancient forms of spiritual wisdom, and almost your entire book of Revelation comes out of the Kabbalah. In other words, things were written and put into history long before they entered into the book of Revelation, and they were taken directly out of the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, now this is interesting, and you must understand this. The Kabbalah is unwritten. Unwritten. It is wisdom. It is of the Jewish religion. It is an oral message. It is passed via the spoken word. That's the Kabbalah. Passed via the spoken word. It was introduced to the rabbis and became quite popular during the Middle Ages. And during the Middle Ages, when the Middle Ages became the Dark Ages, these people were hunted down by, guess who? The born-again crowd, that's right. They hunted these people down and killed them. Part of the Spanish Inquisition was against Kabbalists because they were mystics, as many of the saints were. But the origin of this, the Kabbalah, coming to Jews is an interesting thing, because there was a group of Buddhist missionaries who left India, came to the direction of what we call the Holy Land, the Middle East, ran into a bunch of Jewish rabbis, and they sat down and had a conversation, and a lot of wisdom started to flow, and it interjected itseless into a group called the Essenes, very strange cave people who were mystic people and spoke in these strange terms as well. But these are ancient mysteries. And what we're talking about, we want to learn, we want to understand wisdom. We want to begin to try to figure out. And these are very dark things that these people spoke about. And when I say dark things, they're things that don't sit right with a lot of people. They don't sit right with a lot of people today. They're not understood by a lot of people today. They're called dark sayings. Let's go to page 541, if you would, in the Old Testament. And for the rest of you, I'm looking at 541 in those little Bibles. For the rest of you, if you go to the book of Proverbs, okay, and I want to go to chapter 1 of the book of Proverbs, and we'll see something that will instruct you, okay, written many thousands of years ago, in the way that you must go if you're going to understand. Say, it says the Proverbs of Solomon, chapter 1, and it says in verse 2, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding. That means to really have a grasp on them, to become enlightened, to become aware and understanding. And verse 6, to understand a proverb and the interpretation. Now, this is the part that I want you to see. The words of the wise and their dark sayings. Okay, there you go. This is it. This is why that we have come up so short in trying to establish ourselves in spiritual terms. I hear so many people, say, well, religion does a lot of good. They help the poor people. There should be no poor people. Oh, they feed people that are hungry. There should be no hungry people. Say, as long as there's the necessity of a religion to help poor people, then I want to know who is keeping those people poor and who is requiring those people to have to ask for it. There is plenty. Remember we were talking the other day? There's not enough money for people to have that are out of work. There's not enough money for people to have food. Yet when there's need for a war, all of a sudden there's billions of dollars to shoot missiles all over the place. So that's Antichrist. Whether you call it, whether it's supported, you want to pray for the boys or pray for victory, that's Antichrist. There cannot be money by the billions. I don't mean just, you know how each one of those missiles to launch could feed an army. See? And you have people in Atlantic City, you have people all over the place, poor people, oppressed people, hurt people. And the simple problem these people have is they cannot keep up with the system. Well, the system is in many ways a corrupt system, and its religions are corrupt, and therefore they simply take from people. I'll never forget one time, and it was some years ago when this church first started. And we have always looked not to give anybody a handout, but to help people and to really give good things, the groceries, and I mean, really nice things, the kind of things you go and you come out of the shop right with. And this fella came to us and he said, you know, I went to one of the big churches around here, and you know what they put on the back? Remember, on the back door, they left for him on the back porch a box of, what are those, crispy crackers and a jar of peanut butter. And they just thousands upon thousands of dollars. Well, that's Antichrist. Because Jesus is not involved in that kind of thing. See? And so what we have to then be willing to do is investigate and read these things, because these things as you learn them, and these things as you run away from your fear of meditation, will lift you above those places. It will lift people into a place of salvation out of the system and away from religion. But you've got to have the courage to break from those people. So to understand a proverb, the words of the wise and their dark sayings, the Hebrew word Kabbalah is from the root QBL, which means to receive. That's where it comes from, QBL, to receive, Kabbalah. Now, what it is included in that meaning is the practice of transmitting inner knowledge by mouth. Remember now, this was not written, all oral, transmitting inner knowledge by mouth. Go to page 110 in your New Testaments to the book of John, and I want to show you something. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And let's go to John 20, verse 20. I'll get to that. John 20. We'll just stay there right for the moment, okay? And I want to show you something. John 20. Now, watch Jesus here, chapter 20, and let's go to verse 22. And when he had said this, what did he do? He breathed on them and said unto them, receive. See the word? Receive, QBL, Kabbalah. Receive the Holy Spirit. In other words, they received the anointing by mouth. That's Kabbalah. That's what it means. QBL, okay? And also in the same way, when he breathed on them, remember when Abraham's name was changed to Abraham? Receive that which is the pneuma, that which is the breath, that which is the spirit. So here then, we begin to see, and of course there's no question about it, that Jesus was very, very familiar with the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah, through Zoroastrianism, was the originator of you must eat my body and drink my blood. That was not original with Jesus Christ. That came out of the Kabbalah. Long before Jesus walked the face of the earth, that was written in the Kabbalah, you must eat my body and drink my flesh. And so he was very, very, very aware of the Kabbalah. Okay. So in Matthew 13:13, I want to show you something of what Jesus did. On page 13 in your New Testament, Matthew 13, verse 13. Okay? Matthew 13, verse 13. Here's Jesus Christ now speaking, and I'm coming to you and trying to share with you why you cannot look at the Bible literally, why you cannot look at the statements of Jesus literally, because you've got to get to the point of believing the man himself. Okay? Therefore, speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. Now, a parable then in the same way as crucifixion, all of these things have to be understood by way of the Spirit. They have to be understood via meditation. Jesus deliberately spoke in these strange parables simply because people would not respond in any way, shape, or form to this message. They couldn't bear to hear it. So they had to receive it spiritually. They had to meditate on it in order to receive the answers to it. If you'll note that in Matthew 13, okay, where we're at, let's go down to verse 15. Because these people's heart is waxed gross, and their eyes are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed. Do you see that? God didn't close their eyes, they closed them. And look at, lest any time they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears, and look at the next one, should understand with their heart. See that? Now, he doesn't mean the pump in your chest for the heart. He means the center of your consciousness, to understand there. See? They have closed their eyes. We have. Today in 1991, Christianity has literally closed its eyes and stuffed up its ears to this. They don't want to hear this. And the reason they don't want to hear this is because this is the stuff that sets you free. And if you're free, you can thumb your nose and take a walk, and you don't have to run and fill their, it was like Joseph Campbell was talking today about different things that religion can say to get people all involved with them. And they said they just have to say these things a few times and the money comes rolling in. And that's it. And you're going to be set free totally on your own. I don't follow anybody. I don't tell anybody I have to believe anything. I'm just I'm standing in front of you, sharing things with you to help you think, to help you look, and to let you know that there's a lot more that you haven't been told. That is part of the history of your religion. So there's the key. And the key means that all I can do is try to force this stuff to the heart. And so there you can sit and ponder about it, buy books about it, read about it, meditate about it, and read the Bible about it, and start to look at it in a way that you've never looked at it before.
I got one challenge for you. Try Whisper Flow one time, and I promise you'll understand why I haven't typed a full sentence in.
The belief is that the origin of the information in the Kabbalah was celestial. In other words, just like we speak about on the Zodiac, it's that they believe, the ancients believe, that this information came directly from angels. It did not come from people. And of course, we've been through this before, but for those of you who don't understand that EL means the God impulse in you. That's why angel is spelled that EL. EL means the impulse in you. The God impulse in you. And of course, all the angels' names are spelled Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, Michael, etc., because it's an impulse in you. There are not things flying around with wings on them. We're never going to understand God. We're never going to understand spirituality. We're never going to understand the truth until we can raise ourselves out of kindergarten. We still think of angels as things floating around in the sky with wings on it. And you know you do. And that's not what an angel is. An angel is that little thing that speaks inside of your head when it gives you the right way to go and say, I know what I have to do. And you follow on it and it works. You say, why didn't I think of it before? An angel has spoken to you. It's an impulse within yourself. It's the EL, the God inside of you. Angels are God ideas. They're from the higher mind. That's what angel means. But see, we're not able, because we're such a materialistic society and we're such a plastic society, we're not able to relate these things to consciousness because religion has never told you had a consciousness. And so all that they can really, if they hear the word angel, they draw a picture for you of something with a white sheet on and wings floating around with a tin foil around their head, and that's it. That's not what it is. It's inside of here, and it speaks to you from the right side. That's angel. It's believed that King Solomon and King David were both initiated into the Kabbalah. And I'd like you to see these things for yourself, because they knew of the higher realms of divine power. They knew of the higher realms of consciousness. Let's take a look at it. Page 552 in your little Bibles, and Proverbs 15, okay? Proverbs chapter 15. And let's take a look at this. Now, I ask you, and I ask you watching on television, when you hear this proverb, think to yourself and think of what your life has been like in the past. And here, this is not saying that you have to die and go to heaven. Look what it says here. Proverbs 15, verse 24. Here it is. Now listen to it. We tell you to raise your consciousness up to a higher level in meditation. The way of life is above to the wise, that he may depart from hell beneath. How clear does it have to be? How clear does it have to be? The way of life is above to the wise, that he may depart from the hell beneath. And that does not mean you're going to fly up to Jupiter or Pluto or Capricorn or anything like that. There is nothing out there. It's right here. You might as well make up your mind to it. It's right here. Seek it, find it, and create a heaven through the power of Jesus Christ right smack here where you are. And it is above the wise. You can depart from the hell, which is beneath, which is the guilt and the fear and the oppression that's been forced upon you by all of these money-hungry seekers of politics and religion. Let's take another look at this one by David. Page 467 in your little Bibles, and the rest of the book of Psalms. And take a look at this one. In the book of Psalms, page, 467? Psalm 11. Let's go to Psalm 11, and I'll show you this one from David, which is quite evident also. Psalm 11. Now, here's a symbolic statement of your meditation and why it's necessary for you and how you must find your meditation, how you must find your place of safety. Psalm 11, verse 1. In the Lord put I my trust. How do you say to my soul, flee as a bird to your mountain? You know? You see, and people say, well, you know what? God never said anything about flee as a bird to your mountain. Depart from the hell beneath. Rise up into the heaven above within yourself. Okay. There was a rabbi by the name of Eleazar, who was probably the initial Kabbalist. And he gathered together his disciples. And after the Kabbalah had manifested itself through word of mouth, Rabbi Eleazar began to reduce the Kabbalah to writing. And you might want to write this one down, because somewhere in our studies, you may come up with it again. Once the Kabbalah is written in a book, it is called Zohar. Zohar. Z-O-H-A-R. And Zohar means splendor, brightness. That's what it means. Okay? In Isaiah 60, verses 1 and 3, it says, arise and shine and bring the kings to the brightness of your rising. And of course, in Matthew 6:22, Jesus Christ said, if your eye be single, your body will fill with light. This is the brightness. This is the splendor. This is the understanding. You know, it's the same thing as if you're trapped in a forest all of your life, and all of a sudden you see a light and you see a way out. It's like saying there's a light at the end of the tunnel. This is your escape from all of the bondages and all of the fear and all of the entrapment and trying to figure things out. I mean, for God Almighty's sake, you've done nothing all of your life but spend your life reading the Bible. You're going to drop dead reading the doggone thing. What's the sense of it? What's the sense of reading anything if we don't do what it says?
You're still in my head. So now all we have to do is go to Automate. Let's hit convert and see the.
Well, if I say Jesus said, if your eye be single, your body will fill with light, well, you don't go to the next page and drop that doggone book, close it up, and practice the single eye, or the whole thing's a why. Would it be worthwhile to go to the Chinese restaurant and don't read the menu? Oh, I like number 6 and number 5 and a little wonton and all of that. That's really nice on the page. That's not going to do you a doggone bit of good if you don't eat it. Going into restaurants and reading the menus isn't going to put anything in here. And going and reading the Bible is not going to put anything in here. You've got to do, and you got to act it out, and you got to work at it. And remember, it's mystical, it's spiritual, and start to adapt these things that are directed by the psalmists and the prophets and Jesus Christ. Put it into practice. Do it. You know, did you ever think of that? Religion, Christianity, they spend the whole time reading the Bible. They study it and study it and study it, but they don't do it. I'm going to go to a Bible study, and I'm going to study some more till they drop dead studying the doggone thing, and they've never done it. Never have they taken part in the Passover. Never. Never. Say. And I don't mean never have they a lot of Christians are, we're going to have a Passover Seder at our house, and I'll invite you over, and you have some lamb, and you'll drink a little matzah, whatever you do. And they miss it. You've got to do these things. So Zohar is the written Kabbalah. And what it is the light that is divine. It is the light that is celestial wisdom. You can call this what you want, but you can also bring it right down. It is the mind of Christ. Zohar is written. Now take a look. I passed out these diagrams, and for those of you who are watching in TV land, if you want a diagram, we'll send you one. Okay. What they call the Sephira tree is the tree of life of the Kabbalah. I'm not going to go deeply into it, but there is those inner impulses. All what you're looking at in this tree of life is actually, I don't know, Paul, if you could get in a little bit. I'll give the folks an idea approximately what we're looking at. But that tree of life basically is a diagram of the divine realms of consciousness within your head. That diagram is for what's located between your ears. Okay? All right. And that's the Sephira, or the tree of life. Now, it's inner wisdom, remember, this isn't written. The wisdom activities of God that manifest within are called, let me write this down so I get it, S-H-A-K-T-I, S-H-A-K-T-I, in Kabbalah, Shakti, Shakti. That's the energy which flows outward from God. So Shakti flows outward from God and comes to you. That's what they believe. Okay, that's Shakti. Shakti, incidentally, means white. Now this is the kicker. And we're going to get to the point here why traditional Judaism was very, very hostile to the Kabbalah. Do you know why? Feminine. All feminine. It is the feminine God. And nobody, including Christians, can deal with that. What do we say today? Tammuz came to the earth, wound up in the Netherland, down in the bowels of the earth to save the people who were captive. Who had to come down to save him and bring him up? Ishtar, the goddess, his sister, Ishtar. What's that mean? Jesus Christ down in the bowels of the earth. Who had to save him? The Holy Spirit. Who is the Holy Spirit? Feminine. It is the feminine of the part of the God. This, that you can't, in most churches, they wouldn't even allow a woman to stand up on a pulpit. And do you know, they have totally missed it because they've taken macho control of the whole thing. And if anything, if you want to talk about women's lib, why was it necessary? Most of it is necessary because of the sexist discrimination that against women that originated with religion. And yet here it is. The splendor of the Kabbalah, of which most of your Bible is written in, the tree of life, Shakti, God's wife. She is the one that moves in and does the work. Shakti. Now, you will note on this tree, there are 10 numbers. And those 10 numbers are the 10 fundamental powers of all being. Incidentally, if you look at number 1, you'll see that number 1 is Kether, or the crown. Do you see that? That is what is sung about in many of those gospel songs. I'm going to have a robe and a crown, and they really think it's a real crown. It's not. The crown is that higher consciousness which brings you through the various other 9 stages into Malkuth, which is the kingdom of God. So the crown is the higher consciousness. In Revelation 2:10, it says, I will give you a crown. See? If you meditate, if you follow Jesus Christ, if you enter within yourself, you will receive a crown. That means you will receive access to the high realms of divine consciousness within you, if you'll do that. 1 Peter 5:4 says, you shall receive a crown of glory. Once again, you see the crown, and that's where it came from. It's Kabbalic. The word crown used in the Bible is used in the Bible because it came from the Kabbalah. It was Kabbalic teaching, the crown, that part of the divine aspect of your consciousness. Now, what's amazing, as I said about this, is that the Kabbalah is a feminine potency of God. This feminine spirit achieves its fullest expression in the kingdom, which is Malkuth, which is number 10. So then conservative Jews, they couldn't deal with that. any more than conservative Christians could deal with that. The feminine principle of God, that's almost, doesn't that sound foreign to you? The feminine, can you imagine God with a skirt? Huh? But see, you can't, because it's unheard of. You can't even consider it because you've been brainwashed that it can't be, but it is. Even before this, back to the times of Isis, and back before that, of the times of the days of Zeus, all of it, goddesses all over the place, women. The power that came from the feminine principle of God, which was spirit. So the Kabbalah then is the power of speech. It is the power of sound. Let's make that. It is speech, it is sound, and it is word. Word. Psalm 135 says, I wait for the Lord, my soul does wait, and in his word I do hope. Now, many of you have heard that the word of God is the Bible. People on television will shout and say, this is the word. Read. It is not. It is not.
High IQ ADHD brains are the most dopamine addicted. Here's why that ruins everything. You watch guys you grew up with buying houses, making partner, posting vacation photos with their families. Meanwhile, you're sitting there with another unfinished project, another brilliant idea that went nowhere, another year where nothing changed. You know you're smarter than most people in the room. You've always known. And that's what makes it so much worse, because you can't even explain to yourself why you're stuck. That was me for 20 years. I started businesses, never finished them, had ideas worth a fortune, executed zero. I watched people who aren't half as sharp pass me because they could do the one thing my brain wouldn't let me do. And I kept blaming myself, kept thinking I was lazy, kept making the same resolution every January. This is the year I finally reach my potential. Then I found out this isn't a discipline problem. This is how a high-speed brain actually works. The boring, repetitive work that actually turns an idea into a result, and my brain treated that like a threat. It shut down. Not because I was lazy, but because my mind was wired to chase what's complex and interesting, and following through is neither. Once I understood that, everything changed. I stopped fighting myself and started working with how my brain actually operates. There's a free 3-minute quiz that shows you exactly what's blocking your execution and why your intelligence has been working against you instead of for you. Take it now. Because another year of wasted potential isn't a plan, it's a pattern. And patterns can be changed.
What's up, y'all? I'm Percy Miller, Master P, and I want to tell y'all, social media, physical products, digital products, it's the way of the future. If you want to grow your business, log in right now with us. Me and Spectacular going to help you take your business to the next level. Just click the link right now and join the movement. Are you looking to grow your followers 5,000 to 10,000 followers pretty much overnight, and you feeling stuck in your business, and you want to scale it, take it to the next level, but you don't know how? Well, guess what? I can see your blind spots because I've been where you are. Master P has been where you are. We built businesses like no other, but now we created for the very first time the social media income system where we're going to reveal it to you. We're going to take a small group of people.
Okay. This Bible has been written, rewritten, translated, abridged, revised, changed. You can find whichever Bible you want that pleases you, you can find. You can find the New Jerusalem, the Old Jerusalem, the Revised Standard, the Unrevised Standard, the Good News, the Bad News, the Left Side, the Right, whatever you want. There's thousands of them. And God's Word cannot be changed. Okay. God's Word was made flesh and dwelt amongst us. This is a book. And wherever you have anything written down, there'll be some guy that'll mess with it. And if you knew how many hands, we were talking this morning about the Acts of John and the Gospel of Thomas, the apocryphal books, which the Council of Nicaea sat upon, listened, and condemned because it was mystical. Couldn't deal with it. It's kept out of your Bible by men. Okay? The Word of God has always, in essence, been Christ consciousness. In the beginning was the Word. This was not. Is there mistakes in it? You're doggone right, sure there is mistakes. There's one part very interesting where the Apostle Paul said Jesus Christ, after he rose, appeared to the 12. There wasn't 12, there was 11. He didn't even know. He never knew. What did he know? He didn't know that he committed suicide. There's many. But when you move above the written word, the literalism, up to the divine word, all error ceases. All error ceases, because the divine consciousness, which is the Christ consciousness, takes you into that same Bible, clears away all of man's words, and gives you that which is the true aspect of the Word of God. Once you meditate, once you take this Bible and meditate and go to the Christ, go up into the mountain, into the cave with the Christ, this becomes every single word absolutely true. But if you're going to literalize it, you're going to violate it, because the Apostle Paul said, be not a minister of the letter, because the letter. And this Bible has been an excuse for many people to kill. And I hear evangelists still coming on television, well, war is okay in some circumstances. You heard of when God said he must go in and kill men, women, and children. Well, these people had to be taught a lesson, and they justify all of this horror reading literally. You can justify anything you want. Remember, did you ever hear the story about the people that play Russian roulette with the Bible? They open a passage and they get a message from God, and then the guy opened a passage one time and it said, and Judas hung himself, and he turned it off. I don't want to hear that. You can't play with things like that. Revelation 19:13 says, his name, which means his way, Christ is called the Word of God. Did you ever see that? Turn to Revelation 19. It's the last book in the Bible. Revelation 19. Revelation 19 and verse 13. It's on page 237 in the little Bible, but you can find that quite easily since it's the last book. Revelation 19:13. What does it say? And he was clothed with vesture dripped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And it doesn't mean Charlie or Jesus, because Jesus' name wasn't even Jesus. It means the way. When you understand something in the East, when they say I am doing it in his name, means I am doing it in the way that he said to do it. It means the way. His way is the Word of God. And when you talk about the way, remember that Jesus Christ in Matthew 7:14 said, narrow is the way which leads to life, and few there be who find it. So the word, or the way, Kabbalah, Zohar, is the feminine spirit principle of God. It is virgin mind. Isn't it interesting? One of the most magnificent mystical things that has ever happened on the face of the earth, Kabbalah, is feminine. It's an entire feminine principle. It's not a masculine principle at all. It is the feminine side of God. And you read about it in the Bible, and very few people know it's even there. It's a speech force. Say, here's the Kabbalah. Let me give you a part of the Kabbalah that you can understand in the New Testament. In the book of Romans, chapter 10. The book of Romans, chapter 10. Okay, verse 9. It says in Romans chapter, and this is one that the contemporaries hang on to all the time. If you shall confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus, and shall believe in thine heart that God has raised him from the dead, you shall be saved. Two things you got to do. Confess the Lord Jesus Christ. Most people will come down and say, I am confessing the Lord Jesus Christ. That's not going to do it. Confessing the Lord Jesus Christ means I have an experience. I obey Jesus Christ. I do what he says so that I can say to you, Jesus is Lord. That means you're practicing the single eye. That means you're entering within yourself. That means you are shutting down the thoughts of the mind. And that means that this is manifesting outwardly, and that you're reaching out in love with the mind of Christ to others all around you. If you're doing that, then you can say Jesus is Lord. If you're not, you can't. Because Jesus Christ himself will look you right in the eye and say, why do you call me Lord? Luke 6:46. Why do you call me Lord and not do what I tell you to do?
Are you interested in creating a massive positive impact on people's lives while also having the freedom and financial abundance to live where you want, travel when you want, and work from home on a more permanent basis? Well, if you love learning about human behavior and relationships, there's an expert framework that allows you to build a thriving coaching practice while having that abundance and flexibility.
So let me show Albert, do you see how ridiculous this is? The Bible says if you confess Jesus is Lord. So they come up and they say Jesus is Lord. They're saying words. But they are not confessing the lordship of Jesus Christ until you're able to confess that you do and you act out what he says to do. And most people don't have the guts to act out what he says to do because they're afraid of what the doggone church is going to say. Because the church has said if you do these things, you're going to open the demons, and they believe the church, and they will walk away from Jesus Christ, and they got bumper stickers on their car saying Jesus is Lord, and he's not. And that's why the world is a pig pen, because they are claiming the lordship of Jesus Christ, and they are not obeying Jesus Christ to bring their lordship straight to life within themselves. Do what the man says. Put your Bibles down, doggone it. And when he says get inside of yourself, get inside of yourself. And let the rest of them go nuts. Just say, the hell with you, get out of my life. You've ruined it, you've raped the earth, you've raped the world, you've polluted the oceans, you've tortured the animals, you got teenagers committing suicide, you got the world in a shambles. Tell me nothing anymore, and I'm not putting any more money in your tin pot in order for you to tell me how I disobey Jesus Christ. I am staying with Jesus Christ. I am following with Jesus Christ. He is the Lord because I'm going to do what he says, and I'm not listening to you and you bunch of hooded crooks with your stained glass windows so you can't see the poverty and the frustration going on outside in the world. Walk away from me and grab Jesus Christ by the arm and say, I will follow you over a cliff. And if you say sit and practice the single eye, I'm doing it now. Right now. Then let anybody tell you any different. How holy they are. Holy. That's pretty good, Al. All right. I am angry. Angry because of the oppression. We sit here in this little place with people who come through those doors who have been hurt. And all of their life they have poured money into that thing and claimed the claims and said the prayers, and their lives have deteriorated because these people have never had the guts to say to them, you got to obey Jesus Christ and seek within yourself and allow the kingdom of God to explode within you and the mind of Christ to take you and lift you above all of this trash and take you up into the heavenly places. Not when you're dead in a grave, but when you're alive, standing on your 2 feet now, because God is not a God of the dead, he's a God of the living. I don't care what they say. Not afraid. Almost done. Long day, but a good day. Just real quick. According to the Zohar, there are successive phases of emanation, which is coming out. Webster's dictionary defines emanation as springing, coming out from within. And let me just show you this real quickly, and we'll keep you. But you're here anyhow, so. One is called abysmal will. Okay? And that is that deep, deep within you, beyond the ability to touch, there is an existence inside that no one can even conceive of. That means that you may think you're guilty. That means that you may think you're a sinner, but deep inside of yourself, there is a little germ deep inside of yourself waiting to be stirred and activated that will burst into life in the same way that you see deep inside the soils little germs, and they are stimulated by the movement of this great cycle of life, and when they're stimulated they burst to life. Leaves and flowers come storming out all over the place. Inside of you is that same germ. That's abysmal will. Kabbalah. Second, formative thought. Formative thought is that from the places of that deep abyss where we've been, meditation, nothingness, from that place, that germ will begin to stimulate ideas. That germ will begin to bring forth some new things, some things that you haven't previously thought of, and you'll say, wonder where I'm getting this from. I wonder how come I know this. It's happening. So from deep from the abysmal will start to come formative thought. Third, inner and in or unaudible word. Kabbalah. And that's the inner discussion between you and your psyche begins. Get it all the time. When I was with this thing about the Acts of Thomas in the book, I said to Joan last night, I said, I just didn't understand it, so I let it roll in meditation and let it roll around and roll around and roll around and roll around. And I said to God, but what do I say when people say, don't you believe Jesus was crucified? He says, you tell them to go up into that mountain and enter into that cave and ask him themselves. The inner and audible word, the discussion with the angels goes on within you that you heard from meditation. And fourth, utterance. Utterance. The final phase. What has happened? You see what has happened? From nothing has come everything. Huh? From nothing has come everything. From an abysmal will, a germ deep within the caverns of your divine consciousness has manifested an utterance that may heal, an utterance that may save, an utterance that may lift up, an utterance that may change. And it all came out of nothing and was manufactured into something by the creative force of the Almighty God. So Kabbalah is then the Sifra, which you have a diagram of the 10 spheres or stages, like in spring, in which God emerges from his hidden abode, manifesting into a material universe. Look at it again, and you'll see. Huh? The springtime. Winter, okay.
Seedance 2.0 is now on Artlist, and you can get precisely what you want.
I'll take a robbery with a fight scene on the side.
It's a robbery!
Oh, so cold in winter. But seated deep within that winter, there begins to develop spring. And the spring then moves itself into the summer of your life. And all is warm and all blossoms in newness and new life and existence. Creation takes place within you. Revelation 2:17 says, to he that overcomes, I will give to eat of the hidden manna. That's what that is. Can I show you one other scripture before we go? See that abysmal will which we talked about? Hidden inside of you. Think of yourself. Think of your life. Think of the failure you may think that you are, and just try to understand what God has, what surprise package God has located right in your brain, waiting for you to discover. Think of it. Then listen to this. Turn with me to Isaiah, page 609 in the Old Testament in your little Bibles, the book of Isaiah. Incidentally, next week we'll be doing Isaiah. This is my first time that I've done a teaching on Isaiah, and I'm thrilled, looking forward to it next week. Anyhow, Isaiah, verse 45, and now listen to what the promise is when we talk of Kabbalah, abysmal will coming from nothing into something. Isaiah, verse 45, 3. Oh, I wish you could read it with me, and I hope each one of you have a Bible. And I want each one of you to see this. This is the promise, okay? And I will give you the treasures of darkness. What did we start this meeting off with tonight? Wisdom is to know the dark sayings, didn't we? I will give you the treasures of darkness and the hidden riches of secret places, that you may know that I, the Lord, which call you by your name, am the God of Israel. The treasures of darkness and the hidden riches of secret places. From nothing comes everything. The breath of God hovering over the waters. How old is this? And I told you that was the last thing. Just do one more. Please do one more scripture for me, and then I promise this is definitely the last one. 1 Corinthians, page 156 in the New Testament. And this is, I want you to see this because this goes right along with what we've been speaking about tonight. In the New Testament, the Apostle Paul, 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 7. Now, I told you about this. Listen to this one. But we speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, even the hidden wisdom which God ordained before the world unto our glory. From the abysmal will of nothingness comes everything. The hidden wisdom. Hidden. Hidden from who? Hidden from who? Jesus Christ said, unto you is given to know the secret of the kingdom, but to them who are without, all things, not some things, all things are done in parables. They never have a clue to what you're hearing and what you're beginning to understand. So Kabbalah Zohar is the spring. It is the leaf that begins to form from a dormant tree in your life. You learned a little bit about Kabbalah, didn't we? That's great. We had a great day. We really had some heavy-duty stuff, and I would ask those of you that I care about very much to, and it sounds like I'm selling a tape here, and I will not do that, and I'm sorry to come across that way. I'm not really talking out there. I'm talking to the folks here. I would ask you to pick up this morning's tape about Easter. I just want you to hear it, and it's really worthwhile. And I don't very well often say that, but that's when you should hear if you weren't here. Hey, we have to go. Thank you.
So we're backstage at MGM Grand Arena.